Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Mr. Saruman. Quirrell's voice trembled like a wounded dog's whimper. His eyes darted around before settling on the white-robed figure ahead. "Great wise one, honorable Mr. Saruman," he pleaded. "This is my last dragon egg. Without it, I'll die. Please, I'll really die." Desperation filled his face. He couldn't understand it. He had been careful, painfully careful. He hadn't even told Lucius where he was headed. So how was Saruman already waiting here for him? The last time he saw the man still haunted him. That calm voice, those piercing eyes that stripped every secret from his mind. The wise, the gods, even the Dark Lord couldn't do that. Quirrell's fear peaked. He trembled before Saruman, unsure whether to beg or run. Surely someone as powerful as him didn't need this egg. Why rob him? Maybe if he humbled himself enough, Saruman would let him live. "Don't be nervous, child," came the gentle reply. Ardal, disguised as Saruman, played the part of the kindly old man, reaching out to pat Quirrell's head. The gesture felt almost affectionate, the way one might soothe a frightened pet. "I know what you want," he said softly. "A three-headed dog stands in your way. Give me the egg and I'll tell you how to put it to sleep." Quirrell's head shot up, disbelief flashing into wild hope. You'd really tell me? I never deceive anyone." With a wave of his hand, Ardal summoned a small, ornate music box. "This will help you. Play it near the beast. The melody will lull it into slumber." Quirrell accepted it with shaking hands, staring into Ardal's calm, unreadable eyes. He wouldn't need to lie, Quirrell reasoned, not someone like him. "Thank you, Mr. Saruman," he said, and reverently offered the dragon egg. Ardal took it, nodding approvingly. "Good luck, my boy." He turned to leave but paused, studying Quirrell again. "By the way, your master, Tom Riddle, no Voldemort. Tell him I want the serpent called Nagini. In exchange, I'll help him get the Philosopher's Stone." Quirrell froze. Before he could answer, a bottle appeared in Ardal's hand, a faint mist swirling inside. "This is an invisibility potion," Ardal explained. "Drink it and you'll vanish for half an hour. Better than an invisibility cloak. Consider it a gift to aid your mission." Quirrell's jaw dropped. An invisibility potion. He had never heard of such a thing. The disillusionment charm was complex and unreliable, but a potion that could grant perfect stealth. That was beyond belief. With this, he could bypass the three-headed guardian and steal the stone tonight. "Promise him," hissed a cold voice inside his head. Voldemort was stirred, curious about this mysterious Saruman who dared approach them first. He doubted the man would destroy Nagini, his Horcrux. A being with such power wouldn't waste it. "Yes, master." Quirrell looked up quickly. "My master agrees. Smart choice." Ardal tossed him the vial. Quirrell caught it carefully and bowed. "Now," Ardal said, "Nagini is in the mountains of Romania." He reached into his robes and the world twisted. A moment later they stood in a cold, forested valley. Quirrell removed his turban. A pale, snake-like face emerged from the back of his skull. Voldemort's red eyes blinked open, locking on Ardal. The sight of pity in Saruman's gaze made him uneasy, but he forced a raspy laugh. "Saruman, mister, I look forward to our cooperation." When he finished speaking, he turned Quirrell's body and hissed in Parseltongue, "SSSSSS, come forth." Moments later, something massive slid through the brush. The sound of scales against leaves echoed as Nagini appeared, a towering serpent, eyes gleaming with intelligence. Ardal's heart quickened. Finally. The area of light could likely break her curse, and even if not, the Alessa gem he carried could cure anything. Once healed, Nagini would owe him her life, and with her, he could access the Chamber of Secrets early and perhaps Dumbledore's circle as well. Nagini slithered forward obediently, lowering her head before him. Ardal smiled. "A pleasure, Lord Voldemort. May you recover soon. The world's about to get interesting." Voldemort's thin smile returned. "I'll rise again very soon." His face faded from Quirrell's skull and the professor pulled his turban back on. Mr. Saruman, he asked carefully, should I take you back? No, Ardal said. I have other matters to attend to. Quirrell nodded, bowed deeply, and vanished with a crack. Silence returned to the forest. Ardal looked at Nagini and smiled faintly. A silver brooch appeared in his hand, glowing with divine light. Nagini's eyes narrowed, cautious but curious. Ardal stepped forward, placed his hand on her cold, scaled head, and let his power surge. Light bloomed around them, pure, vibrant green, carrying warmth and life itself. Nagini, he said softly, your curse ends here. The dazzling green light faded slowly. When the glow cleared, Ardal's breath caught. Before him stood a pale, slender woman, her skin almost luminous in the dim forest light. He blinked, face flushing, and with a quick flick of his wrist, a robe materialized over her. Nagini had returned to human form, and she wasn't the only thing he'd recovered. In Ardal's palm lay a twisted, shriveled fragment of a soul, ugly and pitiful, like a malformed infant. Voldemort's Horcrux, the piece that had once lived inside Nagini's cursed body. The power of the Alessa gem had not only healed her, it had expelled the parasite as though it were nothing more than filth. And because the gem's energy was soft and pure, Voldemort, resting far away, hadn't sensed the severing. He'd only realized the loss later when he reached for Nagini and found silence. As Ardal studied the fragment, Nagini stirred. He glanced down, remembering he still wore the guise of Saruman. If she saw him react out of character later, Dumbledore might grow suspicious. He'd have to bind her loyalty now securely and on the soul level. A faint sound escaped her lips. MMM, Nagini winced, sitting up abruptly, shivering as the cool forest air brushed her skin. Where am I? Her voice trembled. The trees were unfamiliar, the night sky foreign. She tried to recall what had happened. She joined Dumbledore's side against Grindelwald, fighting to protect Credence. But as time passed, the blood curse had grown stronger. Her transformations into a snake lasted longer and longer until the human form disappeared entirely. I had completely turned into a snake. Her voice broke. She had known this day would come, but facing it was another matter. Tears slid down her cheeks. She wiped them and froze, her hand. Wide-eyed, she stared at her fingers, her arms, her legs. It felt unreal. I'm human. Am I dreaming? Her thoughts spun wildly until a calm, amused voice broke through. How long do you plan to make this old man wait? Nagini turned. An elderly man in white stood nearby, leaning on a staff, smiling gently. But his eyes, there was something strange in them. Her instincts sharpened. She pulled her robe tighter and stepped back cautiously. Who are you? Ardal frowned slightly. Did the Alessa gem wipe her memories, or did her human and serpent minds clash when I restored her? He raised his staff and tapped the ground. A ripple of soft light spread from him, surrounding her. Nagini flinched, but the magic was warm, not hostile. The ache in her head faded. Her thoughts began to clear. Memories flooded in, flashes of battle, of Dumbledore's mission, of Voldemort's cold voice whispering in Parseltongue. Her time as his pet. The day he turned her into a Horcrux. Voldemort, she murmured, her expression hardening. Hatred flared for a moment, but she smothered it quickly. Defying him outright was suicide. Then the final image surfaced, Ardal's hand glowing with green light, his calm voice saying, your curse ends here. Nagini fell to her knees, eyes wet again, this time with gratitude. Thank you, great Mr. Saruman, she said softly. Without you, I would never have returned to human form. I owe you everything. Please let me serve you. Ardal studied her for a moment, then smiled. A wise choice. With a gesture, a glowing sigil appeared before them, a binding circle of light. This is a master-servant pact, he said evenly. I need a drop of your blood. Nagini hesitated briefly, then pricked her finger and let the blood fall. The sigil flared, and an invisible thread tied her soul to his. At once she felt it, a vast, suffocating presence beyond comprehension. The soul of the man before her was darker and more ancient than anything she had ever touched. Compared to it, Voldemort was a child playing with matches beside a volcano. Fear seized her chest. She understood too late. She had escaped one monster, only to kneel before another. Ardal sensed her panic. He sighed. Curiosity can be dangerous, Nagini. Try peering into my soul again and you'll regret it. He lifted a hand and green light flowed from his palm, soothing the backlash that still burned in her spirit. "Now then," he said, his voice softening, "I freed you from the curse, but there's something I need you to do." Nagini bowed her head. "Anything." "You will go to Hogwarts," Ardal said. "Find Dumbledore. Join the Order of the Phoenix. When I need you, I'll call." He placed a hand on her forehead, whispering a spell. "Don't worry. Your soul is bound to me. No one, not even Dumbledore, can see through it. If he asks, tell him your curse was broken by a woman named Galadriel." He drew his hand through the air and a shimmering image formed, a tall, radiant woman surrounded by starlight. "Remember her face. You met her in the forest. She healed you with a vial of starlight." Ardal sealed the Horcrux fragment in a small box and handed it to her. "Give this to Dumbledore, he'll believe you." He gave her one last nod. "Live quietly, Nagini. When the time comes, I'll find you." With that, he vanished. Nagini stood in silence, clutching the box. For the first time in years, she felt the weight of the earth beneath her human feet. A smile, small but genuine, touched her lips as she turned toward the lights of a distant city. By the time Ardal returned to Hogwarts, dinner was ending. Quirrell looked unusually cheerful at the staff table. His grin drew curious glances from several professors. Snape, in particular, watched him for a long time, frowning. When Quirrell claimed he had simply remembered something pleasant, Snape's instinct screamed otherwise. He left the hall mid-meal to check the fourth-floor corridor, only to find everything perfectly undisturbed. Back in the Great Hall, Quirrell was still eating happily. Snape sighed. "Paranoia," he muttered. "I'm losing it." Ardal, seated quietly, observed it all. He'll make his move tonight, he thought. Even with the invisibility potion and that enchanted music box, Quirrell didn't stand a chance. The Philosopher's Stone was hidden in the Mirror of Eris, guarded by Dumbledore's spell, one that only yielded the stone to someone who desired it but didn't intend to use it. Trying to cheat Dumbledore's magic? Impossible. Ardal smirked faintly. "Sleep well while you can, Professor." That night the castle fell silent. At 1 in the morning, Quirrell stirred awake. He dressed in black and retrieved the small vial Saruman had given him. "Great Saruman," he whispered, trembling with excitement. He would never deceive poor Quirrell. He drank it in one gulp. The magic swept over him, and when he looked in the mirror, he was gone. Incredible, it works. Heart pounding, he crept into the corridor and headed for the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Unseen, unheard, full of false confidence. Quirrell, as a professor at Hogwarts, has a bad heart for the Philosopher's Stone, so he often observes Filch's patrol route. At this time, it is the peak time for the little wizards of Gryffindor to travel at night, so Filch and his cat are usually on the 7th and 8th floors of the castle. The only thing Quirrell had to watch out for was Snape, because this guy also loves night walks. Last Christmas Eve, Quirrell tried to get into the 4th floor and ran into Snape. When Snape taught him a lesson, he also accidentally found Harry wearing the invisibility cloak, but at that time he was envious of Quirrell and always wanted to steal the invisibility cloak, but there was no chance. He had no reason to enter Harry's bedroom, and he couldn't hide the portrait of the fat lady at the entrance to the Gryffindor lounge, and once he did, everyone would know he stole the cloak and he was done. Thinking wildly, Quirrell came to the 4th floor. The surroundings were silent and empty. Quirrell slowed his pace and came to the deepest room in the forbidden area almost silently. Looking at the locked wooden door, Quirrell took out his wand and chanted a relatively advanced unlocking spell. Clap! The lock on the door shattered, and Quirrell gently opened the door. In the room, Mau Mau, the three-headed dog, was sleeping soundly, and the sound of opening the door only moved his ears. But when Quirrell stepped into the room, Mau Mau's 3 noses began to twitch, and his eyelids began to shake. Apparently, it smelled Quirrell. Seeing that Mau Mau was about to wake up, Quirrell prayed in his heart, took out the music box, twisted the mainspring below it a few times, and then opened the music box. Ring the bell, Merry Christmas. Cheerful music played in the music box. Mau Mau's ears moved. A humanized and comfortable expression appeared on his face, and the eyelids that he wanted to open became heavier, and finally he fell into a drowsy sleep. Sure enough, Saruman is really. Quirrell didn't know what to say at this time. While shocked by the omniscient Saruman, he also felt a deep fear. He took a deep breath, put the music box next to Mau Mau, and then laboriously lifted its claws, revealing the trapdoor below. He had already inquired about the arrangements of the other professors. As long as he passed Mau Mau, Quirrell would have the confidence to get the Philosopher's Stone. Without hesitation, Quirrell jumped from the trapdoor in excitement. It's not the first time he's been here. When the professors set traps, Quirrell was responsible for transporting the trolls in, so he's been here before. Puff! Quirrell fell on a piece of soft vegetation. He knew it was the Devil's Web, and Professor Sprout had to work so hard to get it. Quirrell's wand lit up with a dazzling light, and the Devil's Web was stimulated by the light, twisted frantically to avoid it and put Quirrell down. Quirrell walked down the stone corridor passage. There was the sound of water droplets around, and about 3 minutes later Quirrell came to a bright room. The sound of rustling and metal colliding was heard everywhere in the room, which was a bit harsh. Quirrell raised his head, his eyes fixed on the hundreds of winged keys. Flitwick's little trick Tilda. Quirrell smiled disdainfully, his wand stretched out. A dazzling light flashed past, and a flying key was violently pulled over. The other keys turned around like crazy, trying to attack Quirrell. They didn't have eyes, and they didn't rely on their eyes to find enemies, so Quirrell's stealth effect was of no use to them. However, as a light wave flashed past, these keys seemed to have lost their lives, quietly floating under the ceiling. Quirrell put his wand down, grabbed the key that unlocked the lock, opened the door, and disarmed himself. All keys were restored to their original state. Stupid Flitwick! Quirrell sneered and walked out of the room. After a dim corridor, Quirrell came to the second room. After he stepped into the room, the originally dark room immediately became brightly lit, and the torches around the room burned violently, revealing its original appearance. It's a huge chessboard. Minerva McGonagall's transfiguration. Quirrell stood on the chessboard. He carefully walked to the edge of the chessboard, cast a magic spell on himself, and then walked out swaggeringly. It seems a little too simple. Quirrell, who walked out, felt a little weird himself. He thought about it and found a reason for himself. Maybe it's the reason for the invisibility potion, or maybe it's the spell my master taught me. Quirrell muttered and came to the door behind White. After opening the door easily, Quirrell came to the next room. This is the room he arranged, and there is a huge mountain monster in it, which is about a circle bigger than the one he released on Halloween. It stinks. Quirrell covered his nose. The smell of the troll was so strong that even Quirrell, who had been baptized by the smell of garlic, couldn't bear it. Well, seeing that the door was open, the troll thought someone was coming in with a happy expression on his face. It has been here for several months. Although it is not worrying about eating and drinking, it is really boring. Every day except for eating and sleeping. But what surprised the troll was that, although the door was open, no one was seen. Suck one, the troll twitched its nose and it smelled Quirrell. The troll stood up and walked towards Quirrell with a puzzled expression on his face. Do not come near me. Quirrell fought back the urge to vomit, and with a flick of his wand, a bursting spell flew out and exploded on the troll's head. Well, the troll, who hadn't seen anyone, didn't have time to react. After making a suspicious voice, a strong sense of dizziness struck, and he fell to the ground with a thud. A large bloody bag quickly bulged on its head, which looked very funny. Quirrell quickly passed through the room and then heaved a long sigh of relief. Who can this stupid thing stop? Dumbledore is so confused. Quirrell muttered, suddenly feeling something was wrong. Is Dumbledore a fool? Obviously not, otherwise Voldemort would have no reason to be so afraid of him. So what was the point of Dumbledore doing this? Sprout's Devil's Web, Flitwick's key array, McGonagall's magic chess. Nothing hard to crack. Also, I seem to have seen a broomstick in the key array. Quirrell shuddered suddenly, and he began to have some doubts, but he had already come here, and it was absolutely impossible to retreat. I want to see what tricks he plays. A chill flashed in Quirrell's eyes as he walked into the next room. When he stepped in, a purple flame suddenly rose from the entrance behind him, and a black flame also rose from the exit in front of the room. Black flame, Quirrell murmured. He remembered that he had vaguely heard about black flames somewhere, as if Grindelwald. Quirrell remembered that he had read in a book that Grindelwald had tried to destroy Paris with a black fire. What the hell is Dumbledore up to? Quirrell didn't have time to think about it. He looked at the things in the room. A long table, 7 bottles. Snape's trick. Quirrell picked up the parchment on the table and looked at the hints on it. The feeling of unease grew stronger. If Dumbledore really wanted to protect the Philosopher's Stone, why leave a hint? That black flame can completely stop most people. Even wizards who have been famous for many years may turn into ashes in the black flames. But leave a hint. Isn't it just to let people pass? Quirrell scanned the prompts quickly and quickly figured out the key. He is an outstanding graduate of Ravenclaw College, and he can still do a simple, logical reasoning problem. Quirrell picked up the smallest bottle on the table, took a sip, and walked into the black flame without hesitation. He was not attacked, just as I guessed, Quirrell murmured as he entered the final room. This is the organ arranged by Dumbledore. Let me see. Huh. Quirrell, who came in, was stunned, because there is nothing in the room. Quirrell's eyes widened and he searched the room reluctantly but found nothing. Of course, he didn't know that Dumbledore had put the Philosopher's Stone in the Mirror of Erised, and that mirror was now in a room in the castle, a place that Harry visited every night. Owner. No way. Quirrell could only wake up the sleeping Voldemort. Voldemort was silent for a while and let out a sneer as Quirrell recounted his puzzling experience along the way. Dumbledore. Heh. Voldemort's wrath can be imagined. Quirrell has come here, the final place, but the Philosopher's Stone is not there. Deng Lai Jiao Brido deceived him, tricked him. No wonder he's letting that stupid Hagrid get the Philosopher's Stone. No wonder he's letting these professors set up pointless levels. So he's kidding me. Voldemort let out a frantic roar. Quirrell shivered with fright, and after a while, Voldemort's voice came out. I think Dumbledore deliberately set such a trap in order to catch the mice in the castle. Fortunately, you drank the invisibility potion. Go back and find another chance. I'm sure the Philosopher's Stone is at Hogwarts. Hearing what Voldemort said, Quirrell had no choice but to choose the same path back to Zed. When he went back, Quirrell also drank the potion from the round bottle in order to pass the purple flame. After passing a few rooms, Quirrell returned to Mau Mau's side. He picked up the music box, and suddenly his expression changed. He had just noticed that there seemed to be a note inside the music box. At first, he didn't notice it because he focused on the 3-headed dog. Quirrell glanced at the sleeping Mau Mau and took out the note. If there is no gain, you can try to look in the mirror. Saruman looking in the mirror. What does it mean? Did Saruman know I wouldn't get the Philosopher's Stone? Quirrell pondered, wondering what special mirrors were in Hogwarts. It can't be in the bathroom. Quirrell turned off the music box and left the room, thinking thoughtfully. Just when he wanted to return to his office, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded in his ears. Quirrell stopped and looked around. There was no one there. It's Harry Potter. Quirrell realized that it must be Harry Potter with the cape. He had long heard that Harry was very jumpy recently, and he often wore a cape to run around the castle at night. Filch had said more than once that if he caught evidence of Harry's night wandering, he would be punished to clean the toilet and so on. See what he's up to. 35 Quirrell didn't know why he suddenly had such an idea, but he still decided to follow his heart and followed the sound of his footsteps. Unexpectedly, after what happened last time, Harry's courage has grown a lot. Quirrell followed behind Harry and couldn't help but sigh. How dare you be so big? Simply too big. In the empty corridor, Harry Potter walked in a hurry. His footsteps were so obvious that even the sleeping portrait was awakened. Quirrell was different, carefully following behind Harry without making a sound. And just like that, Quirrell followed Harry all the way to an abandoned room on the corner of the library floor. What is this place? Abandoned classroom. What is Harry doing here? Quirrell gently followed 577 in. There were a bunch of dilapidated desks and chairs in the room. As he had guessed, this was an abandoned classroom. But what he didn't expect was that in the middle of the classroom there was a gorgeous, huge mirror. The Mirror of Erised. Quirrell exclaimed in his heart. He had seen this famous thing in books, but Quirrell didn't remember that it belonged to Hogwarts. Who put it here? Quirrell pondered, suddenly thinking of the note in the music box. Look in the mirror, look in the mirror. Quirrell's eyes grew brighter and he seemed to understand. It's unbelievable. Saruman, oh my God, he's just horrible. It must be Dumbledore who brought the mirror of Erised, hid the Philosopher's Stone in it and performed magic. 35. But why did Dumbledore put the mirror here? Quirrell pondered, and Harry had taken off his invisibility cloak by this time, and he put the cloak next to him and sat down in front of the mirror with his knees folded. What did he see in the mirror? Quirrell felt a little curious when he saw Harry like this. The mirror of Erised Sejeb can reflect what a person's heart desires most, and Quirrell wonders what Harry wants most, and seeing how obsessed he looks, it might be something amazing. After all, he was prophesied to kill his master. Correct. Prophecy. Quirrell was shocked, as if a flash of lightning flashed across his mind. At this moment, Quirrell suddenly realized all confusion disappeared, and he completely understood where the violations of those traps were. Harry Potter was the prophesied son who was prophesied to kill Voldemort, but he hasn't grown up now. Dumbledore wants to take the opportunity to make Harry grow up. It must be so. No wonder those agencies are so playful, not only have no power, but also have obvious customs clearance methods, as if Dumbledore wanted someone to go in and steal the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell had thought that Dumbledore was playing with him, playing with Voldemort, but now it seems that it is very likely that he is wrong. Dumbledore is exorcising Harry Potter. He wants Harry Potter to catch himself. So now, Dumbledore sent this mirror to Harry Potter. The more Quirrell thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. If he guessed right, Hagrid must have told Harry Potter about the Philosopher's Stone. In this way, what is the probability that Dumbledore already knows my identity? The reason why he kept me is to train Harry. Quirrell's face showed anger, and he became Harry's stepping stone. No wonder, no wonder. As expected of the famous Dumbledore, Quirrell would still be complacent about his disguise if he hadn't stumbled across this tonight. After thinking about this, Quirrell subconsciously wanted to leave, but then he thought of Voldemort. His face became ugly again. If he left, where could he go? Voldemort was in his body, and if he ran away, Voldemort would not let him go. A chill flashed in Quirrell's eyes as he wondered whether or not to kill Harry while no one was there. Didn't Dumbledore want to use him to make Harry grow up? Then he would just kill Harry, and everyone should have a good time. Quirrell put his hand on the magic wand around his waist, but didn't pull it out, and he hesitated again. Did Dumbledore prepare for it in advance? Can I really kill Harry myself? Not even Voldemort can kill him. The boy who lived. Quirrell finally gave up, and after thinking about it, he set his eyes on the invisibility cloak beside Harry. The invisibility potion can only last for half an hour, and it will soon expire, and I only have one bottle. If I take the invisibility cloak, it will be more convenient in the future. 35. Thinking like this, Quirrell quietly walked to Harry's side, saw that he was still staring at the mirror of Erised, sneered silently, stretched out his hand to take the invisibility cloak and left quietly. Harry, who was addicted to the mirror of Erised, didn't notice it until half an hour later. Harry, who felt a little cold, planned to leave. Mom and Dad, I'll see you again tomorrow. Harry said so, reaching for the cloak next to him, but it was empty. Harry was stunned for a moment and quickly turned his head to see that there was nothing on the ground. Where's my cloak? Confused, Harry looked around, stood up and looked around. The cloak is gone. Harry was confused. Did someone just come? But it shouldn't. Is it Peeves' prank? Harry couldn't figure it out, but the invisibility cloak was indeed lost. It's over. 35. Harry's heart was beating wildly, and the problem before him was how to get back. When there was an invisibility cloak before, he roamed Harry at night without Filch on his back many times, relying on his invisibility to run Filch all over the castle, but he was so angry. If Filch caught this time, Harry couldn't imagine how miserable it would be. Can't be caught by him. Must not. Don't go back at all. Leave after breakfast. Harry shuddered, and although it was almost February, the night temperature was still very low. Especially in this abandoned classroom, the temperature was even cooler, unlike the burning fireplace in the lounge in Gryffindor Tower. Harry curled up, walked to the corner of the pile of waste tables and chairs, found some waste paper there, spread it on the ground, sat on it, hugged his shoulders, and slept dazedly with anxiety, confusion, and anger. At breakfast the next morning, Harry looked sullen. He asked for a large bowl of hot mushroom soup and drank it slowly while holding the soup bowl. "Harry seems ill." 35 Hermione whispered in Ardle's ear. He glanced at Ardle worriedly and reminded, "You have to pay more attention to your body, otherwise it will be bad if you catch a cold. Harry is sick. Are you worried about me?" In a good mood, Ardle turned to look at Hermione and squeezed her cheek. "You too cover the quilt at night, although your pajamas are very thick, but you like to kick the quilt." Ardle's words came to an abrupt end. Hermione looked at him oddly. How did Ardle know that his pajamas were thick and he liked to kick the quilt? "Ahem. When we were on the train before," your mother said. Ardle was a little guilty at Hermione's gaze, so he made an excuse. "Is that so?" Hermione frowned and thought. "Why don't I remember?" my mother said. "Maybe you didn't pay attention, otherwise how would I know? I can't go to the Gryffindor girl's bed to watch you sleep." "What did you say?" Hermione gave Ardle an embarrassed look, and the moment of shyness and beauty was overwhelming. "Even if you want to go, you can't get in, There is magic in the bedroom of Hogwarts, especially the female bedroom. Boys can't enter the female bedroom. Harry and Ron tried it before, and when they went up the stairs, they would fall down under the power of magic. However, there are not so many restrictions for girls to go to boys' dormitories." Speaking of which, Harry must have been frozen during the night tour. "The weather at night has been very cold recently." Ardle changed the subject. "Today is January 31st, and tomorrow will be February. And today is also the day when the system's summon permission is refreshed." Yeah, Ron said Harry didn't come back all night last night and he was worried. Hermione glanced at Harry and saw him drinking soup with a runny nose, feeling a little pitiful and justified. Hermione had always hated night walks since the last 50 points deducted for stopping Harry and Ron. "Maybe it's something important." Ardle said something thoughtfully, and he looked at the professor's chair, where Quirrell was having breakfast, but he didn't look as good as last night, and the smile on his face disappeared. Quirrell must not have gotten the Philosopher's Stone last night, and Dumbledore probably hasn't put it in the Chamber of Secrets. 35 Ardle remembers that Dumbledore moved the Mirror of Erised away later, because Harry often went to the mirror to see his parents when he was free. Dumbledore saw that the time was right, and after talking with Harry, take the mirror to the secret room. And the final battle between Harry and Quirrell in the depths of the secret room happened after the final exam, and there are still 3 or 4 months left. The plot is too slow. It's delaying my plot point. I have to find a way to help Quirrell. Ardle didn't know Quirrell met Harry last night when he left the Chamber of Secrets, or that he stole Harry's invisibility cloak, but he left his note in Quirrell's music box. With Quirrell's wisdom, it should be possible to guess that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden in the Mirror of Erised by Dumbledore. After dinner, Ardle and Hermione left the Great Hall. It's the weekend, they don't have class. Ardle and Hermione make an appointment to find an empty classroom for dual training. Hermione mastered more magic spells than most young wizards. In addition to basic magic spells, she also mastered some middle-level magic spells, including the whole body binding spell, fire spell, fixed body spell, and so on. As for those little incantations, there are more, such as leg-mixing spells, pimple spells, grinning, and hulala. Although the spells mastered by both sides of the duel will affect the outcome of the battle to a certain extent, Hermione, you have to remember that the more spells mastered, the more powerful the wizard is. 99. The most important thing in battle is timing. If you grasp the timing well, a magic spell can make the opponent lose the ability to resist, or even lose their lives. Ardle explained his experience to Hermione. So even if you can do 100 or 1,000 spells, the 1 or 2 spells that have an effect in the end are just those 1 or 2 spells, just like now. Ardle held out her wand at the thoughtful Hermione. "Accept your weapons." A flash of light flashed, and the wand in Hermione's hand flew into Ardle's. Without a magic wand, you who cannot cast spells without a stick will become the target of slaughter, and what I just cast is a weapon that removes you. The curse? Then the result is predictable. Hermione pursed her lips, snorted, and said, "That's because I wasn't prepared for you. If it was someone else." Yes, yes, yes. Ardell complied, handing the wand to Hermione. So you have to develop a habit of protecting yourself at the beginning of the battle. Ardell's wand turned and circled around his body. Hundreds of evils do not invade. A gleam of white light enveloped him. I teach you the purpose of the light shield spell. After casting the light shield spell, as long as you are more careful, you will basically be invincible. After all, this spell can resist most black magic, even unforgivable. Curse. Hermione's nose made a humming sound. She nodded and cast a light shield spell like Ardell. There are not many of the spells you have learned that have strong lethality. Whole body restraint spells, immobilization spells, and stun spells are all control types. Although these spells can make the enemy lose the ability to resist, they are not fatal. Ardell looked at Hermione, was silent for a moment, and said, "If it's not fatal, the enemy may come back. Even if the opponent is sent to Azkaban, he may escape from prison and kill you silently." It's not actually Hermione's fault. It's the same for the little wizards at Hogwarts. Due to the Voldemort incident a few years ago, the entire British wizarding world is still in a state of black discoloration, and the attitude towards dark wizards and black magic is extremely bad. For flowers. In order not to produce a dark lord, the school also tried its best to instill the theory of dark magic and evil in the little wizards. This has also led to the fact that most of the little wizards have an instinctive aversion to black magic. So in the choice of magic learning, they will also subconsciously avoid black magic, except for those with ulterior motives in the little Death Eater group. Just like Hermione and the others, most of them would choose spells such as stun spells and restraint spells when learning magic. It was not until Voldemort made a comeback that the power of such spells was not enough, so they started to learn spells such as blasting spells and smashing spells. However, since I have developed a habit of using it since I was a child, I will still use it subconsciously against the enemy. After all, this kind of magic is easy to use. When Ardell watched the movie, he was so p***d off. The magic used by the Death Eaters are all powerful lethal spells or simply unforgivable spells, but Harry and the others, as soon as they make a shot, they will faint, remove your weapons, or turn them all into stone. Zero. As a result, after the fight, he suffered heavy losses, and the opponent made a comeback after a simple rest. Simply outrageous. Hearing Ardell say this, Hermione stuck out her tongue and said half-jokingly, "But they say no one can escape Azkaban. 99 many people can escape. The Ministry of Magic has been attacked, let alone a prison." Ardell smiled. Azkaban is the focus of his plan. He will release those Death Eaters sooner or later, and whether Azkaban still exists is a question. And don't think that black magic is something unforgivable. Our headmaster, Mr. Dumbledore, is the greatest white wizard of this century, but he has no less black magic than the Dark Lord. Hermione's eyes widened, showing a melaneating expression. About the principal, I'll have the opportunity to talk to you later. But then again, it's just that some black magic needs to have malice in the wizard's heart, such as the unforgivable curse. You don't have to learn this type of black magic, but strong offensive spells like explosion spells and smashing spells still need to be mastered proficiently. 5. The wizarding world will not be peaceful in the future. Although I have you to protect you, it is impossible for me to cover everything, and you have to become a witch wizard on your own. I know. Hermione nodded obediently and looked at Ardell with delight. "I will not let you down," Hermione said, rolling her eyes, suddenly raising her wand and attacking Ardell. Passing out. Wow. Before Hermione's spell was finished, she saw Ardell waved her wand, and the sleeve of her right hand suddenly turned into a big black snake. Hermione screamed immediately and frantically swung her arms, trying to throw the big snake out of her arm, and even threw out her own wand. Ardell hugged Hermione gently, comforted her, looked at Hermione, who was aggrieved and pouted, smiled embarrassedly, and said, "That's the second point I'm going to teach you. The role of transfiguration in wizarding duels." 39 MT. At night, Ardell went back to the bedroom. Hermione's talent in combat is not strong, but not bad. Under Ardell's special training, Hermione has made great progress today. Before the two separated, Hermione had learned to use simple polymorphism to trouble the enemy. For example, she tried to turn Ardle's soul into a pegboard. Although she failed, at least the idea was good. It also made Ardle aware of a problem. That is, most wizards don't know much about Muggle objects. Many things they don't even know, just like Ron. Seeing the coins that Aunt Harry gave him would be novel. So if it was Ron, he would never have thought of using transfiguration to create a pegboard to fight. Because the nail plate is something that most wizards have never seen before, and they may not even know what the nails are. After all, wizards can solve most of the things in life by magic. Therefore, Muggle-born wizards like Ardle and Hermione, when using transfiguration, will instead create a new style of duel because of their brains. In addition to Hermione's improvement in dueling skills, the relationship between Ardle and Hermione has grown by leaps and bounds. The reason, of course, was because Ardle hugged Hermione. Hermione was so frightened by the snake that Ardle had made. She screamed and screamed, and Ardle was a little flustered at the time, so he hugged her to comfort her. And Hermione, after being hugged, she was naturally stunned on the spot, so that she didn't understand what Ardle said later. Although the situation at the time was indeed not romantic, Hermione still felt her heartbeat speed up, and she started thinking wildly, so that although the two of them were separated, Hermione's eyes on Ardle were still very charming. Grow up quickly, grow up quickly. Ardle wished he could cast a magic trick that would make him grown up when he woke up tomorrow. Forget it, let's draw a lottery. Ardle glanced at the system, and the system permissions were updated during dinner, but it was not suitable for the auditorium at that time, so Ardle ignored the system. System, extract the Lord of the Rings items. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the item Dunedin star was successfully extracted. What star? Another gem. Ardle looked at the extracted item with anticipation. He thought it was something similar to Alyssa's gem, but he didn't expect it to be an ordinary badge. The Star of Dunedin, the silver pin that the northern nomads fasten on their cloak, shaped like a radiating star, is a symbol of the identity of the Dunedain in the north. What rubbish! Ardle put the Dunedain star into the system space. He didn't know if he would use it in the future, but he should keep it anyway. The storage space of the system is infinite, and it's not too bad. Continue to summon creatures. Ardle's mood has calmed down. He has drawn good things for 2 consecutive months, and it doesn't matter if this month is free. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Tashin. Tashin. It's a tough name. Ardle looked at the storage space of the system characters, and his thoughts stopped abruptly. In the system space at this time, a behemoth was asleep. The previous giant oak was big enough, but compared with this tower mountain, it looked like a child. It has to be more than 20 meters long, 6 or 7 meters high. Ardle murmured that he already knew what it was. It's a mammoth, or rather a mammoth. Gray skin, limbs like towering giant trees, ears bigger than sails, sharp fangs 3 or 4 meters long, and a nose like a giant python. This is a terrifying tool of war trained by the Harad, and when war breaks out, mammoths will rampage across the battlefield carrying a tower full of throwers and archers. Even a troll or a strong orc will be stomped into meat patties by it. This thing, a war killer, I'm afraid that ordinary dragons are not its opponents. Ardle didn't know where to put it either. It would cause immeasurable damage no matter where it was placed. Ardle has no doubts that if he now put this thing in the Ministry of Magic like the giant oak, within an hour, the wizarding world will hear the news that the Ministry of Magic in London has been trampled down. Save it for now. I'll talk about it later. Ardle doesn't have a good idea right now. If it doesn't work, just throw this thing into the Congo Basin. As for whether it will rush out of the basin and have any effect on the locals, Ardle said casually, maybe the tribes over there will worship Tashin as a god or not. Or do some research to see if you can get an Elephant Clan strong orc. If it is really researched, this may be an existence that is even fiercer than a Dragon Clan strong orc. 5. Ardle thought silently and began to refer to the experimental data in Saruman's notebook. After an unknown amount of time, he fell asleep in a daze. The next day is Monday. The happy weekend is over, and the little wizards of Hogwarts are about to start a busy week of study and life. Ardell, they have a flying lesson in the morning and herbal medicine in the afternoon. Hermione's talent in flying is somewhat poor, although Hermione has been able to summon her broom proficiently after taking so many lessons. Her manipulation in the sky is still somewhat unsatisfactory. As for Ardell, he's completely flat after his freshness on broomsticks has passed, because this thing is really uncomfortable. Even though it has a saddle like a bicycle seat, Ardell still feels a little slap in the asterisk. Harry was different. His favorite thing was flying lessons, and according to his words, he liked the feeling of being free in the sky. Although Harry was ill, he still rode a broomstick in the sky several times, and Mrs. Hooch looked at him with satisfaction, complimented him several times, and even said that he could join Gryffindor when he was in the 3rd year. Quidditch House Team 4. 1. After the flight class, the herbal medicine class in the afternoon was more interesting. The plant that Professor Sprout brought was the Devil's Web. In this class, she focused on the characteristics and weaknesses of the Devil's Web. Hermione listened with interest, while Harry was groggy because of a cold. Kindness. It may be due to Harry's influence. Ron's upper and lower eyelids are also fighting, and Professor Sprout's knowledge is basically in the left ear and out the right ear. During dinner in the evening, a sudden throbbing came from the depths of Ardell's soul. He raised his head and looked at the entrance of the great hall. Hermione keenly noticed his change and followed him curiously. About 10 seconds later, Headmaster Dumbledore walked in, and behind him, followed by a beautiful and sexy woman. It is the servant who signed the soul contract with Ardell, Nagini. At night, Ardell went back to the bedroom. Hermione's talent in combat is not strong, but not bad. Under Ardell's special training, Hermione has made great progress today. Before the two separated, Hermione had learned to use simple polymorphism to trouble the enemy. For example, she tried to turn Ardell's soul into a pegboard. Although she failed, at least the idea was good. It also made Ardell aware of a problem. That is, most wizards don't know much about Muggle objects. Many things they don't even know, just like Ron. Seeing the coins that Aunt Harry gave him would be novel. So if it was Ron, he would never have thought of using transfiguration to create a pegboard to fight, because the nail plate is something that most wizards have never seen before, and they may not even know what the nails are. After all, wizards can solve most of the things in life by magic. Therefore, Muggle-born wizards like Ardell and Hermione, when using transfiguration, will instead create a new style of duel because of their brains. In addition to Hermione's improvement in dueling skills, the relationship between Ardell and Hermione has grown by leaps and bounds. The reason, of course, was because Ardell hugged Hermione. Hermione was so frightened by the snake that Ardell had made. She screamed and screamed, and Ardell was a little flustered at the time, so he hugged her to comfort her. And Hermione, after being hugged, she was naturally stunned on the spot, so that she didn't understand what Ardell said later. Although the situation at the time was indeed not romantic, Hermione still felt her heartbeat speed up, and she started thinking wildly, so that although the two of them were separated, Hermione's eyes on Ardell were still very charming. Grow up quickly, grow up quickly. Ardell wished he could cast a magic trick that would make him grown up when he woke up tomorrow. Forget it, let's draw a lottery. Ardell glanced at the system, and the system permissions were updated during dinner, but it was not suitable for the auditorium at that time, so Ardell ignored the system. System, extract the Lord of the Rings items. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the item Dunedin Star was successfully extracted. What star? Another gem. Ardell looked at the extracted item with anticipation. He thought it was something similar to Alyssa's gem, but he didn't expect it to be an ordinary badge. The Star of Dunedin, the silver pin that the northern nomads fasten on their cloak, shaped like a radiating star, is a symbol of the identity of the Dunedain in the north. What rubbish! Ardell put the Dunedain star into the system space. He didn't know if he would use it in the future, but he should keep it anyway. The storage space of the system is infinite, and it's not too bad. Continue to summon creatures. Ardle's mood has calmed down. He has drawn good things for 2 consecutive months, and it doesn't matter if this month is free. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Tashin. Tashin. It's a tough name. Ardle looked at the storage space of the system characters, and his thoughts stopped abruptly. In the system space at this time, a behemoth was asleep. The previous giant oak was big enough, but compared with this tower mountain, it looked like a child. It has to be more than 20 meters long, 6 or 7 meters high. Ardle murmured that he already knew what it was. It's a mammoth, or rather a mammoth. Gray skin, limbs like towering giant trees, ears bigger than sails, sharp fangs 3 or 4 meters long, and a nose like a giant python. This is a terrifying tool of war trained by the Harad, and when war breaks out, mammoths will rampage across the battlefield carrying a tower full of throwers and archers. Even a troll or a strong orc will be stomped into meat patties by it. This thing, a war killer, I'm afraid that ordinary dragons are not its opponents. Ardle didn't know where to put it either. It would cause immeasurable damage no matter where it was placed. Ardle has no doubts that if he now put this thing in the Ministry of Magic like the giant oak, within an hour, the wizarding world will hear the news that the Ministry of Magic in London has been trampled down. Save it for now. I'll talk about it later. Ardle doesn't have a good idea right now. If it doesn't work, just throw this thing into the Congo Basin. As for whether it will rush out of the basin and have any effect on the locals, Ardle said casually, maybe the tribes over there will worship Tashin as a god or not. Or do some research to see if you can get an Elephant Clan strong orc. If it is really researched, this may be an existence that is even fiercer than a Dragon Clan strong orc. 5. Ardle thought silently and began to refer to the experimental data in Saruman's notebook. After an unknown amount of time, he fell asleep in a daze. The next day is Monday. The happy weekend is over, and the little wizards of Hogwarts are about to start a busy week of study and life. Ardle, they have a flying lesson in the morning and herbal medicine in the afternoon. Hermione's talent in flying is somewhat poor. Although Hermione has been able to summon her broom proficiently after taking so many lessons, her manipulation in the sky is still somewhat unsatisfactory. As for Ardle, he's completely flat after his freshness on broomsticks has passed. Because this thing is really uncomfortable, even though it has a saddle like a bicycle seat, Ardle still feels a little slap in the asterisk. Harry was different. His favorite thing was flying lessons, and according to his words, he liked the feeling of being free in the sky. Although Harry was ill, he still rode a broomstick in the sky several times and Mrs. Hooch looked at him with satisfaction, complimented him several times, and even said that he could join Gryffindor when he was in the 3rd year. Quidditch House Team 4. 1. After the flight class, the herbal medicine class in the afternoon was more interesting. The plant that Professor Sprout brought was the Devil's Web. In this class, she focused on the characteristics and weaknesses of the Devil's Web. Hermione listened with interest, while Harry was groggy because of a cold. Kindness. It may be due to Harry's influence. Ron's upper and lower eyelids are also fighting, and Professor Sprout's knowledge is basically in the left ear and out the right ear. During dinner in the evening, a sudden throbbing came from the depths of Ardle's soul. He raised his head and looked at the entrance of the Great Hall. Hermione keenly noticed his change and followed him curiously. About 10 seconds later, Headmaster Dumbledore walked in, and behind him, followed by a beautiful and sexy woman. It is the servant who signed the soul contract with Ardle, Nagini. Nagini, finally at Hogwarts. A strange color flashed in Ardle's eyes. If Nagini came, it would prove that Dumbledore should have accepted her initially, and when she joined the Order of the Phoenix, she could provide Ardle with more information. At the same time, Quirrell, who was eating at the professor's seat, also raised his head and looked at Nagini with doubts in his eyes. Just now, he felt an angry emotion from Voldemort hidden in his body. The reason was because of that woman. Does this woman have anything to do with the Master? Quirrell looked at Nagini suspiciously. It was obvious that he was an Asian wizard, and he was very young, only in his 20s. He couldn't see anything special, but feeling Voldemort's mood swings in his body getting bigger and bigger, Quirrell couldn't do anything about it. Although he wasn't full, he could only stand up and quietly left the auditorium. What? When Nagini passed the dining area of Gryffindor House, a suspicious voice came out of his mouth. Her eyes fell on Ardal, who was eating. For some reason, Nagini had an inexplicable feeling that this child was very kind and had a sense of familiarity. What's wrong? Nagini, Dumbledore stopped and looked at her softly. It's okay, it just feels a little weird. Nagini's eyes fell on Dumbledore's face. She looked at him calmly and said solemnly, I feel the breath of that man, Voldemort. He's here. Dumbledore's temples jumped slightly. He glanced at Quirrell's position just left and whispered, I see, Nagini. Don't mention that person's name at school, it's going to scare the kids. Let's go, I think you're hungry. Don't know if you remember Hogwarts food then. Dumbledore took Nagini to the staff seat for dinner. Nagini didn't look at Ardal again and followed Dumbledore away. Pretty clever. Shadow Ardal knew that Nagini didn't recognize her, but she was clever enough to hide her uniqueness from Dumbledore. Hey, what are you looking at? Do you know that woman? Hermione looked at Ardal with a bit of interest, and the words I'm not happy were written on her face. You mean that aunt? I don't know. Ardal said solemnly. The word aunt made Hermione smile with joy. Although Nagini's appearance and state made it okay to call her sister, it was clear that the name aunt was more in line with Hermione's wishes. Don't read it if you don't know it. People will say you are not polite. Hermione muttered softly. Nonsense. I, Ardal, know the best manners. Ardal retorted. He finished eating the food on the plate, wiped his mouth gracefully, and greeted Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, who were looking at him not far away. And Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape also smiled back at Ardal, and they were quite happy to see their appearance. Look, I said I know the best manners. Ardal turned his head to show off to Hermione. Humph! Hermione was speechless. Snape liked Ardal very much. After all, Ardal was from Slytherin House, but Professor McGonagall, as the head of Gryffindor, liked Ardal so much, which was annoying. Very angry. In the professor's chair, Nagini sat next to Dumbledore and thanked Mr. Dumbledore after dinner was prepared for her. In fact, Nagini was also very shocked when he first met Dumbledore. Before that, Nagini didn't realize how long she had been in a daze after turning into a snake, but when she saw Dumbledore, she realized that decades had passed. Back then, Dumbledore was middle-aged. He was wise, mature, and powerful. And now, he has become a kind old grandpa. Watching Nagini fall into memory, Dumbledore's eyes flashed with reminiscence. After a long time, he said softly, Newt and Tina are dealing with some things in Africa, but I've already sent them a message. I don't want him to come back soon. It's a joy to see you lift the curse in my lifetime. You can stay at Hogwarts in the future. I remember that you have learned a lot of ways to deal with curses, so you should stay in the school doctor's office first. Is that okay? Nagini nodded. In order to solve her own blood curse, she did learn a lot of magic to deal with curses, diseases, and even healing injuries. She could go to the school doctor's office. Dumbledore smiled, nodded, and said, Then we're done. But, Professor, that person's soul fragment. Dumbledore shook his head slightly, thinking about Nagini's words. There are some things that are not suitable to be brought up here. As for him, I have already made plans and there will be no problems. Hearing Dumbledore say this, Nagini was relieved, while Quirrell quietly returned to his office. After he locked the door from the inside, he took off his turban. Owner, Quirrell called out cautiously, and after a while Voldemort emerged from the back of Quirrell's head. Master, do you know that woman? Quirrell hesitated but asked. Do not know. Voldemort's voice was hoarse. He gasped twice and said to himself, I don't know her, but her breath is so familiar, like Nagini. Yes, that's right, it's Nagini. Nagini has been with that Saruman for days, don't know now. Nagini. Where is Nagini? Voldemort recalled the breath just now and immediately thought of Nagini. However, when he felt his soul carefully, he found that he couldn't contact Nagini at all. Nagini is dead. Voldemort didn't know that Nagini became a snake because of the blood curse. The outbreak of Nagini's curse completely turned into a serpent happened in Dumbledore's middle age, and now Dumbledore is 110 years old. The reason why Voldemort chose Nagini at that time, 580, was just because this big snake has spirituality, can communicate, and is powerful. So now seeing Nagini revived, Voldemort didn't know her. Saruman killed my Nagini. No, if the Horcrux was destroyed, I would have noticed it. Could it be that Saruman sealed it by some means? He found Nagini identity of. Who is that woman, and why does it smell like Nagini? Voldemort pondered laboriously. The remnant of his soul was not enough to support thinking about overly complicated things. Speaking of which, Voldemort himself. No matter what, he had to split his own soul, and as a result, he made himself ugly, not to mention stupid. Quirrell, find a way to help me find that woman. I want to know her information. Also, find the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible. Otherwise, you are ready to hunt unicorns. 39. After Voldemort finished speaking, he returned to Quirrell's body and fell asleep. The thinking just now consumed most of his strength, and now it is not enough to support him to continue. Yes, master. Quirrell replied tremblingly, and after waiting for a while he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he didn't hear Voldemort speak. Too difficult. It's really hard. Quirrell wrapped his turban again, walked over to the table and took the music box from the drawer. Silently pray, great wise prophet, Saruman the legendary white wizard. If you can hear me, please help poor Quirrell. Unfortunately, Quirrell's prayers went unanswered, because at this time the great white-robed Saruman, that is, Ardell, has just returned to his bedroom. There will be a session of Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration tomorrow. Then again, Professor McGonagall hasn't given me extra points for a long time. Ardell lay on the bed and checked the completion of his main quest. Ardell has added 170 points so far. The 150 points required by the main quest have been completed, which means that Ardell can actually lie flat. But in order to get more plot points, Ardell must get more points. But the appetite of these professors has been raised by me. Ardell gave a wry smile. In the beginning, the professors will give Ardell extra points for his excellent completion of the tasks assigned by him. Later, Ardell must overcomplete and infer other things to get extra points. And now, Ardell needs to be better than the professor to get bonus points. Especially Professor McGonagall, who believes that Ardell has an unparalleled talent in transfiguration, so the requirements for him are even higher. In last week's transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall asked them to try turning a beetle into a candy, and Ardell turned it into a delicate hard candy. But Professor McGonagall believes that although the hard candy looks it's tempting, but doesn't give off a strong fruity flavor. So Ardell missed the chance for extra points. Only Snape, who loves him as always, will give him 10 points as long as he completes the preparation of the potion as required. It's a pity that not every potion class will prepare potions. Most of the time they are learning how to handle potion materials, and Snape doesn't give the students extra points for such simple things. Tomorrow, whatever Professor McGonagall asks, I'm going to make it impeccable. There are still several months before the end of the period. Ardell needs to score as much as possible. After all, he has to prepare for the worst. If he cannot summon Sauron in the future, he needs 50,000 plot points to exchange them in the system. Nagini has come to Hogwarts, which proves that Dumbledore has initially accepted her, and then he just needs to let nature take its course. On Voldemort's side, he should not know Nagini now, but he will definitely notice it. To what? However, he can't protect himself now, especially since Nagini handed over part of his soul to Dumbledore. Basically, he doesn't need to think about it. Dazed, Ardell fell asleep. This night Ardell slept soundly and had a good dream. Good morning, Malfoy. Getting out of bed, Ardell greeted Malfoy with a smile when he saw Malfoy changing his clothes. Oh, good morning, Ardell. Malfoy's response was somewhat unnatural. A member of the pure-blood Malfoy family, his education from an early age did not include the option of befriending a half-blood wizard. But Ardell is a little different. His talent, strength, and even temperament are all envied by Malfoy. So much so that he dared not mention to his father Lucius that he had such a roommate. Ignoring Malfoy's entanglement, Ardell changed his clothes, left the dormitory after washing, and when he came to the auditorium, Hermione just arrived. Have you heard? While eating, Hermione asked a question suddenly. What did you hear? Ardal looked at her suspiciously, only hearing Malfoy say good morning this morning. It's that woman, the woman who came with the headmaster yesterday. She is a new staff member of the school, and now she is the school doctor like Ms. Pomfrey, responsible for the medical problems of the students. I don't know. How do you know? The school doesn't seem to have posted it. Usually, the school will post an announcement when such a new person takes office. When Ardal came here today, he took a look outside the auditorium and didn't notice it. Hermione watched Ardal and replied, "What Neville said, Harry had a fever last night and was taken to the infirmary by Neville and Ron, and it was the woman who cured him. Well, it should be a good thing for the school." 33 Ardal didn't show any special emotions. He knew that last night when he was keenly aware of Nagini's arrival, Hermione still found something unusual. And yesterday, Nagini deliberately glanced at himself, and Hermione should have seen that scene too. This little girl's mind is still very delicate, especially when it comes to Ardal, but she seems to forget that she is only 12 years old. Harry said that the new school doctor was very good, gentler than Madame Pomfrey, and said to be proficient in healing arts and the making of various decoctions. Ron also said that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Ardal's mouth twitched. This guy Ron really dares to say that he is only 12 years old and knows what beauty is. But it seems that Ron is really like that. In the original book, he likes the Lady of the Three Broomsticks very much and thinks she is very sexy. If nothing else, Nagini's appearance and temperament are indeed very good, perhaps because he used to be a snake. Nagini has a seductive sense of charm. But Ardal naturally knew that this was Hermione's temptation. After experiencing what happened some time ago, although Hermione didn't say it clearly, she should be her own little girlfriend, so she was very concerned about this kind of thing. After all, Hermione was 13, a year older than Ardal. Ron is really. I think he may lack motherly love, by the way. Why didn't he see him and Neville? They went to the infirmary and said they were taking Harry to see a doctor, but I don't think Harry's serious. Hermione snorted. She thought they were going to see Nagini, not just Ron and Harry, but that Neville guy as well. Neville's face was still red when Hermione smashed them in the lounge in the morning. Ardal ate his breakfast silently, thinking that if Ron and Harry fell in love with Nagini, the style of painting seemed to get even stranger. If they knew Nagini in his 80s and 90s. If they like to see it, just watch it. Why are you angry? Ardal decides to take the initiative and go Hermione's way, leaving Hermione nowhere to go. Sure enough, Hermione was stunned. She looked at Ardal, suddenly panicked, and replied, "No, I'm not angry. I'm just—" Hermione didn't know what to say because when she went back to the bedroom last night, Hermione tossed and couldn't fall asleep, and when she closed her eyes, it was Ardal and Nagini. Why did Nagini feel her before Ardal entered the auditorium? Why did Nagini look at Ardal like that when he walked up to him? Dumbledore was in front of Nagini, so she didn't see it, but Hermione was next to Ardal and she could see it clearly. "Oops, you bullied me." Hermione didn't know what to say, so she started to play tricks. Lycaon's Tyre couldn't help laughing. Hermione rolled him a look, knowing that Ardal was teasing herself, so she laughed too. After dinner, the two planned to go to the classroom. When leaving the auditorium, Filch was posting a notice about Nagini's appointment. A photo of Nagini was posted on the notice. She was wearing a nurse's clothes. Ah, this celery. Ardal's expression is weird. No wonder, no wonder. How about Harry, Ron, and even Neville couldn't resist? Who can stop this? What to resist? Ardal can imagine the scene where seniors will pretend to be sick and be admitted to the school infirmary. Hermione also saw that photo and her expression became a little strange and she hurriedly pulled Ardal's sleeves upstairs. "You're going to be late. Go. There's still half an hour left." "Shut up. Ardal, you're not allowed to go to the infirmary in the future unless Madame Pomfrey is on duty." 2 minutes before class, Harry, Ron, and Neville hurried into the classroom. Neville sat down beside Ardal, gasping for breath from the vigorous running. Ardal glanced at him and said, "I thought you were going to be late." "No, we went to the school infirmary, you know, Harry's sick." Neville bowed his head embarrassedly, and Ardal found that Neville was unusually shy as he had told Hermione. "That school doctor is pretty. Well, Sister Nagini is beautiful and gentle." Neville paused, glanced at Ardle in a panic, and hurriedly said, "I did not mean that." Ardle patted him on the shoulder, expressing his understanding. It seems that Neville does have a good impression of Nagini, although they can't be together, but if Neville's aesthetic is changed. In this case, what about Luna? Is the dream you had before coming true? Ardle thought wildly. Professor McGonagall walked in, and the noisy classroom immediately quieted down. "Good morning, classmates." 99. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall." The little wizard said hello to Professor McGonagall in unison. The serious woman had a smile on her face. She turned over the textbook and said, "Today, we continue to practice transfiguration. Last week we tried to transform a beetle into a candy. Then this week, after we're going to turn the beetle into a candy, 580 will turn the candy into a stone. The little wizard who can't turn the beetle into candy has to work hard today. If he can't succeed before the get out of class ends, his points will be deducted. Now start practicing. If you have any questions, you can discuss with each other, of course. You can also ask me." Professor McGonagall handed the beetles to everyone's desk and looked at them with a smile. The little wizards began to act. Professor McGonagall patrolled the classroom and patiently guided anyone who did not understand. Turn into stone. What kind of stone is perfect? Ardle thought for a while and had an idea in his mind. He gently stretched out his wand and aimed it at the beetle. The beetle soon turned into a delicate candy with a rich fruity flavor and bright colors, and then with a wave of Ardle's wand, the candy changed again into a sparkling blue diamond. "Wow, it's so pretty." A small star appeared in Hermione's eyes beside him. "Can you not look good? This is a colored diamond, the heart of the ocean." Ardle muttered inwardly. He glanced at Hermione and whispered, "I'll give it to you later." "I don't want Tilda." Hermione knew that Ardle was not joking, so she refused immediately. This thing was very precious at first sight. Although Hermione thought it was beautiful, she also felt it was unnecessary. Of course, despite what she said, Hermione was still very happy. Even the shock of being Nagini in the morning faded a little. Hermione does have a sense of crisis because she has never seen such a beautiful witch at Hogwarts, not only full of exotic Asian, but also an inexplicable temperament. The female professors at Hogwarts are all elderly, such as Professor McGonagall, Mrs. Hooch, Professor Sprout, Mrs. Pince. The youngest is in her 40s, and although some of the senior school sisters are very beautiful, they do not have the mature charm of Nagini, nor the mystery that people can't help but explore. Crucially, Hermione's sixth sense tells her that Ardle and Nagini seem to have something to do, although Ardle doesn't admit it. "I think I still have to trust Ardle. He's been so good to me." Hermione's eyes softened as she watched Ardle, and she suddenly felt a little silly. Nagini is so big, but Ardle is younger than her. She will eat Nagini's vinegar. "I think I really like Ardle." Hermione's heart was pounding, and she shook her head, pressing the thoughts to the bottom of her heart. "I'm still young. I want to learn. I want to make myself better. Improve with Ardle." Seeing Hermione's ruddy face, Ardle didn't say a word, knowing that she was shy, so instead of teasing her, he raised his hand and gestured to Professor McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, I'm done." Professor McGonagall was not surprised, because she knew that Ardle had fully mastered these basic transfigurations, and all she could do was to urge Ardle to make it perfect. Professor McGonagall, C. Jeb, came over from the back of the classroom and immediately noticed to the dazzling diamonds on Ardle's table. A flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. She reached out her hand, and Professor McGonagall picked up the diamond and looked at it carefully. "To the point of being completely fake. I repeat, Ardle, you are the most gifted wizard in transfiguration I've ever found. I can't even imagine your future accomplishments. If you want to stay in school after graduation, I think my position should be given to you. No one is more suitable than you." Professor McGonagall nodded with satisfaction. She stretched out her wand and nodded, and the diamond turned into the candy that Ardle had turned into before, and a rich fruity aroma rushed forward. "Looks like you made up for the lack of last time." Professor McGonagall became more and more satisfied, and she looked at Ardle without concealing her admiration for him. Ardle, you earned 10 points for Slytherin. Under Ardle's expectant gaze, Professor McGonagall affirmed and rewarded his efforts. Thank you, Professor. Ardle's eyes widened, and now he's got 100 plot points. You deserve it. I don't think a low-level transfiguration can stop you. If you want, you can try to help other students. 55. Professor McGonagall finished speaking and went on to teach other students. Ardle began to help Neville and Harry Ron, explaining to them some of the key points of transfiguration. Pansy, who was sitting on the other side of the classroom, also heard Professor McGonagall's words. Her eyes lit up. She stood up from her seat and ran to Ardle. Ardle, there's something I don't understand. I think you'll help me. We're all Slytherins after all. Pansy blinked, looking at Ardle expectantly. When I finished teaching Neville. Before Ardle could finish his sentence, Hermione interrupted him. No, Ardle, let me teach Miss Parkinson. I think I'm good enough. With a flick of Hermione's wand, the beetle turned into a fudge, then a pebble. Although not as good as Ardle, it is indeed enough experience. Pansy pursed her lips and stared at Hermione. Hermione looked at her without fear, and the eyes of the two little girls seemed to have flames burning. I don't want you to teach me. Pansy glared at Hermione. Humph! The two girls snorted at the same time, and then Hermione sat down angrily, and Pansy returned to her place angrily. Professor McGonagall noticed all this, and her expression was a little weird. Originally, she was worried that the scene on the first day of school would happen again, but now it seems that she is overthinking it. Excellent boys always attract girls' attention. It seems that Miss Parkinson, like Hermione, is also full of affection for Ardle. This kind of thing, let them solve it by themselves. After all, this is also a kind of growth. Professor McGonagall's eyes were a little dazed, as if thinking of his former self. After the Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall left. Hermione was going to the history of magic in the afternoon, and Slytherin had no class, which meant that Ardle was free in the afternoon. After lunch, Hermione finally couldn't hold back. She pulled Ardle's sleeve and shook it, begging coquettishly. Ardle, you are not allowed to go to the school doctor's office in the afternoon, and you are not allowed to take care of Pansy. I have something to do in the afternoon. How can I have time to pay attention to them? Ardle has refined 100 bottles of powerful orc potions during this time, and he intends to visit Warwick. During this time, it should gather a lot of werewolf descendants. Really? After receiving Ardle's reply, Hermione's mood was much better, and a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. Then I'm going to class. Well, let's have dinner together tonight. Ardle reached out and scratched Hermione's nose. Hermione didn't hide. After saying goodbye to him with a blushing face, she went to Sister Petal to go to class with her. After Hermione left, Ardle went to the basement. After returning to the bedroom, Ardle took out the Issel crystal and checked Warwick's location. At this time, Warwick and his tribe were in the Cumbria Mountains in southern England. Ardle observed that there are about 300 werewolf descendants in Warwick's tribe today. He now has 100 bottles of strong orc potion in his hand. Although it is far from enough, it does not matter. The earlier the potion is given to them, the stronger the Warwick tribe's ability to protect itself. After some preparations, Ardle put on the Lord of the Rings, and after leaving the lounge, he came to the screaming shack from the passage under the beating willow, and then used apparition to disappear in place. Cumbria Mountains. Warwick and 10 other Wolf Clan strong orcs are sitting around the bonfire. 2 wild boars are roasting on the bonfire, surrounded by a few circles of wolf cubs who have not yet drank the potion. They are greedy. He sniffed the aroma in the air, and the saliva almost flowed all over the place. After becoming strong orcs, Warwick's living habits also changed. Originally eating raw meat, they changed to eating barbecued meat. Of course, this was because of the influence of the blood of the centaurs in the medicine. Suck it, Tilda. Warwick, who was roasting the fire, twitched his nose twice. It stood up, and the other Wolf Clan strong orcs also stood up. Their noses twitched and finally looked in the same direction. Vigilance is good. 35 Ardle's figure emerges from the void. It was a strong orc who saw it was Ardle, and they all knelt on the ground. Owner, Warwick bowed his head respectfully. You have done a good job. I am very satisfied that you have found so many werewolf descendants in a short period of time. 35. It's my pleasure. Warwick replied excitedly. He couldn't help wagging his tail, because Ardal's compliment made him feel very happy and very happy. After adapting to the changes brought about by the potion of the strong orcs, Warwick has become smarter and smarter. Sooner or later, the strong orcs of the wolf tribe can develop into an intelligent race, like the horses. Ardal touched Warwick's head, walked to the bonfire and sat down, found a knife from the system space, cut a piece of barbecue and tasted it. Because there is no seasoning, there is only the most original aroma of barbecue, but the meat is a bit woody, and Ardal is not used to it. Tell me about what happened to you recently. Have you encountered a wizard or something? 99. Ardal glanced around and saw a white wolf cub. His eyes lit up, and he reached out to find it. The wolf cub floated in the air, wailing in fear. Its mother seemed to be beside her, baring her fangs at Ardal, but Warwick glanced at it and immediately fell to the ground with a whimper. Ardal took the little white wolf in his arms and handed over the piece of meat he just cut. The little wolf cub sniffed and snorted and ate. Ardal listened to Warwick's report while stroking the little white wolf's smooth fur. After Warwick left the forbidden forest with his tribe, he traveled through several mountain ranges and, relying on his developed sense of smell, found 2 werewolf descendants. These groups were created unconsciously by wizards with lycanthropy, and after decades of development, they became the size they are today. Warwick killed the Wolf King by force, subdued the 2 groups, and brought them all the way south to here. Because Warwick and the others have always traveled through the mountains and forests, they have never encountered humans or wizards. Fantastic beasts did encounter a lot, but they were all killed by Warwick. It should have become organic fertilizer by now. In the future, you should build a tribe here, and then send strong orcs out to continue looking for the descendants of werewolves, and expand the group as much as possible. In addition, I will also inquire about the places where werewolves haunted more. 35. If you encounter wizards, don't contact them for the time being. When the time is right, I will let you show up in the wizarding world. Ardal put the little white wolf on the ground, took out 100 bottles of refined potions, and handed them over to Warwick. He plans to wait for Warwick to build the tribe, and then bury the steel that he spent 300 plot points in exchange under the tribe's ground. Then make up a story for their tribe to protect the baby from generation to generation. Wait until the Wolf Clan's strong orc contacts the wizarding world, and then spread the news. Then this stone tablet will naturally appear in the vision of all wizards. Warwick took the potion and knelt on the ground respectfully. It was not until Ardal left that Warwick stood up again. 11 strong orcs began to select the strong wolf cubs in the clan to distribute potions. In just a short time, 100 strong orcs were born, and the strength of the entire clan also happened. Earth-shaking changes. When Ardal returned to Hogwarts, only 2 hours had passed. Hermione's class was not over yet. Although there was a Quidditch match outside, Ardal was not interested. After thinking about it, Ardal decided to go back to the dormitory. But before he got to the basement, he saw an unexpected person. Nagini. She actually found it. Hermione said, "Don't let me go to the infirmary, don't let me pay attention to Pansy." I didn't go to the infirmary, and Nagini is not Pansy, so that's okay. 995. Ardal muttered like a curse. Nagini looked at him curiously and took the initiative to come up. "Hi, your name is Ardal, right?" "That's right. Miss Nagini, do you have anything to do with me?" Ardal didn't ask how Nagini knew he was here because that would make him look stupid. The answer is obvious. Ask for flowers. Because Ardal was sitting in Gryffindor's seat at dinner yesterday, besides Hermione, there were Neville and the others beside him. Nagini could get clues from Neville if he wanted to inquire about him. Then just wait for yourself at the entrance to the Slytherin Lounge, which is the basement. A lot of Slytherin's little wizards looked over. Ardal didn't panic at all, because he knew that these little snakes would not go to Hermione to complain. "Nothing, I just wanted to see you." Nagini smiled slightly. She hesitated and asked, "Student Ardal, do you know a wizard named Sauron?" "No." Nagini's eyes lit up slightly, and then he heard Ardal say, "Saruman is the evil great wizard who attacked the Ministry of Magic in London on Christmas Eve," Minister Fudge said in the Daily Prophet. "He was the dark wizard who spread terror." Ardal chattered out the impressions of most wizards in the wizarding world about Saruman. Nagini's mouth twitched. She lightly stroked her broken hair and said with a smile, "0, it turns out that. Then it's okay. Ardal, if you have any discomfort, you can come to the infirmary to find me. Goodbye." For that unknown reason, Nagini was full of affection for Ardal. She smiled at Ardal, turned and left the basement. Ardal looked at her back, thought for a moment, and continued walking towards the Slytherin lounge. He doesn't know his master, so where does my affinity for him come from? Could he be a blood-cursed orc too? No. Dumbledore seems to have mentioned this little guy, saying he was the most handsome Hogwarts ever. A gifted wizard. Could he be Credence's child? Impossible. Credence is Dumbledore's relative. If this child is also, Dumbledore cannot possibly not know. Nagini feels a little strange. She has no relatives in this world, and her best friend Credence is gone. Now the only person who has a relationship with herself is Saruman, who signed a soul contract. So where does this damn intimacy come from? Nagini can be sure that it is not ordinary intimacy, but an urge to treat the other person as a vital person, even willing to give everything. Alas, I can't contact the master now. It's annoying. 35 Nagini sighed. Newt and Tina are coming back tonight. I really don't know how to deal with them, although I didn't mean to deceive, but... The tangled Nagini returned to the school doctor's room and was taken aback as soon as he came in. There was a long queue in the school doctor's office. "Thank goodness, Nagini, you're finally back." Madame Pomfrey breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Nagini and said, "In the Quidditch match just now, all the batsmen were injured. Today's quaffle is indeed a bit weird. Also, today, a total of 12 boys fell out of the air due to the loss of control of their brooms while flying. 7 lads were injured in a fight." Madame Pomfrey looked at Nagini, who had changed into her nurse uniform, and said helplessly, "All in all, the school doctor's office is busy now. Have you heard? The school doctor's office is full today, and there are not enough staff. Even Professor Sprout was called to make the decoction." "Of course I heard it, and I also know the inside story. It seems to be because of the school doctor who just arrived. I heard that many people deliberately injured themselves in order to go to the school doctor's office for treatment. Today's Quidditch match made me laugh. The batsmen took the initiative to look for the bludgers to be beaten. Even the Slytherin players didn't even spare the quaffle, and they were knocked out of the sky by the quaffle. You didn't see how ugly Professor Snape's face was. I heard that Captain Slytherin's front teeth were broken by the quaffle. There was laughter and laughter at the Gryffindor table during dinner. Everyone was discussing what happened in the school medical room and the Quidditch match today. In the dining area of Slytherin, the little wizards had gloomy faces, and the laughter around them felt particularly harsh. No way who made their academy team do such a thing. Really, so shameful. The senior sisters gritted their teeth one by one. Although the seniors said so, it was unknown what they thought in their hearts. On the professor's seat, Dumbledore looked at the students with a smile, feeling particularly good. Nagini on the side glanced at Snape apologetically, then looked at Dumbledore and said, "Professor, today's 580-day thing. It doesn't matter, the little wizards have more energy, so many things have happened. After 2 or 3 days, the freshness will pass and there will be no problems." Dumbledore comforted Nagini. In fact, Dumbledore was also quite surprised. Nagini got rid of the blood curse and changed from a snake to a human being, which made her unintentionally reveal a wildness and nobility, but made her look much more seductive than before. Of course, he, a 100-year-old old man, doesn't think there is anything, but he is more attractive to those young men who are in their ignorant youth. This is youth. What boy wouldn't do absurd things when he was young? Dumbledore looked at Snape. Snape's face stiffened, and Sundar turned his head. Dumbledore smiled, looked at Nagini again, and said to her, "Newt and Tina will be back in London tonight, and I want to take you to meet them. You haven't seen each other in years." "Well, I do miss them." Quirrell was cooking silently on the side, seemingly uninterested. But in fact, he had been paying attention to what was going on here. It seems that Dumbledore really knew her as well as Newt and his wife. Nagini, this woman is also called Nagini. How could there be such a coincidence? What is their relationship? Quirrell silently finished the baked potatoes on the plate. He was full, but seeing Dumbledore and Nagini slowly tasting the food, Quirrell was afraid that they would say something useful. Information thought about it and asked for another dessert. Professor Quirrell has a good appetite tonight. Snape stared at Quirrell with an inquisitive look in his eyes. Well, the school has new colleagues, so I'm happy. 55 Quirrell took a bite of the pudding and smiled at Snape, but he couldn't help but curse inwardly. You have to worry about Layazi eating an extra piece of dessert. It seems that he has been staring at me all the time, and if you don't act quickly, you won't know if you will kill him. Really? Professor Quirrell doesn't seem to be married yet. Is there any idea? Snape looked at Quirrell playfully. He was in a bad mood today, so he needed to vent. Professor Quirrell was a good punching bag. No. Quirrell glanced at Nagini subconsciously, and an indescribable meaning flashed under his evasive eyes, but his face was a little red. Dumbledore was thoughtful, wondering what he was thinking. Professor McGonagall on the side was a little serious. She looked at Snape and whispered, Severus, don't make this kind of joke with girls. You should apologize to Nagini. 35 Snape also reacted. He looked at Nagini apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. It's okay, I know it's a joke. Nagini didn't care. She didn't have any ill will towards Snape, although this guy seemed indifferent, but Nagini could keenly perceive that the other party was a very affectionate person. I have eaten. After Snape's interruption, Quirrell was too embarrassed to stay any longer. He ate a few bites of the dessert and left in a hurry. Snape stared at Quirrell's leaving back. A chill flashed in his eyes, and then he turned his head, vaguely feeling a look at him. Looking up, he found the Gryffindor dining area and Harry was staring at him. Discovered. 9 Harry turned his head sharply, looked at Ron who was nibbling on a chicken leg and said, It must be Snape. He stole my invisibility cloak. Look at his guilty conscience. Ron glanced at Snape, found that the other party was looking at him and turned around in fright. After swallowing the chicken thigh in his mouth, he said in fear, Then what? Shall we go to the headmaster? We have no evidence. Harry shook his head. He had not yet established a deep friendship with Dumbledore at this time. Although he believed in Dumbledore very much, he did not want to trouble him like this. I'm going to find a chance to visit his office. That's a good idea, but you're going to learn a lockpicking spell. 35 Ron replied, his eyes drifting to Hermione and Ardell, his brows raised. Remember last year when Snape got sick? They said Snape had lost something, and since then Snape's office has been under a spell and ordinary unlocking spells can't be opened. Then I'll think about it again. Harry hesitated for a while but chose to take a look, because he didn't know how to ask Hermione and Ardell to help him open Snape's office. What if they get high on themselves? Then I can't do it. Ron picked up another drumstick and ate it. Across from them, Hermione's suspicious eyes swept over the two of them. They must be up to something bad. Hermione said to Ardell, Let them go. Don't always think about taking care of others. Maybe you think you are doing it for their own good, but the other party may not appreciate it. Maybe they will complain about you. Hermione thought for a while, nodded in agreement, and said, I think you're right. By the way, are you really younger than me? Why do you feel like an adult? Children shouldn't think so much, right? 5. I'm just a little more mature. 9. Ardell took a sip of the juice and wiped his mouth with the napkin. Although I didn't go to school, but my philosophy teacher was a professor at Oxford. Hermione opened her mouth and finally said nothing, leaving Ardell with a good-looking white eye. After dinner, the little wizards went back to the bedroom one after another. Nagini left Hogwarts with Dumbledore. Quirrell saw Dumbledore take Nagini away from the office window. He thought about it, put on the invisibility cloak and followed him out. Because he was afraid of being discovered by Dumbledore, Quirrell was actually far away from the two. Quirrell didn't know what they said on the way, but Quirrell didn't follow for a long time, because Dumbledore took Nagini with him. 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade. The bar is very lively. In addition to the local residents, there are some passing wizards. Most of the people knew Dumbledore and they greeted him warmly. Dumbledore smiled and responded one by one. then took Nagini to a table in the corner and sat down. Quirrell also followed them into the bar. It was noisy and crowded. Quirrell was afraid that someone would bump into him, so he hid in the corner of the pile of trash, which was not very far from Dumbledore's table. If Kyranu worked hard, they could be heard talking. "Newt, Tina, we'll be here soon. 2 beers." The intermittent voice came over, and Quirrell glanced at the noisy guests at other tables. A look of helplessness flashed in his eyes, and he moved another distance towards Dumbledore. This time I heard it more smoothly. "I haven't seen them for decades, and I don't know what they are like now." Nagini's tone was a little apprehensive. Will the friends who fought side by side become strangers after not seeing each other for decades? They were still the same, in fact, when I told them about you. Newt and Tina immediately dropped what they were doing and came back. 55. Dumbledore took a sip of beer, looked at the door, and smiled. "They are here." Nagini turned around and saw 2 familiar faces walking into the bar. Newt Scamander and her wife, Palpentina Goldstein, are very old, but they still look like they were young, so Nagini recognized it instantly. "Took them." "Newt here." Dumbledore beckoned, and Newt walked over with Tina. The 2 sat down and looked at 4. Nagini together. Both of them were shocked by her youth and beauty, but fortunately, after all, they had experienced a lot, and the 2 quickly recovered. "Nagini, long time no see." Newt's remark brought Nagini to tears. She pursed her lips, endured the sadness, nodded, and said, "Yeah, long time no see. You and Tina are old." Newt is 94 years old this year. Tina is a little younger than him, but also 90 years old. "Speaking of which, it's incredible that you're still young." Tina looked at Nagini enviously and couldn't help but think, could this be the reason for the blood curse? It stands to reason that Nagini has lived as a snake for decades. Even if she becomes a human, she should not be so young, but she looks like she is 20 years old now. This is of course because of the Alessa gem. The system said when introducing the Alessa gem to Ardell, this gem can make old people return to youth. After all, it is one of the top gems in the world of Lord of the Rings, and it is not surprising that it possesses such magical power. Nagini shook his head, hesitated, and said, "I'm also surprised. If there is a reason, I don't know, but it may have something to do with my lifting the curse and restoring my body. This matter a few days ago, Voldemort gave me to a man named Saruman speaking of." Quirrell, who was not far away, was stunned, and he looked at Nagini in disbelief, and a storm surged in his heart. This woman is actually Nagini. Voldemort's pet, that viper Nagini. Wasn't it given to Saruman? How could it become human again? Quirrell vaguely guessed that Nagini mentioned lifting the curse, which reminded him of the famous blood curse. If Nagini was once a blood-cursed orc, it could be explained. But can the blood magician who has been completely reduced to an orc still be cured? Could it be that magic called Area of Light? Quirrell suppressed his doubts and listened quietly. Dumbledore frowned slightly. He hadn't asked Nagini before, so he didn't know that this matter had something to do with Saruman. "After I lost my mind and turned into a snake, I somehow met Voldemort. Voldemort was very young at that time. He was a Parseltongue. He could communicate with me, and after sensing my difference, Voldemort took me with him to Romania. I didn't see him for a long time after that, until he was defeated by others, and he was seriously injured, leaving a broken soul. He was parasitic on rodents, and he was always protected by me. Until a few years ago, the one called Quirrell's men show up." Nagini briefly told Dumbledore and others about these things. Quirrell, who was not far away, heard Nagini say his name. Although he was prepared, he still felt a little terrified. When he saw Dumbledore was not surprised, he knew that his previous guess was completely correct. "I must leave soon. Since I can be sure that the Philosopher's Stone is in the mirror, then I will find an opportunity to steal Earl's sunglasses. The spell Dumbledore left on it can be slowly cracked by the Master." 26. Quirrell felt relieved when he thought of this. "That day, I was sleeping in a cave and Voldemort woke me up. I saw him. He was parasitic on Quirrell's body, and there was a majestic wizard in a white robe beside him. Saruman." Dumbledore said the name, fear flashed in his eyes, and he was thinking at the same time. Why was Saruman with Voldemort? In the Forbidden Forest, Saruman clearly told him that there was something wrong with Quirrell in the castle. Is he good or bad? Or Does the good or bad of the wizarding world matter to him? Dumbledore remembered his previous guess. If that was the case, it would be easier to explain, because he would not pay attention to whether a muggle was a good person or a bad person. At that time, Voldemort told me to let me follow Saruman in the future. Of course, he also asked me to let me see what Saruman usually does, who he sees, where he lives, and what secrets he has. He said he would contact me when he needed me, and then he left Romania and Saruman took me to a place I had never seen before, and I don't know where it is until now. Nagini glanced at Dumbledore. What she said now was false, but because of her soul contract relationship with Ardell, Dumbledore was unaware of the influence of the Lord of the Rings. The place is beautiful, quiet, peaceful, full of fragrance, as if all the good was there. Saruman took me to a jungle where I lived. Then I met a woman. She was walking in the forest. She was so graceful, so noble, so holy. Nagini thought of the portrait Saruman had shown her and praised it sincerely. The woman also saw me, and she seemed to have sensed my specialness, so she came over and took out a bottle of sparkling starlight. There was a hint of gratitude in Nagini's voice, her gratitude to Saruman. She turned to me and said softly, "Nagini, your curse is over." And then I became human, and then I found out that I was still 20 years old. And after that, Tina asked. She seemed to be listening to a story, and she had heard it thoroughly. She said to me that her name was Galadriel and that I could leave. She took me out of the jungle, and then I went in one direction and ended up in a Romanian city, and then I came at Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore sensed my breath and appeared in front of me. Nagini glanced at Dumbledore and said, "I'm sorry, Professor. That woman left something in my memory, so I can't let you guys watch it." Nagini held the wand to her temple. She tried it, and nothing came out. Dumbledore didn't care about this, and he gently reassured Nagini. "I understand your mood. It's a very clever magic, and I can't crack it. If you insist on extracting your memory, it may cause permanent damage to your brain." Newt, on the side, thought for a while and analyzed. "I thought it might be to prevent the location of that place from leaking, because Nagini apparently doesn't remember how to get there and get out of there either." Galadriel. I've never heard the name, like I'd never heard of Saruman before that day. Tina pulled out her wand and cast magic around. She looked at Dumbledore and she lowered her voice. "I think she should be the same as Gandalf, the one Saruman said." Maya. Both Newt and Tina knew about Maya and about Saruman. Dumbledore didn't hide it from them. After all, the Balrogs were sealed together by them. Over the years, Dumbledore still believed in Newt very much, just as he did at the beginning. Dumbledore nodded lightly, and he also thought so. The one who solved Nagini's curse should be of the same kind as Saruman. A place where Maya lives. It's full of peace. Saruman seems to have said such a place. Dumbledore sorted his thoughts, and he remembered. When Saruman saw him for the first time, he looked at the parchment belonging to Gandalf, and he said that this parchment came from Rivendell, a beautiful and peaceful place where the elves lived. And the parchment found by Harry Potter also mentioned Rivendell, saying that the Fellowship of the Ring had been successfully formed in Rivendell. There really is such a place. Nagini is still there to break the blood curse. At this moment, Dumbledore had already believed in the existence of the Glen for 9 points, and the last trace of doubt was just natural. If he wanted to fully believe it, he had to let Dumbledore go to the Glen to see it himself. Dumbledore did not doubt Nagini. First of all, he knew Nagini until she was kind-hearted. In order to save his friend, Nagini joined his alliance without hesitation and fought against the famous Dark Lord Grindelwald. And he can perceive Nagini's emotions, perceive Nagini's spiritual power. He believes that Nagini did not deceive him. But they obviously don't want Rivendell to be found by others. Dumbledore sighed, doubting himself for the first time. Although he is a very powerful wizard, in front of the immortal Maya, he still doesn't seem to be qualified. "Stop talking about this, Newt, Tina. I called you back today because I hope we old friends from the past will get together. As for other things, we will talk about it later." Dumbledore held up his beer. Newt and Tina smiled and held up their beer. "Let's celebrate Nagini's safe return. Quirrell in the corner left while Tina used magic to shield the surroundings. It was very windy and cold at night. Quirrell, wrapped in an invisibility cloak, recalled Nagini's words in his mind. He couldn't believe it, but it looks like Dumbledore believes it, and he must have some information that he doesn't know. Saruman. Who the hell is he? At this time, Quirrell was full of curiosity about Saruman. If I hadn't met Voldemort in the first place, but Saruman. This thought quietly emerged in Quirrell's mind, causing him to quickly shake his head and curb his crazy thoughts. If Voldemort could sense what he was thinking, he wouldn't have to live. Fortunately, Voldemort has consumed a lot recently and is still sleeping. Hogwarts is getting more and more dangerous. Those professors almost know my background. What is the purpose of their disguise? Kai 580 Luo sneered. He didn't believe that Dumbledore and the Hogwarts professors pretended to be ignorant in order to watch the play. If you don't go, you may not be able to go in the future. 35 Quirrell had made up his mind. He's leaving Hogwarts since Saruman said that the Philosopher's Stone is in the mirror. Then it must be in the Mirror of Erised, which is more in line with Dumbledore's idea. As long as he steals the Mirror of Erised quietly and leaves Hogwarts anyway, Nagini's matter is clear, and the Philosopher's Stone is brought out, and Voldemort won't kill him. Better than staying at Hogwarts. Quirrell wandered all the way back to Hogwarts. At this time, the little wizards all went back to the dormitory to rest, and those who didn't sleep could only chat in the lounge. Filch patrolled the castle aimlessly, and Snape and the others were resting on their own. That old man Dumbledore was drinking on the 3 broomsticks. It's a good opportunity. Quirrell wanted to do it now. He had planned to get a fake letter to transfer Dumbledore from Hogwarts, but thinking about it, now this opportunity is also very good. Just do it. Quirrell took a deep breath, put on his cloak, and came to the classroom where the Mirror of Erised was hidden. Thought Harry's cloak was missing, so he couldn't come here at night anymore. There was no one in the classroom, just a huge mirror. Quirrell looked around the mirror and was pleasantly surprised to find that there didn't seem to be any warning magic or anti-theft magic on it. It was actually Dumbledore who was afraid that these magics would harm Harry Potter. After all, Dumbledore wasn't omnipotent, and he didn't expect Quirrell to guess that the Philosopher's Stone was in the mirror. Anyway, Quirrell is happy now. He took out a box with the traceless stretching charm cast, lifted the mirror, carefully placed it in the box, and put on a cloak. He didn't even have time to go back to the office to clean it up and left the castle directly. A few minutes later, standing at the door of Hogwarts, Quirrell looked at the castle hidden in the darkness and sneered. Goodbye, Hogwarts. No one knew Quirrell had left. He walked quietly, waved his sleeves, and took Harry's invisibility cloak and the Mirror of Erised with the Philosopher's Stone. In the 3 Broomsticks bar, Dumbledore is discussing future plans with Newt. Filch hid at the corner of the 8th floor, hugged his cat, stared intently at the portrait of the fat lady not far away, imagining the scene where he captured Harry Potter on the spot. Snape tossed and turned in his dormitory because Dumbledore's words tonight reminded him of Lily. If he hadn't said the words that he regretted for the rest of his life, maybe. Only Ardle slept soundly. In his dream he dreamed of a beautiful snake. The next morning, Quirrell was not noticed at dinner in the Great Hall either. Even if Snape had been paying attention to Quirrell, he just thought Quirrell was embarrassed to come after what happened last night. It wasn't until the Ravenclaw student who was supposed to be in defense against the dark arts found Dumbledore and told him that Professor Quirrell was half an hour late and that they hadn't found each other in the office. Luo may have left. So, when Snape, who was in class, was called away, the whole classroom was boiling. I thought something great must have happened at Hogwarts. Hermione was still happy because she didn't like Professor Snape. Maybe it was the bad things he did that were discovered by the principal. Harry was happier than Hermione when he said so, because Snape was taunting him when he was called away. Until the end of Get Out of Class, Snape didn't come back. The little wizards left the basement and rushed to the auditorium. Everyone couldn't wait to know what happened. At this time, the auditorium was very lively, and students of almost every grade were discussing this matter. Ardle and Hermione found a place to sit. He glanced at the professorship, not a single professor. Did something really happen? Ardal also realized that something was wrong. All the professors at Hogwarts were gone. If something like this happened, either Voldemort was seen and Quirrell managed to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He didn't steal the Mirror of Erised. 35 Ardal suddenly thought of this possibility. He had already reminded Quirrell that the Philosopher's Stone was in the Mirror of Erised, and now Dumbledore should still be using the Mirror of Erised to attract Harry, so this situation is really possible. Quirrell finds the Mirror of Erised hidden in the castle and steals him. Interesting. Ardal thought for a while. This matter had no effect on him, so he was relieved. As for the Philosopher's Stone, Ardal is not interested at all. With the Lord of the Rings, he will never die. The Philosopher's Stone is not attractive to him at all. The old man Nicole may has a long life because of the Philosopher's Stone, but he is fragile like a doll, easily broken when touched. The little eagle of Ravenclaw said that Professor Quirrell did not come to teach them today, so a little wizard found Dumbledore, after which Dumbledore checked and called away all the professors who were in Class Tilda. The Weasley twins got news from other academies. Harry couldn't believe it. Professor Quirrell is missing, he muttered, a look of horror on his face. Snape did it. Must be him. I saw Snape threatening Professor Quirrell on Christmas Eve. Harry looked at Ron, who had spoken to Ron about it. Ron also thought about it. He was a little surprised, hesitated for a while, but still said, "But Professor Snape shouldn't dare to do this. Headmaster Dumbledore is still in the castle. How dare he do such a thing? He's still teaching us today as if nothing had happened." "I think so. Snape tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone last night, but poor Professor Quirrell found it, so he killed Professor Quirrell." Harry said with certainty that he had completely believed his speculation. Although Ron didn't quite believe it, he also felt that what Harry said was possible after all. Snape was so bad, and Professor Quirrell was so pitiful. "Do you believe what he said?" Hermione glanced at Harry and Ron on the opposite side, and she heard their murmurings. Hermione felt a little weird, so she decided to listen to Ardal's thoughts. Hearing Harry's guess, Ardal burst out laughing. Harry's brain is really big. He should go to novels. Don't listen to Harry's nonsense. Professor Snape is a good man. This matter is not that complicated. Maybe Professor Quirrell may have left by himself. Is that so? Hermione looked at Ardal curiously, feeling as if he knew something because he was so calm and not interested in it. The other little wizards were very curious and a little nervous. After all, the professors were not there. Professors will be back soon to appease us. Professor Quirrell must be missing, and if he is killed, Hogwarts is now locked by the Ministry of Magic. 35, seeing that Hermione was still a little scared, Ardal explained it to her. Hermione felt that it made sense after listening to it, and she felt a lot more relaxed. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout rushed back to the auditorium, soothing the flustered little wizards. Professor Quirrell left Hogwarts due to some unexpected events at home, and it will not affect Hogwarts. The afternoon class will continue as usual. The Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts will be temporarily replaced by Ms. Nagini. Professor McGonagall's words reassured the little wizards, and then they burst into cheers. Predictably, Defense Against the Dark Arts classes will go from being the least popular class before to being the most popular among students. Several seniors stood up and shouted, "Oh my God, that's not fair. We just finished Defense Against the Dark Arts yesterday." The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff wizards who had class this morning also protested. "That's right. We have to make up for the courses we didn't finish in the morning." Professor McGonagall was a little helpless. She put her wand on her throat, and a serious voice spread throughout the auditorium. "Quiet. The prefects of each academy manage the little wizards of their own academies. I reiterate once again that other courses at Hogwarts will not be affected. The Defense Against the Dark Arts course will start tomorrow and will be temporarily replaced by Ms. Nagini." After saying this, Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout hurriedly left. The prefects began to maintain order, and the little wizards continued to discuss enthusiastically. Of course, the content of most of the discussions had changed from what happened at Hogwarts to the new Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor Nagini. I hope Professor Quirrell doesn't come back. Of course, not for the new professor. I just hate the smell of garlic. Yeah, Professor Quirrell let us pet a chameleon last class. I vomited the smell of garlic whenever I got close to him. A group of little wizards were chatting. Hermione was lying helplessly on the table, with a lifeless expression on her face. All right now, even if Ardell doesn't go to the infirmary, he has to go to defense against the dark arts class, right? Ardell's talent in magic is so strong. Nagini must like Ardell like other professors. The other professors are in their 50s and 60s, and Nagini is in his 20s. Hermione began to recall the books she had read before. It seemed that there were many model couples in the wizarding world who were more than 10 years apart in age. It was said that some of them were original professors and students. You don't look happy. Ardell touched Hermione's hair. Hermione turned her head, rested her arm, and looked at Ardell's face. Neither. I actually don't like the smell of Professor Quirrell and the way he teaches. But I don't know how Professor Nagini is. She looks a little young. 39, it's just a temporary substitute. Maybe Professor Quirrell will be back in 2 days. Ardell knew what Hermione was thinking, and he didn't pierce her. And I heard from the Slytherin senior that the defense against the dark arts professors change every year, and now it's just a little bit earlier. Hermione had also heard about it, and though I don't know why, some people said that the position was cursed in private, because the wizards who wanted to stay in this position for 2 more years didn't end well. After hearing the news, many little wizards left. Harry and Ron didn't believe what Professor McGonagall said, so they planned to find out about Hagrid, but Hermione really wasn't in the mood to read right now. She pulled Ardell and left the castle for a walk outside. Today's weather is still pretty good, not particularly cold. The sun shines on the face. There is a warm feeling. Ardell and Hermione are walking on the edge of the Black Lake. Everything is so beautiful. On the other hand, in Dumbledore's office, the atmosphere was more depressed. Snape clenched his fists tightly, and he could see he was trying to restrain himself. I've said long ago, don't carry out those frivolous plans now that we know that Voldemort is on Quirrell's body. Then, Lycaons, we should take direct action. 55 Dumbledore didn't speak, because it seemed that he really screwed up this time. He didn't expect that Quirrell would find the Philosopher's Stone in the Mirror of Erised, and he had cast so many spells to cover up the matter and even created a secret room. I've already checked, and there are traces of damage to the secret room's mechanism. Although it was restored later, I can still check some of it, especially my potion. Those 2 bottles have been drunk. Snape glanced at the silent professors and sneered. Those simple levels can't stop people with ulterior motives. Quirrell took less than 10 minutes to enter the deepest part of the secret room. He didn't find the Philosopher's Stone there, so he slipped out quietly without alarming anyone. Professor McGonagall sighed and said, Quirrell walked in a hurry. He didn't even organize the office, so it should be a temporary intention. So I think he should have accidentally discovered the true whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone, so he didn't have time to think too much and took Eris directly. Magic mirror. Professor McGonagall paused. She took a deep breath, but her voice was still a little trembling. The question before us now is, what if he, you-know-who, does come back to life? If the Dark Ages come again, Hogwarts, without the protection of the Philosopher's Stone, will be reduced to magic. The sinner of the world. Kin. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, the expressions of other professors were not very good. Dumbledore, the old man who had been silent for a long time, slowly raised his head, with strong confidence in his eyes, glanced at everyone, and waited for Dumbledore to speak slowly. Take it easy, Minerva. I can't guarantee anything else, but with Voldemort's current state, it will take at least a year to crack the spell I left behind to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore had this confidence. The Philosopher's Stone was put into the Mirror of Erised under the protection of layers of magic spells. Voldemort was just a remnant now, and it was not that easy to take out the Philosopher's Stone. There is no wizard in this world who can easily do this. Except that guy. Dumbledore thought of Sauron in his heart. This mysterious wizard has the ability of transfiguration more superb than him. And to crack the magic that protects the magic stone, transfiguration is the key. From Nagini's intelligence, we can know that Voldemort and Saruman should have had contact. If the worst happens, a chill flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, and if that was the case, as long as he was around, Voldemort couldn't make any waves. My biggest worry is that those former Death Eaters, Dumbledore, there were many Death Eaters who escaped punishment through various means. If they knew that Voldemort got the Philosopher's Stone, even if they would not support it openly, but secretly defected, situation is bound to happen. If they help Voldemort, I think the Philosopher's Stone will be taken out much earlier. Snape used to be a Death Eater, so he knew the Death Eaters very well, and the wobbly guys would definitely rejoin him once they heard that the former Dark Lord was back. Thinking of this, Snape felt resentment in his heart. 583 At first he only thought Quirrell was sent by Voldemort to steal the Philosopher's Stone, so Dumbledore wanted to use him. Snape didn't say anything, but when he learned that Voldemort's remnant was hidden in Quirrell, Snape more than once, Pooh had advised Dumbledore to let him do it directly. But Dumbledore never agreed. All right, now, play off. No matter what, the Philosopher's Stone is indeed in Voldemort's hands. This matter can't be publicized. If the Ministry of Magic knows, Hogwarts will be in chaos. Well, I will meet some old friends later. Don't worry, Voldemort will not survive so easily. Dumbledore looked at the preoccupied professors and smiled slightly. His smile carried a kind of magic, which calmed the nervous emotions of the professors inexplicably. Minerva, Severus, you too, search Quirrell's office carefully. He left in such a hurry. Maybe we can find some clues. Flitwick, you should contact the murals and ghosts in the castle and ask them to be more careful recently to prevent someone from sneaking into the castle and doing bad things. Sprout, can I invite you to the school doctor's office? Please ask MS Nagini to come to my office. I have something to discuss with her. Professor Binns, you go back to rest first. Okay, let's act. Dumbledore clapped his hands and the professors took action one after another. Snape took a deep look at Dumbledore, threw his robes, and hurriedly left. Ugh. After everyone left, Dumbledore sighed and looked at Fawkes not far away. Since the Chant of Light was cast on it, although Fawkes has no nirvana, its vitality has become more and more vigorous. Old friend, am I really wrong this time? But Harry, see Jeb, Dumbledore thought of that prophecy, then shook his head in self-deprecation. I'm still old enough to doubt my decision. Although I don't know how Quirrell discovered the Philosopher's Stone, it's not that easy for Voldemort to be resurrected. Dumbledore opened the drawer and took out a box inside. He opened the box, which contained a magically sealed, ugly, curled-up soul, and Dumbledore looked at the ugly soul and muttered to himself, a Horcrux. How can it be so easy? Tom, everything has a price. Quirrell's office. After Snape and McGonagall entered the office, the lingering smell of garlic made Snape frown, and he opened the window to let in the fresh air outside. From this window the Black Lake was just in sight, and Snape glanced at it and found Ardell and Hermione walking. Professor McGonagall, if you had supported me in the first place and had taken action against Quirrell as soon as possible, these things would not have happened today. 99. I believe in Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall walked over. She also saw Ardell and Hermione, and a soft color flashed in her eyes. Everyone is not omnipotent. Dumbledore has done a good job since he said Quirrell didn't get the Philosopher's Stone so easily. Then I'd like to believe him. Professor McGonagall walked to the desk, looked at Snape, and asked, "There's still time to make up for it, isn't it?" Professor McGonagall said something, took out his wand and tapped it. All the drawers in Quirrell's office were open, and various materials flew out. Snape didn't speak. He turned and searched Quirrell's bookshelf. With the help of magic, the two quickly searched Quirrell's office, but when Snape wanted to leave, Professor McGonagall found something wrong. She looked at a wall for a long time, looked this way, looked that way, still a little undecided, and finally decided to go to Dumbledore. Dumbledore quickly rushed over with Nagini. After learning about the situation from Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore walked to the wall to observe. After about 5 minutes, his face changed slightly. There are traces of transfiguration, a very clever enchantment. Dumbledore took out his wand and waved it, and a wave of light flashed across the wall. With a click, a crack appeared where Dumbledore's wand was pointing, and then as if something was broken, a dark red wooden board suddenly appeared on the wall. This enchantment. Dumbledore's face was a little suspicious because this magical barrier didn't look like Quirrell could make it out. But he didn't think too much at the moment and gently opened the red wooden board to reveal the contents inside. Both McGonagall and Snape were a little surprised, because inside is a very familiar parchment. Gandalf's diary. McGonagall whispered. Dumbledore took out the parchment, opened it and took a closer look. The surprise on his face thickened. If this is Quirrell's thing, then that spider in the Forbidden Forest was Voldemort getting it. Dumbledore quickly read the content on the parchment. When he was in the Forbidden Forest, he learned a little about Shelob from the conversation between Ardell and Shelob, but it was not comprehensive. On this parchment, however, Shelob's origin and history were recorded in detail. Fortunately, when Frodo left Rivendell, the elves presented him with a short knife and a crystal bottle of starlight. Starlight crystal bottle. Dumbledore glanced at Nagini, remembering that Nagini said yesterday that the woman who had healed her curse held a bottle of sparkling stars in her hand. Could it be this thing? And what Gandalf mentioned at the end of his diary, the potion that turns people into animals, the one who betrayed them. Is it Saruman or someone else? Dumbledore pondered for a long time and handed the parchment to Snape and Mag. The two quickly browsed the information on it and both showed different expressions. I don't know what this parchment has to do with Quirrell for the time being. Although his ability is not enough to create such a secret magical enchantment, if there is Voldemort's help, it is not impossible. 39. The spider monster in the Forbidden Forest. Shelob. He knew Saruman. If this thing was brought by Voldemort, what was his purpose? Dumbledore had a headache. His pensive had been filled with a lot of things, and many questions had not been answered, and now new questions have arisen. Let's discuss it at the next Phoenix Society meeting. Dumbledore decided to stop thinking about it. He looked at Snape and said, "Lock off Quirrell's office. Don't let the little wizards in. I have to deal with those directors. A professor suddenly disappeared, and I have to give them an answer." Dumbledore took the parchment from Snape, turned and left the office. Nagini thought about it and left with Professor McGonagall. She didn't teach anyone else, so she planned to ask McGonagall. Snape glanced at the messy office, closed the door, cast a spell to completely seal the place, and left without looking back. Ardell and Hermione walked around the edge of the Black Lake, planning to go back to the castle, when Harry and Ron were leaving Hagrid's cabin. Why doesn't Hagrid believe me? It's obviously Snape. The atmosphere on Harry's face, it was obvious that he didn't get the answer he wanted from Hagrid. Forget it. Let the professors worry, Harry. Let's talk about our defense against the dark arts class on Friday. I can't wait. Ron saw Ardell and Hermione, and he shut his mouth and smiled awkwardly. Harry glanced at Ardell, seemed to have made up his mind, walked to his side, and said in a low voice, "Ardell, I want you to do me a favor. No problem if it's not against the school rules." Ardell nodded, though he couldn't think of anything Harry would ask him to do, but he didn't mind helping him if it wasn't troublesome. Harry's expression was a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth, hesitated a few times, and finally gathered up his courage. "I want you to help me pry open the door to Snape's office." "Are you crazy?" Harry hadn't finished speaking, Ardell hadn't answered, and Hermione had quit. She sneered and looked at Harry as if she were seeing another lunatic. "It's not enough for you to violate the school rules yourself. Do you want to implicate Ardell, to pry into a professor's office? I really don't know how you dare to say such a thing. What the famous Harry Potter? You've already deducted 150 points from Gryffindor. Look what you've been up to lately. Now you want to drag Ardell to do something bad. It's hilarious. Idiot." 35. Hermione scolded Harry angrily, reaching out and grabbing Ardell's sleeve. Harry stood there, his expression a little angry and a little embarrassed. Ron looked at him, then at Hermione, trying to say something for his friend but couldn't open his mouth in the end. That's right, he also felt that Harry was a little unreliable and let Ardell go to Snape's office. Not to mention that Ardell is originally a little snake. It is impossible just based on the relationship between them. They were just ordinary friends who gave each other candy for Christmas. What Harry did was really irrational, but Ron also knew that Harry was really in a hurry. He was in Hagrid's cabin just now. Although they tried hard to convince Hagrid that Snape attacked Professor Quirrell, they still got some news. It was Hagrid who had inadvertently missed the point. This morning, Dumbledore came to him and asked some questions. Because in Dumbledore's vision, Quirrell shouldn't have been so fast passing the three-headed dog. Now Quirrell entered the secret room and found that the Philosopher's Stone was not in the secret room at all, so he found Eris' magic mirror by some means. In the final analysis, the loss of the Philosopher's Stone was caused by Quirrell's early entry into the Chamber of Secrets, and only he and Hagrid knew the method of passing the three-headed dog. So Dumbledore came to Hagrid to find out the situation. Hagrid repeatedly assured that he never told anyone to pass the three-headed dog. In the end, Dumbledore chose to believe Hagrid, and through Dumbledore, Hagrid also guessed that someone must have passed through the trapdoor guarded by Mau Mau, entered the secret room, and he also heard Filch talk about what happened in the castle today. Many professors left the classroom during class, so Hagrid guessed that the Philosopher's Stone had been stolen. And while he was talking to Harry and Ron, Hagrid accidentally said it. That was why Harry was so excited, so anxious. Because he felt that Snape had stolen the Philosopher's Stone, and if action was not taken immediately, Snape would hide the Philosopher's Stone and they would never find out the truth. That's why he wanted to ask Ardle for help. It's just that he didn't expect that before Ardle could speak, he was scolded by the angry Hermione first. Hermione's temper was not so bad, but when it came to Ardle, she didn't know how to get angry. Ardle grabbed Hermione, gave her a reassuring look, then looked at Harry and said, "I'm sorry, Harry. Hermione only cares about me because she doesn't mean to target you. But obviously, I can't agree to your request. As a friend, I also want to persuade you not to call this again. It's an idea, it's not what a good student should do. That said, let's go back first." After talking to Harry, Ardle and Hermione left. Only 2 steps away, Harry and Ron caught up. "I'm sorry, Ardle. My request just now is indeed a bit excessive, and it's not my fault that Hermione said I was too reckless." Harry apologized to the two of them, and Hermione's face brightened a little when he heard him say that. But she doesn't regret her actions. But out of courtesy, she also apologized to Harry. "I thought maybe I should be honest with you, Ardle. You're a friend you can trust." Harry decides to tell Ardle everything, and if Ardle decides to help him after this, then everyone will be happy. If Ardle still doesn't want to, then he'll think of something else. Before school started, Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley, where you and Hermione told Nicole Lemay that day, so I can be sure that the thing in the Chamber of Secrets is the Philosopher's Stone, which Hagrid took out of Gringotts. The Gringotts burglary must have been done by Snape's mates, and the day after Christmas Eve, I found Snape's leg bitten by a three-headed dog. The night of Christmas Eve, I saw him threatening strange Professor Luo. Afterwards, I wore an invisibility cloak for night tours, and I often saw Snape go to the 4th floor, but he didn't know how to pass the three-headed dog. Harry told almost everything that had happened during this time, and Hermione was a little surprised. Obviously, there were many things she didn't know and couldn't believe. Until today, Professor Quirrell disappeared. Hagrid said that the Chamber of Secrets was broken into and the Philosopher's Stone was lost, so the professors were so nervous. Harry observed Ardle and found that there was no special change in his expression and asked anxiously, "Don't you believe me?" Ardle calmly looked at Harry Potter, the boy who survived, the protagonist of the world, and said softly, "I trust you, Harry, but how can you be sure that what you see is real? Besides, you're just a first-year wizard. There are too many people at Hogwarts who are better than you. Seniors, prefects, and even professors and principals. These things are naturally handled by them. What can you do? Flowers, you can't even open a door lock. Why don't you take this time to learn more spells and read more books? I don't understand why you have to take these things as your responsibility." 5 Ardle pointed to the sun in the sky and said, "Every day people die in this world, but the next day the sun will rise. Merlin is the greatest wizard, right? So what? After he died, the earth was still spinning. Similarly, Harry Potter, you are just an ordinary person. Be a student at ease, read books, study, play with friends, and don't think about saving the world. After Ardell finished speaking, no matter what Harry Potter was thinking, he pulled Hermione away. Harry Potter opened his mouth. He was a little unconvinced. He wanted to say that he was Harry Potter, the famous Harry Potter, the boy who survived. But he didn't have the courage. Harry looked at Ron and asked, "Ron, do you think Ardell is right?" Ron didn't speak, nodded subconsciously, and shook his head again. When he first met Harry on the train, he was really excited. But now, after so long, he realized that Harry was just like Ardell said. He was just a normal little wizard. Even the talent is far inferior to Ardell. Okay, I get it. Harry was silent for a moment, then left sadly. Ron was afraid that he would do something stupid, followed behind him, and found that Harry just went back to the bedroom, and then lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. In the Great Hall, Hermione gave Ardell a thumbs up. "You just said so well, Ardell. Harry is just an ordinary person, but he sits every day trying to save the world, and he takes himself too seriously, as if without him the headmaster and the others would fail. Every child has a dream of being a hero." Ardell replied with a smile. He didn't know if his words would affect Harry's future, but he didn't say anything wrong. Save the world. Harry can't handle it. Let Ardell do it himself. "Then do you also have a dream of being a hero?" Hermione asked in a low voice. Ardell looked at her, thinking that he must have a dream of being a devil, but seeing Hermione so serious and cute, he answered seriously, "Maybe one day in the future, I will really become a hero to save the world." Shan. By the afternoon, Hogwarts was back to normal. Ardell went to the course of the history of magic. Quirrell's stealing of the Philosopher's Stone had no influence on Professor Binns. He still continued the course of the previous class and rambled about the goblin riots to the little wizards. Ardell stayed up for half the class, but finally couldn't get through it and fell asleep under Professor Binns' vacuum cleaner-like voice. On the other hand, Dumbledore also left Hogwarts. He first went to see Lucius, because he was the chairman of the Hogwarts Board of Trustees, and Quirrell, as an in-service professor at Hogwarts, disappeared inexplicably. "This matter must be reported to the school board. We'll report." At the same time, Dumbledore also wanted to confirm his guess through Lucius' reaction. After all, the head of the Malfoy family was once a notorious Death Eater, and it was difficult to protect him from Quirrell or Voldemort. "You mean Quirrell disappeared?" Lucius was shocked when he heard the news. He did not know that Quirrell had left Hogwarts. In fact, he hadn't seen Quirrell since the last time he got him a second dragon egg. Did he succeed? Lucius knew that Chi 583 Law was doing things for Voldemort, and he could guess that his target should be the Philosopher's Stone. After all, the Gringotts theft case was so big that it was published in the Daily Prophet. "I know a little bit. Anyone with an inside story can guess." His face was gloomy and uncertain, and Dumbledore, who was opposite him, was drinking hot tea without hesitation. "Then what do you mean by coming to me?" Lucius looked at Dumbledore. He was not very polite to Dumbledore. Although he was the chairman of the board of directors of Hogwarts, Lucius actually didn't like Hogwarts. Because there is not only pure blood, at the beginning, Lucius planned to send Malfoy to Durmstrang to study, because that school only accepted pure blood wizards, but finally gave up for some reason. "You are the chairman of the Hogwarts Board of Trustees, so I have to tell you about the disappearance of the school staff. Also, I plan to hire Ms. Nagini as the professor of the new Defense Against the Dark Arts class." Dumbledore was already convinced that Lucius didn't know where Quirrell had gone, so he wasn't going to waste time. Hiring new faculty. Lucius was about to object when he found that Dumbledore had stood up and left. "Damn it! Damn Dumbledore!" 35 Lucius clenched his cane angrily, wishing he could go up and smash him hard. But of course this is impossible until Dumbledore left. Lucius snorted heavily, snapped his fingers, and shouted, "Dobby, go get me my robe, I'm going to meet some people." "Yes, my lord." 35 Dobby ran to the locker room tremblingly and brought his noble black robe for Lucius. "Dawdling, stupid stuff. Years Lucius took the robe, kicked Dobby away, put on the robe and left. Dobby screamed, got up and rubbed his thighs, squatting his mouth in grievance, hiding in the corner and sobbing. After Lucius left, he secretly went to see several Death Eater wizards who had escaped punishment together, and revealed to them that Quirrell might have obtained the Philosopher's Stone, intentionally or unintentionally. Everyone was shocked and equally apprehensive, and they knew what it meant. This means that the Dark Lord who once brought darkness to the wizarding world is coming back, and those who use the means to escape punishment to avoid being locked in Azkaban may be considered traitors, if that's the case. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The news about the possible return of Lord Voldemort was widely circulated in the circles of the former Death Eaters, and even evolved into many versions in the end. And some people said that Voldemort has been resurrected and so on. However, these rumors were only spread in a small area and did not come to light, and the Ministry of Magic did not even have any news about it. On the contrary, the news that Hogwarts changed the defense against the dark arts professor has caused some people's discussion, because the frequency of the change seems to be too fast this year. It used to be changed every year. This year, only half a semester has passed. Replace Quirrell. Of course, most school managers and parents of students are happy, because they all knew that Quirrell became weird after he went to Romania. The school board thought he was not suitable for teaching, but they never found a suitable reason. This time Quirrell left by himself, which saved them trouble. Dumbledore also contacted the members of the Order of the Phoenix. They have been secretly investigating Quirrell's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Quirrell seemed to have disappeared from this world, and no news came out. It's Friday, and today, Ardell and Hermione have a defense against the dark arts class. Hermione heard a lot of news from other seniors who had already taken classes. It is said that Professor Nagini's teaching style is completely different from Quirrell's, and she is younger, so she is very popular with students. After breakfast, the little wizards of Slytherin and Gryffindor came to the classroom early, except for their first defense against the dark arts class, which was the first time they were looking forward to it. Since the last time Ardell and Harry said those words, Harry has indeed changed a lot. Neville said that Harry did not go out at night or look for his cloak these days. He did not go to class every day. Just going to the library to read or chatting with Ron and his roommates seems to have become a lot more normal, and his attitude towards Ardell and Hermione didn't change much, as if nothing happened that day, and he was still the kind of friend who occasionally said a few words. Squeak! The door to the classroom was pushed open, and Nagini, dressed in a black wizard robe, walked in. It was the first time Ardell had seen her since that meeting in the basement. The wide wizard's robe concealed Nagini's figure, but her long legs were still exposed from time to time. Of course, except for Ardell, the little wizards present were not very interested in these. Good morning, cute little snakes and little lions. Nagini walked to the podium and greeted the little wizards. Good morning, Professor Nagini. The little wizards answered in unison. Nagini had a smile on her face. She liked her life very much, although she felt a little nervous when she took the first class, but now so many days have passed, Nagini completely used to it. For some special reason, I will replace Professor Quirrell in the future to teach you defense against the dark arts. I heard from other little wizards that there seems to be some problems with Professor Quirrell's teaching content. So I'm going to start from scratch and reteach you true defense against the dark arts. 39 Nagini's words excited the little wizards, some of whom even cheered. Defense against the dark arts refers to spells to defend against black magic and some magical creatures. In addition to the spells to protect ourselves, there are also some offensive spells. Today, I'm going to teach you a simple mantra, and its name is Obstruction Mantra. Hearing that Nagini was about to teach the barrier charm, Hermione smiled smugly, because she had already learned the barrier charm, and under the guidance of Ardell, she had been able to perform a quick release. An obstruction charm is a spell that can slow down an opponent's actions, delay an opponent in a duel, or prevent a magical creature from approaching you. And of course, if it is a smaller magical creature, It can directly suspend the opponent's action. 35. Nagini first explained the effect of the obstruction charm and the application scene, and then took out his wand and drew a beautiful arc in midair, with blue-green sparks emerging from it. Its mantra is obstacles. Listen to its cadence and learn from me. Obstacles, obstacles, heavy 1. The shaking of the wrist should be matched with the wand. Under Nagini's explanation, the little wizards were fascinated, and Harry also became interested. After a few tries, he was able to release it easily. Next, I would like to ask my classmates to demonstrate. Then Harry Potter classmates try it. 9. Nagini ended up choosing Harry Potter because Dumbledore and Snape mentioned Harry Potter several times in their dealings with Quirrell and Voldemort. It seemed that Dumbledore had great expectations of him. Nagini originally wanted to choose Ardell, because the intimacy that did not know where she came from made her full of affection for Ardell. But when she saw Ardell's lack of interest and didn't want to disturb him anymore, she felt that Ardell didn't seem to want to be in the limelight, so she searched around the classroom and saw Hermione beside Ardell. At this moment, Hermione was showing a look of eagerness to try. Nagini 4. One feels that this girl seems to have an inexplicable hostility towards her, and she seems to want to teach Harry Potter a lesson. Just you, Miss Hermione Granger. Nagini chose Hermione. A surprise flashed in Hermione's eyes. She stood up suddenly, looked at Harry, and showed a harmless smile on her face. Harry hesitated because Hermione had always been a star in Professor Flitwick's charms class. Except for Ardell, Hermione's talent was the best, and Professor Flitwick praised her in Ardell every class. But the spells class is about the common spells in life, while the defense against the dark arts class is about the spells to be used in a duel. I have mastered the obstacles so quickly this time, and it is not necessarily worse than Hermione. Harry encouraged himself in his heart. He didn't have any idea of competing with Hermione, but it would be too embarrassing for the famous Harry Potter to lose to a girl. He looked at Hermione seriously, took a few steps back, took a deep breath, raised his wand lightly, and then saw a blue-green spark flying towards him. In a trance, the surprised cries of the little wizards and Hermione's voice seemed to be heard in my ears. There are many obstacles. The blue-green light appeared in front of Harry in an instant. Then Harry felt as if he was wrapped in a giant jelly. He wanted to move. He wanted to raise his hand, and with all his strength he could only move a little. It turns out that being hit with an obstacle spell is what it feels like. Harry looked at Hermione. At this time Hermione had returned to her seat with her head held high, and the other little wizards all looked at Harry, and their expressions were different. Harry saw surprise and anxiety in Ron's eyes, concern in Neville's eyes, mockery and indifference in Malfoy's eyes. He wanted to go back to his seat, but as soon as he moved, he saw the other classmates laughing loudly. He knew that because he was under the spell, he would be very slow to move. Maybe I look funny now. It seemed like a year had passed, but in fact it was only a few seconds later. Nagini helped him to lift the spell. Harry finally felt the jelly wrapped around him break. He raised his hand and found that he had recovered normal. "Thank you, Professor Nagini." Harry blushed and thanked Nagini. "It's okay, you've done a great job, it's just that Hermione's spells are more proficient." Nagini consoled Harry as she looked at Hermione and complimented. "Student Hermione, you are very skilled at using the obstruction charm. I think you have practiced it on a regular basis, right?" "Yes, Professor Nagini, this spell. Ardell taught me and helped me practice it many times." Hermione replied that in fact, the spells Ardell helped her practice the most were the multiple blasting spell, the shattering spell, and the shadowless god. The other was Saruman's triple wind blade, and the others were the application of transfiguration. "What Ardell taught you?" Nagini looked at Ardell, and the other little wizards were also very shocked, and they began to discuss in murmurs. Nagini had learned some things about Ardell from Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall said that he had an extremely terrifying talent in magic. Now it seems that Professor McGonagall did not exaggerate. Obstacles are not great magic, but it is not so easy to master and teach others, especially for first-year wizards. Actually, I didn't teach it. Hermione and I just practiced together. The method of learning this spell is described in detail in Miranda's standard spell. Ardal knew that Hermione wanted him to be in the limelight, and although it wasn't what he wanted, he understood Hermione well. Who doesn't want their little boyfriend to be admired and admired by others? Even so, your great Ardal, let me see how far your obstacle mantra has been practiced. If it can cause some trouble for me, I can give you extra points. 99. Hearing Nagini say extra points, Ardal will not be sleepy. He stood up and walked up to Nagini. Nagini didn't prepare much because Ardal was only a first year and he didn't have much magic power, and even hitting her wouldn't cause much damage to her. Let's start when you're ready. Nagini gave the order. Ardal didn't lift his hand, and with a flick of his wand, a blue-green spark flashed past. Curseless spellcasting. Nagini felt himself under the spell almost as soon as he saw the spark, and unlike the giant jelly that Harry felt, Nagini felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire full of glue. After about 3 seconds, the pressure around him disappeared. Nagini looked at Ardal in surprise and applauded involuntarily. I've never seen such a gifted wizard as you. I didn't expect to be able to cast spells without a spell. And Nagini didn't say so because she didn't know if Ardal was willing to reveal his secret. This little wizard's magic power is surprisingly high, basically more than the average 4th or 5th grade wizard. I think you deserve it. 10 points for Slytherin. Clap, clap, clap. Under the leadership of Ardal's #1 fan Hermione and Pansy, the little wizards of Slytherin applauded one after another. Ardal got extra points and returned to his seat happily. Okay. Students, just like what Ardal said, in fact, many spells can be found in standard spells. Students who are interested can learn them in advance, but they must pay attention to safety, preferably accompanied by elders, under the circumstances. In addition, the obstruction spell can be defended by the iron armor spell, or you can hide behind the fixed object, or use the transfiguration technique to change the fixed object in front of you. Of course, it requires strong magical support. Nagini continued to teach the class, and from time to time he would give them some demonstrations, or find some students to interact with, and the emotions of the little wizards were aroused. Throughout the class, apart from Ardal's 10 points, Pansy and Hermione each got 5 points for helping Nagini demonstrate, and Harry got 1 point for answering questions. Everyone was very happy. So that after class, when eating in the auditorium, everyone is still discussing the problems in class. The week of classes is over, and it's time for the weekend. Ardal was going to get into trouble, because after so long, he still hadn't seen the Daily Prophet reporting on Gandalf, and it was clear that Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix's investigation into Gandalf was secret. This is really bad for Gandalf's world acceptance. Friday, late at night. Ardal got out of bed, put on the 1 ring, and left the dormitory amid the purring of Goyle and Crabbe. After reaching Hogsmeade through the passage on the 3rd floor, Ardal apparated 583 outside the Ministry of Magic in London. Since the Christmas Eve attacks, the Ministry of Magic's nighttime security system has been upgraded, with an aura on each floor in addition to the guards on duty. When Ardal entered the lobby of the Ministry of Magic, the guard on duty stopped him. Old friend. Ardal's expression was a little weird, but he didn't expect this person to be on duty this time. Eric Munch obviously didn't expect such a coincidence. This was his first time on duty after Christmas Eve. Unexpectedly, Saruman still came. Munch held up his wand, and fear kept him from speaking completely. Don't be afraid, child. Ardal's voice was very calm with a special magic in it. Munch really quieted down, but he still felt a little scared and his legs were shaking. After all, under the propaganda of the Ministry of Magic, Saruman has become the head of an evil dark wizard. I remember the last time I came, it was Christmas, and I gave you a Christmas tree from the Ministry of Magic, but you obviously misunderstood me and slandered me in the newspapers. So this time, I'm here to do something. Let Fudge come to see me. I'll give him 3 minutes, be a second late, and I'll destroy this place. Raze London to the ground, by the way. Munch was startled by Ardal's words. He didn't know if the other party was joking or if he really had such a terrifying plan. But after all, the other party was a wizard who might be more powerful than Dumbledore, so Munch didn't dare to gamble. "Wait a moment, there is a waiting area over there. You can go and sit for a while," Munch said hurriedly, and then, regardless of whether Ardell went to rest or not, ran to find someone to contact Fudge. Ardell walked to the Magic Brothers sculpture and saw the banner hanging on it. The corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Last time he left a sentence and his name on the sculpture because Dumbledore couldn't erase the writing, so the Daily Prophet reported that Saruman was stronger than Dumbledore. The Ministry of Magic tried hard to erase itself and finally chose the physical method, hanging a banner on the sculpture, covering the words left by Ardell. "Out of sight, out of mind. If I can't see it, it's like I don't." In general, the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic is still good. About 2 minutes after Munch left, Fudge appeared in the fireplace in the hall. Immediately, many other members of the Ministry of Magic also passed through the flue at home. The net came to the Ministry of Magic. This was Fudge's first face-to-face with Ardell, and the first time he saw the real Saruman. He should be a little timid, but after all, being the Minister of Magic, and in the Ministry of Magic, Fudge dared to come to Ardell. "Mr. Saruman, I've come." Fudge's tone was not very good, which is understandable. After all, he was supposed to be sleeping at this time, but he was suddenly awakened, and it was too much trouble to get dressed and come to the Ministry of Magic within 3 minutes. "I heard that Mr. Fudge has wanted me, so I'm here to collect the bounty." Ardell's words made Fudge's eyes jump wildly. He smiled awkwardly and said, "It may be that the staff below made a mistake. Mr. Saruman is a friend of the Ministry of Magic. How can we want you? I'll have someone remove it later." "Just kidding, Minister Fudge. I'm not here to tell you this. Maybe we can go to your office and talk, and you don't want to be in public." Ardell glanced at the more and more magicians nearby, and Fudge thought about it. He actually couldn't wait to call on other magicians to kill the guy in front of him, but Fudge didn't dare to gamble. If he made some strange creatures in the Ministry of Magic and made a mess of the Ministry of Magic, and finally they couldn't catch Saruman's words, then the Ministry of Magic would lose all face. Not only that, but it will completely anger a terrifying great wizard. "That's what I mean, please, Tilda." Fudge glanced at Amelia, the director of the Legal Enforcement Department, who nodded without a trace. Fudge was relieved and led Ardell to his office. After the two entered the office, Amelia began to organize other members of the Ministry of Magic to make arrangements and to let Dumbledore be notified. "I heard that the Christmas tree I sent last time caused some trouble for you, but that was not my intention. I just wanted to send this ent to show you, after all, this is the magic you have never seen before. Biology." Hearing Ardell say that, the smile on Fudge's face was even more embarrassing because of that giant tree protection pot. "That is ent. The Ministry of Magic has not been able to handle it yet. The group of people from the Department of Magical Creatures Management and Control are just trash, and they can't find anything at all, and when Ent wakes up, he will be furious and want to do damage, which also leads to the passage of time. They can only rely on sleepiness all the time. Spell to keep it in a coma. My friend Smeagol, the Hobbit Golem, how is he? I don't want him to die in your Ministry of Magic." Ardell said a lot of nonsense. Fudge was distracted and didn't know what Ardell was going to say. Just when he couldn't wait, there was a knock on the door. "There are guests." Ardell laughed. He stood up and took the initiative to open the door. When he saw the person outside the door, the smile on Ardell's face grew even stronger. As he expected, it was Rita Skeeter, a reporter for the Daily Prophet. There are political enemies of Fudge in the Ministry of Magic, but Ardell, as a wanted man in the Ministry of Magic, can show up here and go to the office for tea with Fudge. What news can make Fudge more shameful than this? Rita was followed by 2 people, as well as some members of the Ministry of Magic, who looked at Fudge apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Minister, we tried our best, but she insisted on rushing in." "Miss Rita is my friend, Minister Fudge. May I invite her in?" Ardell looked at Fudge. Fudge felt an inexplicable pressure. He sighed, nodded, and went back to sit down feebly. "I think I know what you're thinking, Mr. Saruman. Now you can talk about it. What exactly is your late-night visit to the ministry for? 99 Fudge thought that Rita was called by Ardle, and he glanced at Rita helplessly, hoping that this woman would be more reliable when writing the manuscript. Rita originally wanted to interview Ardle for a few words, but for some unknown reason, when Ardle looked at her, Rita felt an incomparably powerful attack, and even made her soul tremble. Looking at the other parties in different eyes, Rita knew that the other party was warning her to do her own job, so Rita was very smart and didn't say anything. Now that Miss Rita is here, then, our conversation can indeed continue. Ardle took a sip of hot tea unhurriedly, put down the cup, stroked the ring of Kai in his hand, and said slowly, "On Christmas Eve, I went to see Dumbledore. He's a good wizard. So I asked him to do something for me, but now it's been almost 2 months. Dumbledore, I didn't get any useful news either. So I'm going to trouble the Ministry of Magic, and you, Miss Rita, I really like your coverage." Rita, who was suddenly named, was shocked, and then she was overjoyed with a smile on her face. "You are really insightful, Mr. Sauron. In fact, I also have some questions to ask you, the Holy White Council." Ardle snorted softly, and Rita's face immediately turned pale. The dark and evil breath of the Lord of the Rings rushed towards Rita. Almost instantly, all kinds of terrifying nightmares appeared in front of Rita's eyes. Fortunately, this breath came and went quickly, but in just a few seconds, Rita was back to normal. But her body was still shaking uncontrollably. Ardle waved his hand, and a soft white light fell on Rita, healing her heart, because he still needed to use her report to ferment this matter. Thank you. This nasty woman has completely surrendered now, and she never dared to have any other thoughts." A layer of cold sweat appeared on Fudge's forehead on the opposite side, and that feeling just now. The serious wizard in front of him seemed to be transformed into a demon in an instant. Sure enough, it really is a dark wizard. Fudge swallowed, took a sip from the teacup, then looked at Ardle and said, You go on. I hope the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet can use their power to help me find the trace of a friend. His name is Gandalf, and he may be wearing a gray robe or a white robe. After all, it's been too long, I don't know what he looks like now. A portrait suddenly appeared in front of Ardle, and it was the appearance of Gandalf. What makes Fudge and Rita curious is that this Gandalf is not holding a wand, but holding Lai Kaienhao, a long sword that looks very sharp. But after what happened just now, they obviously wouldn't be stupid enough to ask why, but Rita raised her hand hesitantly. Ardle glanced at her and nodded, indicating that she could speak. Rita breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, "Is this Mr. Gandalf the one who created the area of light magic?" "It's him. It's because that magic appeared at Hogwarts that I went to Dumbledore, hoping he could find the trace of Gandalf, but unfortunately he didn't find any. The trace of Gandalf is difficult to find. If it was before, it would be fine, but now the time is too late. The darkness is about to come again, so the search for Gandalf must be done as soon as possible." A look of nostalgia appeared on Ardle's face at the right time. He seemed to recall it before continuing. Gandalf is a great wizard, a hero who saves the world if he can't be found. Ardle looked at Fudge with a strange look in his eyes, and the demagogic power of the Lord of the Rings quietly activated and said slowly, "If you can't find him, this world will be shrouded in the shadow of Mordor. There will never be a peaceful day." Fang. Neither Fudge nor Rita spoke, and for some unknown reason, when they heard these words again, an unspeakable sense of terror rose up in their hearts. Even in his mind, the same picture appeared involuntarily. On the top of the volcano, shrouded in cloudy clouds, a tower made of steel poured into the sky, and at the top of the tower, an incomparably huge evil eye was watching the world. "What?" Rita let out a scream, and the quill that was recording automatically seemed to lose its strength and fell from the air. Fudge wiped the sweat from his forehead and then kept rubbing his palm. Inside the minister's office, a cloud seemed to be shrouded in it. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door again, and Fudge hurriedly stood up and ran to open the door. Outside the door are Amelia and Dumbledore. "Oh, Dumbledore, you are finally here." Seeing Dumbledore, Fudge was in a much better mood. Although it still seemed like something was pressing on his head, at least he could breathe now. Dumbledore saw Saruman in the office. His eyes flashed, but his face did not change. He walked into the office and sat diagonally opposite Ardal. "Sage Saruman, I didn't expect to see you here." "Yeah, what a coincidence, ha ha ha. I had an appointment with Dumbledore to discuss something." Fudge, who had closed the door, stepped up to smooth things out, and the corner of Dumbledore's eyes twitched. Everyone knows what the truth is, and no one will say it, and Fuji's practice of not having 300 taels of silver here is really a bit insane. Of course, Dumbledore didn't know what Fudge had just experienced. His fear of Saruman can be said to have reached its peak now, for fear that he would be a little unhappy. Ardal ignored Fudge, looked at Dumbledore and smiled. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I just happened to be looking for you. Now that you are here at 583, it saves me a lot of effort." Dumbledore pondered thoughtfully. He saw Rita sitting on the other side, but he didn't greet her or say anything. This woman caused him a lot of trouble in the newspaper. Although Dumbledore thought she was very talented, he didn't like the way she maliciously exaggerated and attracted attention. Fudge returned to his seat and sat down. Seeing that Ardal and Dumbledore did not speak, he coughed and asked, "Mr. Saruman, what's the basis for what you just said?" "My words are the basis. Don't question a wise man because his words are the truth." Ardal answered proudly, looking at Dumbledore and saying, "Headmaster Dumbledore, with regard to Gandalf, I have entrusted Minister Fudge and Lady Rita to help because I feel that your approach is too conservative, and I am really disappointed. Let them find it." Dumbledore's face finally changed obviously. He was a little surprised and puzzled. "If that's the case, I'm afraid everyone will know it, and then, at that time, the entire wizarding world must be in chaos." Dumbledore did not want the wizarding world to become chaotic, which would not only create panic, but also lead to a large number of wizards taking advantage of the turbulent waters to fish and do some bad things. It's best if everyone knows it so that all the forces can be united. Ardal interrupted Dumbledore, who smiled disdainfully. "Don't think of Sauron as someone like Voldemort. Voldemort is just a little mouse, but most of you dare not even mention his name. If that's the case, when Sauron is resurrected, I'm afraid you will think of the name will be directly scared to death." Ardal made no attempt to hide his disdain and ridicule. "In fact, it is true, is Voldemort very powerful, the second generation of the Dark Lord. When Voldemort's power was at its peak, he only controlled the British Ministry of Magic, and even the whole of Europe could not control it. As for the beautiful country far away, when he talked to the wizards there, the other party would only smile lightly. Oh, you mean him. He seems to be a very powerful dark wizard. I heard that he can make trouble. 35 Grindelwald is much stronger than Voldemort, and they have at least influenced the world." "Dumbledore, I said that once Sauron is resurrected, the entire world and the entire human civilization will be destroyed, so don't investigate in secret. Otherwise, when you find Gandalf, the shadow of Mordor has already been completely descended." Ardal's words made Dumbledore silent. Judging from all the information he knew, Ardal did not lie to him. Sauron seemed to be really terrifying. He had a deep understanding of this in Gollum's memory and in Gandalf's diary. But Dumbledore really has too many things to figure out. Why is Sauron resurrected? When will he be resurrected? Where is he now? What are Saruman and the others doing? Dumbledore didn't want to make things known until he figured them out. "Saruman, I know maybe you're not exaggerating, but our messages are not equal, and if you really want to be able to unite all forces, then tell us everything you know." 99 Dumbledore said this, and he raised his hand. "I can hold a meeting as president of the International Federation of Wizards, bringing together the ministers of magic and the members of the Federation from all over the world." Dumbledore's influence in the wizarding world is very large. He is the president of the International Federation of Wizards. Wizards in other countries may not know who Fudge is, but they must know who Dumbledore is. It's like most people don't know who the head of government in Germany is, but he must know Einstein. The reason why Ardal attacked the Ministry of Magic as Saruman was widely circulated in the wizarding world. not only because it was the worst attack on the Ministry of Magic in recent years. The most important reason was Dumbledore's that sentence. He's better at transfiguration than I am. Under the coverage of Rita, the gold reporter of the Daily Prophet, this sentence was hyped and tampered with to say that he is stronger than me. He is much stronger than me. See, Jeb, because of this, the Daily Prophet's report was spread wildly in various countries, and it had a huge impact on the wizarding world in a short period of time, resulting in Saruman's world acceptance directly reaching the standard. Ardell wanted Dumbledore to find Gandalf at the time, but also wanted to use his influence. However, he did not expect that he had made Sauron's threat so serious. Dumbledore still only let people secretly investigate. He obviously paid more attention to the growth of Voldemort and Harry. However, this is also related to the fact that Dumbledore knows too little information. If Ardell tells Dumbledore that Sauron will be resurrected in half a year, even if Dumbledore does not want to believe it, he may take a more radical approach. Through the International Confederation of Wizards, Ardell pondered for a while, but this was a good way to expand his influence. His own plan was to spread the names of Gandalf and Sauron throughout the wizarding world, through the huge reports of the British Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet. This method can only ensure that the news spreads quickly in the British Wizarding Circle, and the International Wizarding Circle is not necessarily. What do you want to know? Ardell looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore hesitated and said, "Everything. I want to know everything about Sauron, Gandalf, the White Council, and you." Ardell smiled. Obviously, he couldn't possibly agree, and I told you all the shit. If he told everything, the biggest possibility is that Dumbledore took the lead to block the news, and the International Federation of Wizards and the Ministry of Magic of various countries would also block the news. How could Ardell fight against them alone? Even if he blows up Azkaban, the Ministry of Magic will depend on Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Maybe even issue an official statement to refute the rumor, and then act only on a small scale. It's impossible. It's not that I don't want to, but I'm limited in many ways. I can't tell you more information, so it's all up to you to find clues. 99, if you can find Gandalf, Sauron's threat will be half solved. Ardell rejected Dumbledore. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with regret. He nodded and did not speak. So, Minister Fudge, act as soon as possible, and MS. Rita, I hope to see the Daily Prophet's report on Gandalf in the near future. Let more people join in and provide clues about him. I can already feel it. The Doomsday Volcano is about to move, and the end of the era has appeared. Ardell stood up, looked towards the south, and seemed to be muttering to himself. Not long ago, the breath of the Balrog appeared in the south. It is something that is countless times stronger than the Ogre and Ent, and the Balrog has appeared, which proves that there is no more time to talk. Fudge and Rita looked puzzled. They didn't know what Balrog was. About the Balrog, you can ask Principal Dumbledore. They have sealed the Balrog, and it will not run out to make trouble for at least half a year. But if you want to be safe, it is best to call more people. Go and strengthen the seal. Don't think about killing it unless you're willing to pay a terrible price. Ardell threw the blame on Dumbledore. He thought about it, and decided to make the wizarding world a little more chaotic, so he said, "Headmaster Dumbledore, Voldemort is nothing but a minor character. Although he stole the Philosopher's Stone, it's no big deal even if he's resurrected. You'd better spend more energy on other things. With all that said, I wish you a nice night." After Ardell finished speaking, he got up and left, and Fudge and Rita hadn't digested what Ardell had just said. What's the meaning? What is it that Voldemort stole the Philosopher's Stone? What is Voldemort's resurrection? Rita came back to her senses, and the quill pen was writing frantically, and she was about to draw sparks on the notebook. She looked at Dumbledore and asked, "Headmaster Dumbledore, is what Mr. Saruman said just now true? Voldemort stole the Philosopher's Stone. If I remember correctly, the Philosopher's Stone should be at Hogwarts. Does that mean Voldemort infiltrated Hogwarts and took the Philosopher's Stone right under your nose? Do you have anything to explain to the wizarding world? I heard that Voldemort was once your student. Do you still have?" Here we go again. Dumbledore didn't want to answer Rita, but looked at Fudge. Under the reporter's questioning, Headmaster Dumbledore fled. It can be seen that he was avoiding answering the reporter's question. This can't help but remind people of whether there is another hidden story in the case of the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. According to people familiar with the matter, if the mysterious man is returning, the biggest beneficiary may be Dumbledore. Dumbledore took a deep breath, trying to hold back his anger as Rita took care of her own writer's manuscript. At this time, Fudge also woke up from his chaotic thoughts. He looked at Dumbledore, and then at the unpleasant Rita and ordered the expulsion. Ms. Rita, Dumbledore and I still have some matters to discuss, so I won't send you. Also, I don't want to see anything bad for the Ministry of Magic in tomorrow's Daily Prophet, and about Voldemort, no reports either. Otherwise, I'll go to your editor-in-chief myself. Rita opened her mouth and finally snorted. She knew that her last report had made Fudge very embarrassed. For this reason, Fudge had gone to the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, but because Rita's report was very popular at the time, the editor-in-chief did not treat her well. However, he still vaguely reminded her that, although it was suppressed this time, don't overdo it next time. After all, the Daily Prophet can't afford to offend the Ministry of Magic. But as for whether it will be reported, it depends on how they negotiate in the end. Rita picked up the portrait left by Ardell on the table and asked, "And what about the report on Gandalf? Mr. Saruman made us cooperate. Just send out a normal tracing report. The Ministry of Magic will issue a reward, and any clues about Gandalf will be rewarded. If someone can provide Mr. Gandalf's address, the Ministry of Magic will apply to Sir Merlin for the Order of the Third Class for him." 99. As for what Saruman said about Sauron, I have briefly reported, but it must be specially marked. This is not a statement from the Ministry of Magic. We don't have any evidence, it's just Saruman's personal remarks. Fudge threatened Rita, who rolled her eyes and turned away. After Rita left, Fudge looked at Dumbledore with a wry smile. Did Voldemort really steal the Philosopher's Stone? That's right. It's true. You should know that Hogwarts changed the defense against the dark arts professor. The former Professor Quirrell, he was Voldemort's. Dumbledore didn't hide it because he knew he couldn't hide it. Now that Saruman has spoken out about this matter, let's just take this opportunity and let the Ministry of Magic prepare. Ugh. Fudge seemed 10 years older for a moment. No matter how terrifying Sauron was in Saruman's mouth, he had never experienced it, and although Voldemort is a small character in Saruman's mouth, Fudge actually came under Voldemort's terrorist activities. Then what shall we do? Fudge asked Dumbledore that the Minister of Magic was panicking. I think we need to block the news of Voldemort, or the world will be in chaos. Fudge was obsessed with blocking the news. He finally picked up the opportunity to become Minister of Magic from Barty Crouch. Now he has only been doing it for a year and this happened. You want him to step down? No, take it easy, man. Dumbledore saw that Fudge was nervous and he reassured him. Actually, it's not that bad. The Philosopher's Stone was sealed by me in a special way. Voldemort's condition is not good. He wants to get the Philosopher's Stone. More time. 9. Hearing Dumbledore say this, Fudge was completely relieved. Then we will take advantage of this time to secretly search. We must find where Quirrell is hiding and retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Does Mr. Nicole Lemay have any special way to find the location of the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore shook his head and said quite distressedly, Unfortunately, there were originally, but the Philosopher's Stone was sealed by me, and he can't find it now. The Order of the Phoenix had been searching for Quirrell with all their might, but he seemed to have evaporated, and there was no news at all. Dumbledore suspected that he might have left England, perhaps to Romania, or Italy, or even Europe. It will always be found, it will always be found. Fudge muttered and asked again, What about Saruman, what he said? I know you should have more information than me, Dumbledore. Tell me, is the situation as serious as he says? Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then nodded. I think so. Old friend, from the information I got, there is indeed a guy named Sauron. I don't know his identity, but it should be Voldemort, or something more evil than him. The Lord of the Rings, that is what Sauron created. I don't know how powerful he is and how many evil wizards he has, but in short, there should be many people working for him. Although these people have never appeared but the same. The hobbit, the troll, the ent, the balrog, and the spider in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, haven't they appeared before? So it means at some point they will suddenly appear. Fudge's face turned ugly again. Knowing that so many difficult things would happen, he might as well not be the Minister of Magic in the first place. Then do we have to explain to the others, as Saruman wishes? You dealt with it very well just now. For the time being, only the news of Gandalf is disclosed. As for Sauron's affairs, there are still too many doubts. We will treat him as a rumor and let the wizarding world get used to it and wait for him. Really appeared or his subordinates did appear. Let's talk about it. 95, although Dumbledore told Fudge this way, he had already planned to select some suitable people to join the Order of the Phoenix. Fudge thought about it, and it seemed that was the only way. The two discussed a lot of things again, and it was not until early in the morning that Dumbledore left the Ministry of Magic. Ask for flowers. At this time, Ardle had come to northern Norway, an island in the Arctic Ocean. Ardle didn't expect Quirrell to be able to run like that. When he checked Quirrell's position through the Issel Spar, Ardle was shocked. This guy even went to the Arctic Ocean and became neighbors with fishermen. Looking at the slightly dilapidated village in front of him, Ardle walked to the door of one of the houses and knocked lightly on the door. After a long time, a voice came from inside and the door was opened, revealing Quirrell's face. Who? Mr. Saruman. Quirrell, who was sleepy at first, immediately widened his eyes, looking at Ardle nervously and excitedly. Why are you here? Quirrell asked in surprise, then quickly explained. I'm not questioning you. As a wise man, a prophet, you naturally know that I am hiding here. I mean, what is the matter with you coming to me? Quirrell stepped aside and invited Ardle into the house. Ardle looked at it. It was a very ordinary village house, and there were a lot of Muggle supplies and fishing utensils in it. Not wanting to attract anyone's attention, Quirrell didn't kill the original Muggle owner. He just controlled him with the Imperius and made him live in another room. In the middle of the room, there is a huge mirror. It is the mirror of Erised. Ardle turned around, glanced at Quirrell, who was worried, and asked, Quirrell, do you want the Philosopher's Stone? I can help you. When Quirrell heard the words, his whole body trembled in surprise. There was a strong desire in his eyes. He looked at Ardle and said excitedly, Mr. Saruman, will you help me? Quirrell was so happy. If Saruman could help him, he wouldn't need to hide in this cold and shabby place. He was afraid every day, not only to study this strange mirror, but also to be afraid of being discovered by Dumbledore's people. Mr. Saruman, what a nice guy. Then, what do you want me to do? Quirrell knew very well that there would be no pie in the world, and that there was no free lunch in the world, so he knew very well that the other party must do something by himself before he came here to find him from thousands of miles away. Let Voldemort talk to me, Ardle said lightly. Quirrell nodded, carefully removed his turban, and after a brief conversation with Voldemort, he turned around. Saruman. Voldemort's state at this time is even worse. One is because he has no unicorn blood, and the other is because of Nagini. And because of Nagini, Voldemort looked at Ardle with anger and vague fear in his eyes. What do you want to talk to me about? Voldemort asked in a hoarse voice. Ardle's mouth curled into a smile, his majestic eyes glanced at Voldemort, and he said softly, You want me to be your servant? Voldemort froze for a moment, then laughed ho-ho. Saruman, you are powerful, but want me to be your servant, you are not enough. Voldemort suddenly shouted hysterically, and he stared at Ardle viciously. Growled, No one is above me. Dumbledore can't, neither can you, no one. Ardle looked at him calmly, without any fluctuations in his expression. Of course he knew Voldemort. Proud, conceited, cruel at the same time, very sinister and cunning. Dumbledore said that Voldemort was the smartest student he had ever met during his time at Hogwarts. Of course, that was referring to Voldemort when he was young. Later, Voldemort split his soul in order to create a Horcrux, causing him to become a lot stupid. But despite this, Voldemort's 587 demon's pride has not changed in the slightest. He always believes that he is the most qualified to be above everyone, and only he is qualified to rule this world and make the whole world surrender. Of course, Voldemort also had one of his greatest weaknesses. That is his desire for eternal life. To this end, he even made a large number of Horcruxes to make himself look like a ghost or a ghost. Unfortunately, Tom, you don't understand. After Voldemort finished shouting, Ardal continued calmly. You think Muggles are pitiful. The world in their eyes is shielded and they will never see the truth of the world. So, do you think what you see is the truth? 35 Muggles are to wizards as wizards are to me, just as you are to me. You think that no one can surpass you, but unfortunately I am above you, above the entire wizarding world, above all beings. Ardal's voice wasn't very exciting, he just calmly narrated a fact. Voldemort didn't move. Quirrell controlled his body so that he didn't go limp. Officially introduce, I, Saruman in the white robe, the wise man who walks in the world, the immortal Maya. Tom, the immortality you are striving for to me is just a talent acquired at the time of birth. The power and power you've been chasing are, to me, nothing but toys at your fingertips. I've been alive for a long time, and time has lost its meaning to me. Ardal chuckled softly when he saw the strong suspicion in Voldemort's eyes. I know you may not believe it, but you will know one day. There is a hobbit named Gollum in the confinement room of the Ministry of Magic. You can search his memory and you will know what I said. Not false. Under the Congo Basin in Africa, there is a sleeping Balrog, which is also an immortal existence. If you can subdue it and check his memory, then you will find out what the world really looks like. You'll know how big the world is, how mysterious. Ardal turned, stretched out his wand and swiped across the mirror of Arised, and after a crackling sound, a thick mist flew out of the mirror. Ardal scratched in the smoke behind him, and when he retracted his hand, the Philosopher's Stone had already appeared in his hand. The spell that Dumbledore used to seal the Philosopher's Stone was completely broken by him in just a few seconds. As far as transfiguration is concerned, Ardal has reached the pinnacle of this world, the pinnacle of no one before and no one coming. Magic Stone. Voldemort's mouth let out a longing exclamation, and Ardal played with the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, which did have a strange power, but it didn't appeal to him much. It's just a broken stone. Even without this stone, I can restore you to your peak state. Ardal looked at Voldemort. An inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. His eyes crossed Quirrell's figure, looked south, and looked in the direction of London. Dumbledore. He's coming. Remember what I just said, Tom. If you want to gain more power, if you want to get rid of your humble status, if you want to be truly immortal instead of living like this, if you don't want to be a frog in a well, do things for me, you can get all this. Ardal put the Philosopher's Stone on the table next to him and turned to leave. When he was at the door, he paused slightly and said, think about it. 35. After saying this, Ardal cast Apparate. Voldemort was silent for a while before letting Quirrell, who was already shocked and inexplicable, pick up the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell, make me an elixir as soon as possible. I'm going to the Ministry of Magic to see if what that guy said is true. But whether what he said is true or not, with the Philosopher's Stone, I will come back again, make the world tremble, and make the world surrender at my feet. Ho 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 ho. Amid Voldemort's cheerful laughter, the Philosopher's Stone in Quirrell's hand suddenly flew out. At the door of the hut, Dumbledore looked at the Philosopher's Stone in surprise, and then smiled. Fortunately, we arrived. Dumbledore looked at Quirrell with a smile and said, Quello, Tom. Meet again. Quirrell stared blankly at Dumbledore, and in the back of his head, Voldemort growled incompetently. Dumbledore, damn it, give me back the Philosopher's Stone. I'm curious, how did you break the seal I left? Dumbledore looked at Quirrell with a flash of inquiry in his eyes. Fortunately, however, the seal of the Philosopher's Stone was broken. When he left the Ministry of Magic, he had planned to return to Hogwarts directly, but suddenly felt that the seal he had left on the Philosopher's Stone had been violently destroyed. Without thinking much, Dumbledore directly cast Apparition, and through the induction between magic he came to Norway. Then, seeing Quirrell holding the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort laughed wildly in the back of his head. So, even a little funny to say, Dumbledore took one back without any effort and took back the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore. Voldemort shouted through gritted teeth, and Dumbledore took out his wand. No, Headmaster Dumbledore, I advise you better not to do this. Quirrell's face showed a ferocious look, and he said viciously, I've cast spells on the Muggles around me, and if anything happens to me, they'll all be buried with me. Let me and my master go away. Dumbledore, or you're the one who murdered hundreds of muggles." Dumbledore hesitated. He didn't know whether Quirrell was telling the truth or not, but in Voldemort's mind it was probably true, so he didn't dare to gamble. Looking at the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, Dumbledore thought about it and sighed. "Tom Quirrell, this is the last time I'll let you go. Don't do bad things again, or no one can save you." Dumbledore left. He took the Philosopher's Stone and the Mirror of Eris. Not only that, but he also found the invisibility cloak that Quirrell had placed on the table, so he took the invisibility cloak away as well. Quirrell's body slumped and fell to the ground. This night his mood changed from great joy to great sadness, and his spirit was a bit unsupportable. "Master, Quirrell thought of Voldemort in the back of his head at this time. He was a little scared because he was useless to Voldemort in case he killed himself in a rage. "Go hunt the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts and in Liguria, Italy, and find the unicorns." Then, Voldemort didn't finish speaking. He had no strength, not only Quirrell. Voldemort also experienced great joy and great sadness, and Ardle's words could make his mind shake. His remnant soul had no more power. "Yes, yes," Quirrell replied, feeling that Voldemort had fallen into a deep sleep. He was relieved and rested for a while. Quirrell sat up and packed his things and left the island. Dumbledore should not have been brought by Mr. Saruman. He didn't have to do it. Mr. Saruman must have broken the seal of the Philosopher's Stone, so 26 was noticed by Dumbledore. As expected of Dumbledore, the means are really unpredictable. Quirrell felt a little emotional now that all his efforts were in vain, and he returned to the original starting point. He still went to find the trace of the unicorn. Hogwarts. Quirrell was afraid to go, so he decided to try his luck in Italy. It's just that unicorns are too rare, and he doesn't know how long it will take him to find them, and even if he finds them, he will have to bear the curse of murdering unicorns. Mr. Saruman said that even without the Philosopher's Stone, he can heal the Master. It's a pity that the Master is not willing to do things for Mr. Saruman otherwise. Quirrell sighed regretfully. If Voldemort could surrender to Saruman, he would be a lot easier, and Quirrell felt that what Saruman said was true. He even dared to let Voldemort verify his words. If that's the case, what if Voldemort submits to Saruman? Mighty power, eternal life. If I surrender Saruman? Quirrell suddenly had this thought in his heart. The reason why he chose Voldemort at the beginning was because Voldemort had promised him a lot, but none of them were as tempting as Saruman said. But Quirrell also knew that he was not Voldemort, and it seemed that Saruman was not worthy of him. Hogwarts in the Slytherin bedroom. Ardle put away the Ithil crystal and lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. Dumbledore took the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort's threat was minimized, and then he could go to check on Gandalf with all his heart. 99. When Voldemort wakes up from his slumber, he will most likely choose me. At that time, the whole world should be talking about Gandalf, and he will know that I didn't lie to him, and that he lost the Philosopher's Stone. He has painted so many flat cakes, and I am his best choice. Ardle knew that Voldemort couldn't really surrender to him, let alone sign a contract with him, but it didn't matter. He just wanted to use Voldemort. Although Ardle doesn't like him, it is undeniable that in this part of the British wizarding world, Voldemort's name is still useful. At that time, it is only necessary to let Voldemort hold high the banner of Sauron's servants, and the fear of Sauron in the British magic circle will reach its peak in an instant. There's nothing special to do next. Find a way to make more plot points. The big snake in the secret room. Let's see if we can conquer it through Nagini. After all, it's a magical creature with the Eye of Death. Used to create panic, it could not be better. Dazed, Ardle fell asleep. Fortunately, today is Saturday, so Ardle can sleep a little longer. Otherwise, it would be too sad to wake up at 5 and 7. At 11 o'clock, Ardle woke up from his sleep. When he woke up, he found Malfoy sitting on the sofa not far away, staring at his bed in a daze. "Malfoy, what are you looking at?" Ardle got out of bed and asked Malfoy. "Oh, thank goodness you finally woke up." Malfoy let out a sigh, stood up and said to Ardle, "Hermione has been waiting for you in the basement for a long time. She said you didn't go to breakfast and you haven't shown up, so he was worried and asked me to come back. But you know you've done magic by the bed. I can't come near, Malfoy explained it, and Ardell understood. She overslept herself and Hermione didn't see him, so she was worried, so Malfoy came to see him. Thank you, Ardell and Malfoy said their thanks, then changed out of their pajamas. It's okay. Well, I mean, it's as it should be. 35 Malfoy replied that he didn't know why, but Ardell's gratitude made him very happy, and if his father knew about it, he would have been treated badly. Ardell got dressed and left the dormitory, seeing Hermione in the basement outside the Slytherin lounge. Hermione was not reading. She had been staring at the entrance to the Slytherin lounge. Ardell, you finally showed up. Are you sick? When Hermione saw Ardell appear, she hurried over. Ardell felt warm in his heart. He reached out and touched Hermione's head. It's all right. I tested a magic last night and my mental power was a little too exhausted, so I didn't get up this morning. I'm sorry for letting you down. It's fine if you don't get sick. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled nonchalantly and said, Don't try such dangerous magic in the future. What if you get hurt? You didn't eat anything in the morning, so you must be hungry now. Hermione looked at the time. It was past 11 o'clock. It's time for lunch. Let's go to the auditorium. You can have some snacks first. Hermione said, pulling up Ardell and walking towards the first floor. Today is Saturday, and most of the little wizards from the 3rd grade and above have gone to Hogsmeade, so the auditorium will be less crowded than usual. 587 Ardell and Hermione found a place to do it and asked for a few pieces of fruit pudding. Something strange happened this morning. Hermione spoke to Ardell mysteriously. Harry's invisibility cloak, which he thought was stolen by Professor Snape, was said to have inexplicably turned up beside his bed this morning. Also, the ban on the 4th floor has been lifted. Harry said that the 3-headed dog has been sent away and it has become normal there. And the Daily Prophet ran a piece of news about Headmaster Dumbledore, about the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione took out a copy of today's Daily Prophet from her bag. Ardell glanced at it and the front page was a picture of Dumbledore. The title is Dumbledore, Sinner of the Wizarding World. It seems that Rita, or the Daily Prophet, chose to report on Voldemort. Fudge has just been appointed Minister of Magic for a year and has yet to control the Daily Prophet. Of course, it is not ruled out that this is the handwriting of his political enemies. Ardell remembered that in the original book, Voldemort had been resurrected, but Fudge ignored Dumbledore and all kinds of evidence, and let the Daily Prophet publish rumors against Dumbledore, and the Daily Prophet completely obeyed Fudge's orders. But at that time, he had been in office for 4 or 5 years, and his control over the Ministry of Magic was completely incomparable. But Dumbledore has taken back the Philosopher's Stone. Ardell gave an odd smile. With such a big oolong, the Daily Prophet is afraid that it will be out of the circle. If Ardell hadn't helped Dumbledore get back the Philosopher's Stone last night, today's article by Rita would indeed cause a lot of trouble for Dumbledore and Minister Fudge. But now, Rita was done, and so was the Ministry of Magic official who was behind her. But what does that have to do with Ardell? Dumbledore solved Voldemort's problems before he could focus on Gandalf wholeheartedly. It can only be said that their lives are not good. Hermione noticed Ardell's odd smile and felt as if he knew something, so she asked quietly, Ardell, do you think this is true? It should be true. Didn't Harry say before that the Philosopher's Stone in the Chamber of Secrets was stolen? He suspects that Professor Snape did it. Maybe he was half right. The Philosopher's Stone was indeed stolen, but with Snape, Professor Nap doesn't matter. Hearing Ardell's answer, Hermione panicked. Doesn't that mean what's in the newspapers is true? Is the man of the mysterious man who stole the Philosopher's Stone? 35 Hermione has read many books, and in many books about modern wizards, they have mentioned the deeds of the mysterious man and Voldemort. They say that Voldemort is the most evil and terrifying dark wizard in this century. He has done many terrible things. The Wizarding War has created the darkest and most turbulent decade in the wizarding world. If the mysterious man is really resurrected, as the newspaper said. Hermione shuddered, thinking of the words and photos recorded in the book, The Evil Death Eaters, the terrifying dark mark. That has nothing to do with us. Even if Voldemort is resurrected, he would not dare to come to Hogwarts. He is afraid of Headmaster Dumbledore. So, you can rest assured, and it is not certain that he can be resurrected. I think the Headmaster will not let this go on like this. We have to trust Headmaster Dumbledore, trust Hogwarts. At this moment, Ardle turned into the #1 defender of Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall, who passed by not far away, heard his words, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. At this time, Professor McGonagall was in a very relaxed mood because she already knew that Dumbledore had retrieved the Philosopher's Stone. Now Dumbledore is in the office dealing with the trustees. After seeing the front page of the Daily Prophet, Lucius, who was well prepared, quickly united with the other school administrators and came to Hogwarts in person to put pressure on Dumbledore to let him resign as headmaster. But unfortunately, they still came a step late, and Lucius even had to resign as chairman of the school board because of his recklessness and aggressiveness. In the afternoon, Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler, came to Hogwarts to conduct an exclusive interview with Dumbledore. Of course, the visit was facilitated by Fudge's arrangement. At this time, Fudge already knew about Dumbledore's return of the Philosopher's Stone, which made Fudge, who had been desperate, come back to life immediately. So he quickly arranged this counterattack. In order for the Quibbler to interview Dumbledore, Fudge also promised Lovegood that he would go to the Ministry of Magic to film Ent and the Hobbit. Early the next morning, the latest version of the Quibbler was released. It has to be said that Fudge's counterattack is effective. Although the Quibbler is not mainstream, it is very popular in the magic world, and its best-selling level is even much higher than that of the Daily Prophet. In time, the news of the theft of the Philosopher's Stone and the return of the mysterious man was confirmed to be a rumor. And Rita, the reporter of the article Dumbledore, Sinner of the Wizarding World, was also considered to be maliciously causing panic, and was arrested by the Ministry of Magic's Law Enforcement Division for spreading dangerous speech. Dozens of angry wizards are said to have stormed the Daily Prophet's building, beating the editor-in-chief who was in charge of publishing the paper that day. Play, don't make fun of Voldemort. For the British wizarding world, Voldemort is a taboo that cannot be mentioned. Fudge showed a tough stance on the matter, and after a secret interrogation, Fudge learned about the man behind Rita. After that, Rita was sentenced to Azkaban, and Fudge no longer had any goodwill for this reporter who tried to bring him down. The editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet also resigned as a result, and the new editor-in-chief is said to have an extraordinary friendship with Fudge. After the Daily Prophet Oolong incident, a new article published in the Daily Prophet once again ignited the entire wizarding world. The reason is that the Daily Prophet published a missing person revelation. Gandalf, the name is familiar to many wizards. It is said that he is the creator of the Area of Light magic. Since Dumbledore donated the Area of Light to the magical hospitals of various countries, this spell has cured many wizards. So everyone is full of gratitude to Gandalf and Dumbledore. Below this revelation, there are also two photos. One is the portrait of Gandalf left by Ardle, and the other is the first parchment made by Ardle, which is the record obtained by Dumbledore, a parchment for the magic of Area of Light. Yes, Dumbledore decided to start looking for Gandalf too, so he took out the parchment. Now that Voldemort's worries have been temporarily resolved, Quirrell has left the school, and Dumbledore can only suspend his plans for Harry. And Saruman's behavior also made Dumbledore realize that the matter of Gandalf and Sauron is imminent, so he has planned to slowly let the magic world know the truth. At first, most people were skeptical of this parchment. After all, they haven't seen trolls, they haven't seen Balrogs, they haven't seen Gandalf in any other records, only a magic like Area of Light. But when the famous magical zoologist Newt Scamander released the troll corpse and the record of the existence of the Balrog in the following interview, the whole wizarding world boiled. It's all true together. So what is written on the parchment that even Gandalf could not resist the temptation to destroy? Who was the devil who feared Gandalf and intended to destroy the world? This piece of history, which is thought to be erased by man, has aroused the interest of many experts and scholars, and they Lai Qianzhao even came to Hogwarts in a group to observe the scroll of parchment in person. Of course, more wizards are not interested in history, they care about Gandalf's treasure. In this way, an upsurge that swept the international wizarding world started. In a short period of time, Gandalf's name has become almost universally known, and with an Ardell system, Gandalf's world acceptance has directly improved a lot. However, because most people do not know enough about Gandalf's identity, the acceptance rate has not reached the standard that can be summoned. Because most wizards these days only know Gandalf, who created the Area of Light, who tried to destroy a treasure. But no one knows whether he is good or bad, good or evil. Of course, that would require Ardell to tell them the gram. The time has come to February 28th. Tonight, Ardell's system permissions will be updated, and in his system space there is still a war killer sleeping. Where should this gigantic mammoth be placed? This is a problem. Ardell thought about it for a month, and now it was time to make a choice. Thankfully, someone was afraid that Ardell would be too entangled, so he helped him make that choice. Putting down the Daily Prophet in his hand, Ardell chuckled lightly, put on the Lord of the Rings, and disappeared in the bedroom. On the table, the cover headline of the Daily Prophet appeared, which was a report on the magical congress of the beautiful country. As the Gandalf incident intensified and attracted the attention of almost the entire international wizarding community, Dumbledore and Fudge also published news about Sauron in the timely Daily Prophet. Of course, to be on the safe side, Fudge issued a statement alongside the news, claiming that everything about Sauron is what Saruman said. The Ministry of Magic has no direct evidence of Sauron's existence. In this regard, the mainstream views of the international wizarding community are also divided into two types. Most people think that Saruman is creating panic, and its real purpose is self-evident. After all, this is a dark wizard who is crazy enough to attack the Ministry of Magic on Christmas Eve, and no one should believe anything. There is a small group of people who maintain a wait-and-see attitude, thinking that what Saruman said is justified, especially if this matter can be linked to 587 and Gandalf parchment. There is a smaller part. All of them are dark wizards, or people who want to be dark wizards, and are also ardent supporters of Saruman. These people even took the name of the Holy White Council and recruited organization personnel around the world, secretly publicizing the news that Sauron was coming. It was in this complex public opinion environment that the Magical Congress of the Beautiful Country issued a statement a few days ago. In this statement, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of the Magical Congress of the Beautiful Country completely denied all information about Sauron, thinking that it was a ridiculous rumor and a premeditated show. The Magic Congress called on the Ministry of Magic of all countries to jointly resist the rumors, and claimed to take the lead in clearing the Holy White Council, and included Saruman on the list of prohibited entry. And he also threatened that once Saruman set foot on the land of the Beautiful Country, the Aurors of the Magic Congress would immediately arrest him and send him to the International Wizarding Court for trial. The headline in the Daily Prophet that Ardell had just read was about it. Since the Beautiful Country want me to visit, naturally they can't be disappointed. Ardell left Hogwarts with the Lord of the Rings on. This was the first time he performed an intercontinental teleportation of apparition. The intense squeezing and dizziness lasted for about 10 seconds before Ardell got out of that state. There were some mistakes in apparating, though, because it's Saturday and Times Square doesn't know why there's a parade going on. Ardell's sudden appearance was seen by many people and was even caught on camera. Good afternoon. 99. Ardell greeted a little black who was looking at him sluggishly. He glanced at the crowd and said to a live camera, "I heard that you are looking for me, and now I am here." Soon, the Ministry of Magical Accidents and Disasters, which is in charge of dealing with emergencies in the Magical Council of the Beautiful Country, got the news. Everyone felt a little weird when they learned that Sauron had apparated in front of the Times Square marchers and declared war on them via no-mag video equipment. The staff of the Reversing Occasional Magic Events team, the Memory Cancellation Command, and the No-Mag Liaison Office took action one after another. Also in action are the Division of Magical Law Enforcement and the Auror Office. Obviously, what we said in the Daily Prophet angered this Sauron. Now that he's here, there's almost no chance of a peaceful resolution, so we need to be prepared. It's ridiculous that Sauron treats us like those bastards of the British Ministry of Magic. The other party is a very powerful dark wizard. Remember to evacuate all the nomages in Times Square before starting. 35. The Fantastic Beasts Authority is ready with diluted stingray venom and will need a rain in New York or even the whole of Pretty Country to erase their memories. Following orders one after another, the staff of the Magical Congress of the Beautiful Country all acted. It can be said that since the Grindelwald incident, the Magical Association of the Beautiful Country has encountered the biggest magic exposure incident. Once Sauron is caught, the mere charge of a serious violation of the International United Wizarding Secrecy Act is enough to make Sauron imprisoned for life in Azkaban. Soon, the Aurors and staff of the Magic Congress rushed to Times Square. They dispersed the nearby nomages through various means and the power of magic, and then surrounded Sauron, who was calm. Sauron, you have been arrested. The speaker was the head of security for the Magic Congress, the head of the Law Enforcement Division, but Ardal didn't know him. You have violated the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Oh, shit. The security director didn't finish his words and directly broke out the most common interjection used by nomages. The other members of the Magic Congress also looked at Ardal in a panic, or in other words, looked behind Ardal in a panic. An incomparably huge mammoth suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It slowly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of incomparably huge scarlet eyes. Roar! The furious roar seemed to resound throughout New York. Glass in Times Square buildings shattered, and some rank-and-file staff at the Ministry of Magic even had to cover their ears, because if they didn't, they would be deaf. This is my little present for you. Ardal stroked the ring of air on his finger, then glanced at everyone contemptuously and sneered. Play with it, we still have a lot of time. Ardal's voice fell and the whole person suddenly disappeared, and Tashan, the war mammoth that had been sleeping for a month, also completely woke up at this moment. When the roar of the sky was over, Tashan swayed and took a step forward. A car was instantly trampled into a discus. Stop it! The director in charge of directing the operation shouted that if this giant monster was allowed to rampage in the city, New York might turn into ruins. Sauron, damn it, you coward. Come out with the ability, a fair duel with me. Some Aurors were furious but could only be incompetent and furious. Ardal was sitting on the roof not far away, silently recovering his magic power. Intercontinental apparition consumes a lot of Ardal's magic power, and now he is not suitable for dueling with people. Ardal sneered and looked in the direction of the Woolworth Building, which is the headquarters of the Magical Congress of the Beautiful Country. It's just the beginning. What exactly is this? As the security director, Graves roared angrily. His spell had no effect on this terrifying behemoth. Explosion spell, shatter spell, freezing spell. But this terrifying guy was not affected in the slightest. The entire Times Square was in a mess. Cars, billboards, etc. were trampled to pieces, and even many buildings were knocked down. After destroying Times Square, Tashan roared and planned to leave here through the Muggle shielding charm. Don't let it go. Torn apart. Graves roared, and by the way used a cutting spell, and a ray of light flew out and landed on Tashan's thigh. A few thick long hairs fell to the ground, and Graves' spell left only a pale white trace on Tashan's skin. Attack his eyes, Graves. The companion's shout came from beside him. Graves nodded and went around to the front of Tower Mountain. Break to pieces. Powerful blast. The Aurors worked together to control Tashin, and several spells flew out, but they failed to hit Tashin's eyes, because these spells were thrown aside by Tashin's nose in midair. Roar! Perhaps tired of the harassment of these little things, Tashin roared angrily. It swung its nose, rolled up the gravel by the roadside, and slammed into the crowd. Armor protection. All protection. There were a few calm voices from the panicked crowd, and the shattered stones were fixed in midair, and then moved to other places. Tashin became angry, and his scarlet eyes stared at this group of annoying ants. It stomped the ground heavily and stepped on a large crack like a spider web. Then it raised its head high and rushed towards the crowd. Flash away. Use the obstruction charm. There are many obstacles. A dozen or so Aurors cast the obstruction charm together. Tashin's speed really slowed down a bit, but in such a short moment, more than a dozen Aurors who used magic groaned, backed up a few, and some even spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy is too big, and the strength of ordinary wizards is not enough to control it, even if a dozen Aurors work together. Tashin, who rushed into the crowd, trampled recklessly. His long nose fluttered wildly and his fangs fiddled. Blood blooms in the crowd. Graves was stunned, watching his former partner fall into a pool of blood. He roared angrily, raised his wand, pointed it at Tashin, and shouted angrily and madly. Avada eats a big melon. The world seemed to be silent. Dark green light shot out from the tip of Graves' wand and flew straight to Tashin's head. In the next second, the Avada Suo life charm will hit Tashin. This was an angry blow from Graves with all his strength. He believed that even if this spell could not kill Tashin directly, it would be enough to make it completely incapacitated for a period of time. The others held their breath subconsciously. Hundreds of evils do not invade. Just when the life-suppressing spell was about to hit Tashin, an old voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, a hazy white light appeared in front of Tashin's huge head, blocking the green light of the life-sucking curse. There was despair in Graves' eyes. His face turned extremely pale, his body swayed slightly, and then he suddenly fell to the ground. The two companions next to him immediately helped him up. Go, go, Graves said vaguely that he no longer had the strength to continue fighting, and his mental power was absorbed by the strange protective magic just now. Is that the only level? Ardal's figure reappeared, and he floated in midair, watching the crowd below. I have no intention of causing trouble to others, but I am not like Gandalf, and since you have provoked me, be prepared to pay the price. The name of Saruman the Wise should not be humiliated. Ardal's voice spread throughout Times Square, reaching the ears of every staff member of the Magic Congress here, with confused and regretful expressions on their faces. Because of the leader's words, this terrifying wizard was angered, and they paid the price in blood. At least 10 Aurors and other members of the Magic Congress died, trampled by that monster. Ask for flowers. Under Ardal's body, Tashin shook his nose uneasily. The life-sucking charm can kill almost all life, and the mammoth is also in this category. It seems to know that it has just escaped death, so it is very peaceful now. Ardal fell on Tower Mountain, tried to manipulate its consciousness with mind control magic, and then controlled it to walk towards the Woolworth building. After passing through Times Square and stepping out of the Muggle shielding curse area set up by the Aurors, Tashin, the incomparably huge mammoth, brought unimaginable shock to the Muggle society in the beautiful country. A mammoth thought to be a prehistoric beast shows up in downtown New York, and on the back of the mammoth, there was a white-bearded old man in a wizard's robe. If a reasonable explanation cannot be given for this matter, I am afraid that the whole world will be in chaos, and the wizarding world may even be directly exposed. Of course, this is something that the Magical Council of the beautiful country has to consider. Under Ardal's control, Tashin had a clear goal. He didn't know how many cars he stepped on and how many buildings he smashed along the way, and he finally came to the outside of the Walls building. The chairman of the Congress had been informed of the news in advance and drove away the nearby No-Magi. Mr. Saruman, I am the president of Congress. Who you are means nothing to me. Ardal interrupted the other party's words. He stood on the mammoth, looking down at the other party. I am here to declare to the world the punishment for you in the name of Sauron, the Holy White Council. 35 Ardal held up his wand high, and the ring of air in his hand exuded a beautiful azure blue light which made people addicted. For some reason, the originally clear sky suddenly became cloudy. A streak of purple lightning flashed across, making a deafening rumbling sound. Ardal's eyes became indifferent, and his temperament had undergone an earth-shaking change at this moment, evil, dark, but with a hint of divine majesty. God loves his people, so I tell you about Sauron. I never bother to deceive because the gods don't deceive a mortal. Welcome to the world of the undead. Shan, the war did not last long. When Ardal returned to Hogwarts, it had only been more than 2 hours since he left. You don't look very good. During dinner, Hermione looked at him worriedly. Ardal's face was a little pale because he really consumed too much mental energy this time, and basically he will be in a sick state this week. Something went wrong when I practiced magic, which caused a mental backlash. It's probably better to rest for a week. 99 Ardal comforted Hermione. He took a sip of the juice. The cold liquid jolted his spirits. Why don't you go to the school doctor's office? I remember that there seems to be something similar to a refresher there. Hermione was still worried, and she lost her appetite for food. Seeing Hermione like this, Ardal knew that if he hadn't 95 to the infirmary, Hermione might have spent the night in insomnia, so he nodded and agreed to her. Okay, let's go after dinner, eat quickly. After dinner, Ardal went to the infirmary accompanied by Hermione. After asking Ardal some questions, Ms. Pomfrey gave him a potion, which was bitter in the mouth and had an indescribable smell. The taste of. Ardal frowned and drank the potion, feeling that his dazed head seemed to be a lot more awake, and the mental power that had been depleted also showed signs of recovery, and he couldn't help but wonder. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Ardal thanked Pomfrey, who smiled nonchalantly and said, Thank you, that's my duty. Take a good rest after I go back. Don't use magic that consumes too much energy and magic power for a short time. It will be fine soon. 5 Madame Pomfrey finished speaking and went to look after the other students. When Nagini was in the school doctor's office, many students injured themselves badly in order to stay longer. Now Nagini has left and they are still in the hospital. Hermione helped Ardal out of the infirmary and led him to the entrance of the basement. Go back and rest early. Good night, and have a good night's sleep. You too, good night. 9 Ardal didn't say thank you to Hermione, because there was no need to be so polite between the two. Hermione nodded and watched Ardal enter the lounge before turning to leave and head back to the Gryffindor Tower. Ardal went back to the bedroom, lay on the bed, and sighed softly. He did not save Taschen and eventually died, but Ardal collected a lot of its blood, enough for a short period of experimental use. The one who killed Tower Mountain was a great wizard named Agilbert Fontana, who arrived in the middle of the battle and joined in. Ardal later learned that he was the headmaster of the North American Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and he was considered more existence than Dumbledore in the North American wizarding world. Before he became the principal, A.I. Gilbert had been a professor of defense against the dark arts for more than 20 years. His own level of black magic was very strong, and Ardal's light shield spell could not be completely resisted. Thinking that Taschen's destructive power was too powerful, after finding the opportunity, A.I. Gilbert killed Taschen with an unknown black magic without any hesitation. But before that, Tower Hill had razed the entire Walls building and 2 nearby neighborhoods. After killing Tower Mountain, A.I. Gilbert joined the siege of Ardal along with other wizards. Both they besieged Ardal, and Ardal besieged them. In this battle, Ardal summoned 3 bone dragons, 3 Lich Kings and 10 Death Knights, and cast large-scale undead magic in the surrounding area. The dead wizards will be resurrected and fight for Ardal. This kind of weird magic directly disrupted the action plans of the members of the Magical Congress of the Beautiful Country. Many wizards were killed by their revived companions before they could react. All in all, the battle was brutal. In this battle, the Magical Congress of the Beautiful Country was almost completely damaged. The president of the Congress, the director of the Legal Enforcement Department, the director of the Auror Office. Almost everyone who could be named was killed in the battle. From now on, Saruman's name will become a taboo in the wizarding world. No one dares to despise this name in the slightest. In this case, the thing about Sauron and Gandalf will also attract the greatest attention. After all, Saruman and Sauron are still far behind. Ardal opened the system space. The summoning permission has been updated every month. He prayed silently and chose to summon. System, draw the Lord of the Rings items. 39 ding. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully extracted the item Gramdrin. The unlock rate of the Supreme Lord of the Rings has increased by 3%. 35 ding. Congratulations to the host, the unlocked degree of the Supreme Lord of the Rings has reached 30%, and the reward plot point x 1000. Ardal's spirit was shaken. He never expected such a big harvest this month. Not only did you get the Gramdrin, but you also got extra bonus plot points. Glamdrin enemy fencing. In the First Age, there were legendary swords forged by the elves of Gondolin. It was the sword of Turgon, the High King of Noldor and King of Gondolin, and later became the sword of Gandalf the Wizard. Note 1. Wearing Gramdrin will get the title Melee Mage. Physical fitness is greatly improved and melee skills are greatly improved. Note 2. Gramdrin has extraordinary lethality to orcs, beasts, balrogs, magical creatures, and dark attribute items. Note 3. Gramdrin is a necessary item for summoning Gandalf. Sure enough, it was Gandalf's weapon. Ardal's mind recalled Gandalf slashing the greatsword, and he looked at the longsword in his hand and drew it from its fine scabbard. The sharp cold light is very dazzling in the dark. Just staring at this sword, Ardal has a feeling of being stabbed in his soul. Gramdrin's sword hilt is inlaid with an unknown gem, which should be the treasure of the elf, which can provide incredible power to the sword. In addition, the sword is also engraved with a special magic inscription for 1. Ardal gripped the hilt and felt it. His strength and reaction ability have indeed greatly increased, and his body has become a lot lighter. In addition, holding Gramdrin has a handy feeling, as if he can trigger various skills with casual slashing. This sword has additional bonuses to many enemies, and can also destroy dark attribute items. Isn't that the same as the sword of Gryffindor? Ardal put away the sword and was able to summon this sword, which was a pleasant surprise to Ardal, because this sword is a necessary item for summoning Gandalf, and it would take a lot of plot points to change it in the mall. He intends to keep this thing for himself, or give it to his subordinates who are absolutely loyal to him, and it is absolutely impossible to give it to others. Summon the Lord of the Rings characters. Ardal took a deep breath, calmed down his excitement, and chose to continue. The sound of the system rang in Ardal's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Angmar Witch King. The unlock rate of the Supreme Lord of the Rings has increased by 5%. The seal of the Lord of the Rings has been unlocked again. This month's call, Ardal unlocks the 8% seal of the Lord of the Rings. Of course, that's not the point. Most importantly, the Witch King of Angmar is the head of the 9 ring spirits. This was the first time Ardal had summoned a character from Sauron's forces. With him, many of Ardal's plans could go on more smoothly. Unfortunately, the fourth ability of the Supreme Lord of the Rings has not been unlocked. Dominate all beings. Greatly improve the leader's ability of the bearer, have a natural ability to dominate others, can easily convince others and take refuge in. The Supreme Lord of the Rings rules all the rings, can mobilize the ability of other rings and control the ring spirits. This is the fourth ability of the Lord of the Rings. As long as this ability is unlocked, Ardal can mobilize the 9 ring spirits at will. Now the Witch King of Angmar is still on Sauron's side. Once he is summoned and let him know that the Lord of the Rings is here in Ardal, what he wants to do most is to snatch it back and give it to Sauron. It seems that the 9 great Ringwraiths have the ability to perceive the position of the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Ardal recalled that he remembered that when Frodo took the Supreme 26 rings, the 9 Ringwraiths sensed his location and went after him. but it seems to only be able to perceive the approximate orientation, not the specific location. However, at that time the Supreme Lord of the Rings was still Sauron's, and now the mark left by Sauron in the Supreme Lord of the Rings has been completely removed by the system, and my soul is bound. So now the 9 major ring spirits are highly unlikely to be perceived, to the place of the Lord of the Rings. Ardal pondered, his eyes lit up slightly. In this case, I can also use Saruman's identity to take advantage of the Witch King of Angmar. As the head of the 9 great Ringwraiths, the Witch King of Angmar must know about Saruman's surrender to Sauron. Hey. Ardal laughed silently as he looked at the sleeping Angmar Witch King in the system space. The Angmar Witch King summoned by Ardal is fully armed, not only has a complete set of enchanted black steel armor and masks, but also a black demon horse. In addition, the Witch King also wears one of the 9 rings of the human race on his hand, which allows him to walk freely in the underworld. In addition, he has a saber on his left and right sides. One is a magic sword after enchanting, the other is the famous Morgul dagger. The Morgul dagger is a weapon corrupted by the dark will of the Nazgul, and the person stabbed by this dagger will be cursed and reduced to a ghoul, then surrender to the Nazgul and obey his commands. A perfect hitman. Ardal turned off the system, rubbed his eyes tiredly, and fell asleep contentedly. Because of the excessive mental energy consumption, Ardal slept very deeply and very comfortable. When he woke up the next day, his mental strength recovered a little, although his face was still pale, but at least he didn't look sick anymore. Looks like Madame Pomfrey's potion is still very effective. Even Hermione could see that Ardal's condition was much better, which made her relax a lot. Although Hermione took Ardal to the infirmary yesterday, she was so worried that she didn't sleep until the middle of the night after returning. Fortunately, because of the moon oak leaves, Hermione's spirit has always been full, and there is no phenomenon of haggard. Today is Sunday, and I can have a good day off. Ardal and Hermione were very relaxed, and while they were eating, a bunch of owls hooted in. Ron's owl landed on the table awkwardly, bumping into several pieces of dessert, causing many little wizards to laugh at it, which made Ron feel a little humiliated. Stupid owl, Ron murmured, picked up the Daily Prophet sent by the owl, just glanced at it and opened his mouth in shock. What's the matter? What's the news today? Oh, OMG. Harry leaned over and let out a cry of surprise. Ardal and Hermione looked at each other. Hermione seemed curious. She turned her head and leaned over to see what was written in the paper. Ardal guessed it should have happened in New York. As predicted, there were exclamations one after another in the auditorium, and every little wizard who saw the Daily Prophet was shocked and couldn't believe it. On March 1, the Daily Prophet made a front-page headline. Saruman attacked the magical Congress of the beautiful country, and the president of the Congress died. This article reports the incident in detail, and a list and photos of nearly 100 people are listed below. All are members of the Magic Association who died in the line of duty. In addition, the headmaster of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Agilbert Fontana, is cursed and remains in a coma. The culprit behind this incident was Saruman, and the reason why he attacked the Magical Congress of Beauty was only because of a statement made by the Director of Foreign Affairs of the Magical Congress in the New York Ghost. This statement was also reported by the Daily Prophet, the one that Ardal read Saturday. The Daily Prophet called the incident the worst dark wizard attack in the 20th century. This attack not only destroyed the Magical Congress of Pretty Country, but also destroyed a third of New York. The International Confederation of Wizards has taken urgent action to carry out post-event rescue and amnestic treatment, and it is not yet known whether the wizarding world will be exposed. In addition, the International Federation of Wizards issued a statement condemning Saruman and issued a wanted list. If anyone can catch Saruman, in addition to massive rewards, they will also be awarded the Medal of Special Contribution to the Magical World, and the Merlin Medal. Saruman, why did he do this? Harry clenched his fists and muttered to himself. So many people died. Isn't it just because of an article? Harry, Sauron is a dark wizard, an evil dark wizard. It is unreasonable for a dark wizard to do things, not to mention. I also read the previous report. It was the Magic Congress who took the initiative to stir up trouble. But I also cite the Sauron is simply too aggressive. 35 Ron tried to persuade Harry but found it useless. What if Harry was angry again? Could he still go and arrest Sauron? Fortunately, we have 590 Headmaster Dumbledore. Otherwise, it would be horrible. Hermione felt a little scared after reading the newspaper. A third of New York was destroyed like that. Judging from the photos provided by the New York Ghost, Sauron has a lot of helpers. At least 3 dragons. It's strange. These dragons seem to be made of bones. There are 3 dark wizards in black robes, and there is a knight in armor. Perhaps a member of the Holy White Council. Definitely not. The survivors said that those helpers were summoned by Sauron through magic. It's really terrible magic. I really want to have never heard of it. It may be a lost ancient black magic. A group of people chatted and discussed, and Ardle borrowed the newspaper from Ron and checked it carefully. In addition to the front page, other sections also report related things. For example, some actions of the International Federation of Wizards, the statement on the reorganization of the Magical Congress of the Beautiful Country, the announcement of the Ilvermorny School of Magic, and some statements organized by the North American Wizarding Association, and so on. There are a few other articles, all mentioning Sauron by name, but all the articles are just reporting the truth. There is no comment about Sauron's right or wrong, and no one dares to denounce Sauron. Some articles are even suspected of curry favor with Sauron. Appropriately showing great strength can be respected and feared. Ardle put down the paper, and it was clear that Sauron's name had scared the whole world now. Looks like it should have been done a long time ago, Ardle thought, shaking his head and smiling. Last time he frightened the guard on duty at the Ministry of Magic in London to say that he was going to destroy London. But he didn't expect London to be destroyed, but New York to be destroyed first. But who asked the Magical Congress of the Beautiful Country to provoke him first? You are obviously an active wizard in the British magic world, and the Ministry of Magic in London has not spoken. You jumped out first, and you made a statement and an announcement. You really think you are the world policeman. If you don't teach a lesson, you don't know who is the boss. What are you laughing at? 35 Hermione glanced at Ardle angrily. She glanced at the little wizards around, and she was relieved to see that they were not paying attention. Now that everyone's atmosphere is so heavy, if Ardle's smile is seen, it's not sure what people will say. I'm laughing at the Magical Congress of the Beautiful Nation. It's called a slap in the face without eating mutton. Why is it that they were attacked by Sauron? Is it because of nonsense? It has nothing to do with them. So Hermione, you also have to remember that things that have nothing to do with us in the future, don't mess around, maybe offend someone, and what will happen to you? Hermione nodded thoughtfully and gave Ardle an approving look. I think you're right. Ardle returned the paper to Ron and thanked him, and Ron and Harry continued to read the paper, exclaiming from time to time, I am afraid that only Headmaster Dumbledore can defeat Sauron. Harry looked at the introduction in the newspaper about the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the Headmaster Agilbert and suddenly said something. Ron thought so too, but he said, I think so. But the Daily Prophet says that Headmaster Dumbledore and Sauron have met a few times, and I think they have a good relationship, right? 35 Harry shook his head, disagreeing with Ron's point of view. He pointed to the newspaper and said, the principal is the leader of the White Wizards, so how can he have a good relationship with a dark wizard? He is also the president of the International Federation of Wizards. You see, Sauron is wanted by the International Federation of Wizards. It must have been the headmaster's suggestion. If when the headmaster sees Sauron again, he will definitely defeat him and then go to trial. 99 Ardle looked up at him, Harry the kid, so innocent now. Things that Ron could understand, he couldn't understand. It's a bit naive indeed. There was no one on the professor's chair, and all the professors didn't come to eat. Presumably because of this incident, the Beautiful Country incident affected the whole body. If the wizarding world was exposed, Hogwarts would not be able to stay out of the world. After dinner, Ardell and Hermione left the Great Hall, ready to go for a walk by the Black Lake and blow the wind. Ardell also needs to relieve his exhausted mental state, so he doesn't plan to make pharmaceuticals in the near future, so he can enjoy campus life. The two had just walked out of the castle and a group of people walked towards them. It was Ravenclaw's Quidditch team and they had just finished training. Ardell saw Zhang Qiu in the crowd. She was holding a group of promotional banners. After seeing Ardell, Zhang Qiu was startled and showed a gentle smile. "Good afternoon, classmate Shelby Tilda, 35. "Hello, Zhang. Just call me Ardell in the future." 35 Ardell responded with a smile. Zhang Qiu hummed softly and looked at Hermione again. Although the two of them knew each other, they were not familiar with each other and had never spoken, so Zhang Qiu just nodded to her. "I still have some things to talk about next time. See you, Ardell." Zhang Qiu left blushing amid the joking laughter of a group of eagles. Hermione pouted, wrinkled her nose and snorted at the back of Zhang Qiu's departure. "How did you meet her?" Hermione turned her head and asked nervously. "Just one time I wanted to go to the Hogwarts lounge to find you. I met her on the 8th floor, and she seemed to be looking for a little black named Lee Jordan in your college," the Quidditch commentator. Ardell has nothing to hide. This is the second time he and Zhang Qiu have met and they have nothing. "You know her too?" "Nine. I've heard of her." Hermione was relieved. She thought Ardell and Zhang Qiu were good friends or something, so her pressure would be even greater. Now she has to deal with Slytherin's Pansy Parkinson every day in class, and sometimes she has to be careful about the backstab of her roommate Lavender's scheming B****ch. In short, she is indeed a little tired. She is a second-year Ravenclaw wizard. She is very beautiful and has a soft personality, so she is very popular. Some seniors in Gryffindor often discuss her. Hermione watched Ardell and couldn't help but be happy when he didn't seem to respond. Like Nagini, Zhang Qiu is of Asian descent. To British people, they are exotic. There are many who don't like them, but there are also many who like them. Just like Harry, he fell in love with Zhang Qiu because she was beautiful. So that's the case. Then what about us, Hermione? Isn't there a lot of people talking about it? 99 Ardell and Hermione walked to the edge of the Black Lake. The wind blowing with a hint of water vapor made Ardell feel a lot more relaxed. +I = it's not. Even if they mention me, it's the knowledge and talent I'm talking about. 99 Hermione Tsundir raised her head. She has a title in Gryffindor called Miss Know-It-All. Although some girls, such as Lavender, have a mockery in the mouth, most people still admire her. Before, there were still many lion cubs who were angry because Hermione and Ardell were too close. But now, they even subconsciously regarded Ardell as a Gryffindor person. Ardell never clashes with Gryffindor wizards like other little snakes, nor does he mock them, and Ardell is also a Muggle wizard, and he is deeply loved by the head of the Lion House, Professor McGonagall. Yes, we Hermione are the most powerful and know the most. Ardell complimented her. Hermione's face flushed. A happy smile appeared on her face, and she hummed a song, making her walk a lot lighter. "The Weasley's shabby house is not as big as my servant's house, that fool Harry." Malfoy's voice came from a distance. Ardell and Hermione looked over, and not far away, Malfoy was talking to Gold Crab. He looked a little excited, and he didn't know Harry and Ron, and how to provoke him. "Draco!" Ardell called out to Malfoy, and Malfoy was startled, looked around, and saw Ardell and Hermione. "Ardell, good noon. You startled me." Malfoy came over, greeted him, and gave Hermione an awkward smile. "Why didn't you go to dinner at noon?" "It's not because of those idiots Harry and Ron." Malfoy couldn't help but muttered. He secretly glanced at Hermione. Seeing that Hermione was not angry, he was relieved and said, "We had a conflict yesterday afternoon, and I swear it's not my fault. It was Harry who spoke ill of Dean Snape, so I taught him a lesson. It turned out to be seen by Professor McGonagall. She ordered us to be locked up. Let us help Hagrid." Malfoy's face showed a look of disgust, and he shook his hand a few times. "Help Hagrid clean up the carnivorous slugs in the warehouse. Because they are eating the cabbage in the warehouse. You Linuos can't imagine that scene." Goyle and Crab on the side also have green faces. It seems that their appetite has also been affected a lot and they may eat less cakes in a while. That's really unfortunate. If you don't hurry up, you might not have lunch. Ardle expressed his sympathy, reminding Malfoy in passing. I won't let them go. Just watch. Malfoy said cruel words while running towards the castle with Gowlcrab. Hermione chuckled. She felt that Malfoy and the others were a little childish. And Malfoy often talked about his own house and Weasley's house for fear that others would not know that his family had a big house. 18. Hermione looked at Ardle, who would never show it off to the other little wizards. Ardle's home is bigger than Hogwarts. You can also ride horses, hunt, swim, shoot, play football. It would be fun to invite Harry, Ron, and Malfoy to Ardle's house during the holidays, right? Hermione blinked her big eyes and smiled slyly. Ardle saw Hermione smile and felt like she was thinking something bad, because at this time Hermione looked weird. What are you laughing at? I thought of something very interesting, but I won't tell you. Hermione loosened Ardle's sleeves, grimaced at him, and ran away giggling. Ardle laughs dumbly and chases after. During dinner in the evening, the little wizards were still discussing the things in the Daily Prophet. Many seniors and seniors who went to Hogsmeade at noon also returned and brought back some news from outside the school. Something seems to be going wrong. It is said that many wizards have equated Saruman with Voldemort, and even in some people's hearts, Voldemort is not as scary as Saruman. After all, Voldemort did not destroy London in a frenzy. The last time he tried to do this was Grindelwald, who used a fiery spell to destroy Paris, but was stopped, and Saruman succeeded. Then there is the matter of the death of nearly 100 people in the magical congress of the beautiful country. Saruman almost wiped out all the elites of the wizards of the beautiful country, and now the power of the wizards of the beautiful country is not even comparable to other small countries. When such a thing happened, those black wizards under the banner of the Holy White Council became even more arrogant, and they recruited a lot of new members in just one day. I heard that some people have already released news and plan to learn from the wise Saruman, shocking the Ministry of Magic of the country. There are also many people who predict that if this matter cannot be properly handled, the beautiful country will not let it go, and his 590s may launch a war against wizards. It is said that the Muggle army is very powerful. With the help of the power of machinery, it can kill people from a few hundred meters away, and they also have a very powerful forbidden weapon. The power can even directly destroy the city. The Ministry of Magic of Sakura Kingdom has personally experienced it. Because of this, many wizards even plan to leave the city, away from Muggles, and go to live in seclusion in the mountains and forests. In short, an emotion called panic has spread throughout the wizarding world. The narration of these seniors made Ardle's mouth twitch when he listened. Will the wizarding world be exposed? Will there be war between Muggles and wizards? Ardle didn't know that this was something Grindelwald had to consider, and when Grindelwald failed, it was up to Dumbledore to consider it. For Ardle, the wizarding world is bound to be exposed, because once Sauron appears, Mordor and Doomsday Volcano will rise from the ground, and the huge magic eye will watch the world. It is difficult for Muggles not to find out. Besides, even if Muggles don't notice, there are still satellites all over the sky woolen cloth. What's more, according to the description of the system, the Lord of the Rings world and Harry's world will finally merge, and the Middle-earth world will merge. How could it be silent? Middle-earth people, elves, hobbits, dwarves, and all kinds of magical creatures in the Lord of the Rings will appear. The wizards couldn't stop it if they wanted to. Therefore, the exposure of the wizarding world is inevitable, and the difference is only sooner or later. Now let's see what the wizarding world will do. After all, 1/3 of New York has been destroyed. It is not difficult to come up with a reasonable explanation. Earthquakes, explosions, terrorist attacks. The hard part is how Muggles believe, and wizards make sure to erase every witness, memory of the person involved. The matter was finally settled 3 days later. With the help of the International Wizarding Federation and various wizarding organizations, the events in New York were eventually covered up by wizards. It is said that some wizards took extreme measures to change the minds of the dignitaries of the beautiful country, making them think that a terrorist attack had occurred. With the help of wizards who specialize in dealing with muggles, they even prepared ample evidence. The other wizards joined forces, and it rained heavily in New York and surrounding cities for 3 consecutive days, which was mixed with the venom of the winged demon, ensuring that most people's memories could be changed. In this way, even if there are 3 or 2 fish that slip through the net, they will be caught as mentally ill. Then they took control of the big and small radio stations in the beautiful country, as well as all kinds of newspapers and magazines. After ensuring that there was no real report and record of the New York incident, they began to spread the news that the incident was a premeditated terrorist attack. As a result, the wizards prevailed, and the power of magic finally allowed them to achieve the results they wanted. Several demonstrations were held throughout the beautiful country, and finally Congress announced that it would conduct an anti-terrorist military operation in the Middle East. Of course, wizards don't care what the consequences of these things are. The dust has settled. Ardell put down the Daily Prophet. The impact on the Muggle and Wizarding CGEB world is over, and the rest is the wizard's own business. Nowadays, the wizarding world is seriously polarized. Since Dumbledore made his voice, there are many people who denounce Saruman. Some have named Saruman the Third Dark Lord after Grindelwald and Voldemort, a title Ardell scoffs at, but his supporters are ecstatic. The Holy White Council organizations founded in the name of Saruman have also become extremely active. They have recruited a large number of black wizards, some of whom even call themselves Holy White Apostles, walking in the world wearing the same white robes as Saruman. The wizarding world is in chaos. Every day, a large number of Aurors are dispatched to arrest these troublemakers, and after a simple and straightforward trial they are sent to Azkaban, so that Azkaban is now overcrowded. It's still a mess. Saruman. Dumbledore sat in the headmaster's office and sighed with emotion. He stood up and came to the pensive. If you were the betrayal, Gandalf said, then why did you have to find him, to kill him or for some other purpose? If not, the so-called Holy White Council, the so-called Maya, are they all people like you? Saruman's name should not be humiliated. If all are such high-level people, even if we find Gandalf again, how? Dumbledore put his wand on his temple, pulled a white thought out of his brain and put it into the pensive. I always feel something is wrong. Where is it? Saruman, what is the purpose of your search for Gandalf? Is it really to defeat Sauron? Then you will replace him. The next day was Thursday, and Ardell had a potions class. Snape was the same sullen and indifferent face, and after adding 10 points to Ardell and deducting 10 points to Harry, Snape ended today's lesson. I hope some of you can be more serious. Potions are a profound skill. If you don't have talent and don't study hard. Snape kept staring at Harry as he said this, because Harry had failed the potion making today. Harry didn't actually mean it. It was because Malfoy told him before class that he was going to tell Snape about Harry speaking ill of Snape. So in this class, Harry was very worried, nervous to the point of being in a trance, and as a result, he put the wrong ingredients when making the potion, resulting in the friar. Then his end is laughable, don't you think, Mr. Potter, 35. For some reason, the little wizards felt that Snape's tone when he said the words Mr. Potter seemed particularly heavy. You're right, Professor Snape. Harry was silent for a moment, then replied in a low voice, clenching his fists, feeling humiliated like never before. It's good that you know. Now get out of class is over. Snape nodded in satisfaction and announced the dismissal of the get out of class. The little wizards breathed a sigh of relief, because the class was so depressing. Ardell, do you feel that something is wrong with Professor Snape? Watching Snape leave, Hermione pouted and made a face behind his back. What's wrong? Ardell doesn't think there is any problem. Professor Snape is quite normal. It's just, I feel like he's targeting Harry. In fact, it's not just me. The Paddle sisters also feel this way. The little wizards in Gryffindor think so, and they were still discussing in the lounge before. Hermione said in a low voice, because Snape was the dean of the Snake House, and Hermione was now talking ill of their dean to a little snake. although Ardell wouldn't do anything to her if other little snakes listened to her. Arrive. Blind, you are talking about this. 99. Ardell laughed. He was familiar with the plot and felt that Snape was doing normal things. Others didn't know that, so he felt that Snape was deliberately targeting Harry. Actually, Professor Snape is not targeting Harry. He actually likes Harry very much. Don't you find that Professor Snape often stares into Harry's eyes? Ardell waved to Hermione mysteriously, and the two left the classroom out of the basement and walked outside the castle. It actually had something to do with Harry's father named Potter. James Potter, yes, that name is still in the Quidditch trophy room now because he's Glenn Best Pursuit hands ever at Fender College. What did Harry's father say? Greatly grown up, a good Gryffindor, but in school, to be honest, he was more annoying than Draco. Ardell's words made Hermione laugh. Draco Malfoy, now the least popular in Gryffindor among the first-year wizards, because he looked down on other half-blood wizards and often went to trouble the lion cubs. The most important thing is that he is very conceited and likes to show off. He often talks about how his family is, and his father is the chairman of the school board. At that time, Lucius was removed from the school board for questioning Dumbledore. Draco was sad for a long time, and this matter was often brought up by the little lion in Gryffindor. James Potter was an arrogant and mean man during school. He often bullied his classmates at the time. That is our Professor Snape. They were 1 year. And Harry's mother, Lily, they were all classmates. Harry's mother, Lily, like us, is a wizard from a Muggle family. She and Snape are neighbors and childhood sweethearts. After school, one went to Gryffindor and the other went to Slytherin. Hermione tilted her head to look at Ardell and said, "That's a bit like the two of us. Also a Gryffindor, a Slytherin. The only difference seems to be Professor Snape, who is pure blood." Ardell nodded and said, "That's right, Professor Snape is a pure-blood wizard." In short, James Potter as a student often bullied Snape. He used magic to bully him, humiliate him. The reason is also very simple, because James Potter thinks that Professor Snape likes Lily, and in fact it is. Snape Professor Knapp has liked Lily since she was a child, and has liked it for many years. Until that day, James Potter used a magic trick to hang Professor Snape up. Hearing this, Hermione couldn't bear it any longer and said angrily, "How could he? This is not what a Gryffindor should do." 35, of course. That's not what a Gryffindor student should do, but he did at the time, and it had a huge impact on Professor Snape. Ardell always thought that James Potter was not a good boy when he was in school, and what he did to Professor Snape was even more disgusting. Peter Pettigrew's betrayal also has a lot to do with James Potter's attitude towards him during his school days. Later, Lily went to comfort Professor Snape. At that time, Professor Snape was very emotional, so he did the most regrettable thing in his life. He scolded Lily and said she was a mudblood. Hermione fell silent. She now knew what mudblood meant. She knew what an insult the term was to a Muggle-born wizard. Professor Snape and Lily then broke up. They couldn't be like when they were kids. Then Lily married James Potter. They had Harry. They were betrayed, and Voldemort was trying to protect Harry. Killed? Ardell sighed. In fact, these can only be said to be good luck. Professor Snape has since become aloof and withdrawn, because he has always loved Lily deeply, and he has never spoken of this love, but even after all these years, he still loves her deeply. 55. Harry has the same eyes as Lily, but other parts of him are very similar to James Potter, so it is not surprising that Professor Snape's attitude towards him. Because when he sees Potter, Professor Snape, I saw my lover and the person I hated the most. Hermione didn't speak. She felt a little bad and inexplicably began to feel sorry for Professor Snape. If it wasn't for that, Professor Snape might have been with Lily that way. So don't think that Professor Snape is indifferent and don't think he's targeting Harry. He's actually a very nice guy and he likes Harry a lot, he just doesn't show it. Ask for flowers, Ardell said to Hermione, who nodded and asked again, "Where did you know these things? I don't think even Harry himself knew." "Don't you remember? I told you I'm a great prophet. These are my dreams." At the beginning of school, Ardell and Hermione talked about the first Transfiguration class when he teased Hermione that he dreamed it. "I don't want to talk about it, huh?" Knowing that Ardell was joking with her, Hermione stomped and Suindir snorted at Ardell. I think you peeked at Professor Snape's diary. Ardle, didn't expect you to do such a thing. Hermione gave an expression that I know all about, looked at Ardle smugly and said, "Zero, you already have the handle in my hands. I want you to take me to Honeyjuke this week and buy me a lot of candy. Otherwise, I'll ignore you." Giggled Tilda. After Hermione finished speaking, she was amused first. She let go of Ardle's sleeve and ran to the castle blushing. Ardle was stunned for a moment. Hermione's happy laughter made his mood inexplicably better. He laughed along with it and then chased after. "Wait for me. I'm still sick." When Hermione heard Ardle calling her, she stopped and found that his face seemed to be a little pale, so she felt a little distressed and ran over to support him. The two walked back to the castle slowly and leisurely, and it was a coincidence that when the two walked in, they saw Snape hurriedly come out of the basement office. "Good afternoon, Professor Snape." Hermione greeted him. Snape was a little hesitant because most of the Gryffindor students hurriedly avoided him when they saw him. It was the same with Hermione, who had never greeted him so proactively, let alone with a smile and respect. "Hello, Miss Granger." Snape opened his mouth and nodded indifferently. "Good afternoon, Dean." Ardle also said hello, seeing him. Snape's condition was much better. He let out a faint hum and squeezed out a little smile. Hermione pulled Ardle and left in a whisper. Snape stood there, watching the backs of the two leaving, feeling a little dazed for a while, and a flash of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. A little snake, a little lion. It's nice not to be bound by the traditions of the academy. Shan. The spell we're going to learn today is the full body binding charm. This spell is also explained in the standard spell. When casting the spell, the gesture of the wand is like this. 35 Nagini's wrist shook slightly, and the wand drew an upside-down 5 in the air. And its spell is to be read like this: Unify Tong Petrify. Nagini patiently taught the little wizards. She's enjoying the time now, and being with a group of little wizards every day makes Nagini feel younger. That's right, Tong Petrochemical. With a finger of Nagini's wand, a little mouse used for the teaching experiment immediately stiffened, its limbs stretched straight and motionless. It's a spell that paralyzes the opponent. The effect is to make the opponent's arms and legs stick together. The body becomes rigid, and the opponent falls to the ground like a stone. 35, however, this spell cannot imprison the opponent's mind, and it will not affect the person's hearing, vision, and perception ability. The little wizards listened with great interest, and some even started to practice. Needless to say, Ardle, he knew all the spells in the standard spellbook at a glance, and Hermione had also learned this spell by herself, and used it very skillfully. In the original plot, in the end, the three of Hermione and Ron were going to find the Philosopher's Stone. Neville stopped them and didn't want them to leave, but was controlled by Hermione with a whole-body binding spell. "Yes, very good, Harry did a good job. Your gestures are very standard." Nagini praised Harry. Harry's face was a little red. He glanced at Nagini embarrassedly and then practiced more seriously. "Humph!" Malfoy, who was sitting not far behind Harry, snorted. He picked up his wand, pointed at Harry, and chanted a spell while twisting his wrist. All petrochemical. 99 stopped the curse. Just as Malfoy's spell was about to hit Harry, Nagini's spell stopped him. Malfoy shrugged, somewhat disappointed not to hit Harry. "Malfoy, although your spell is well practiced, you shouldn't use it on your classmates. 5 points for Slytherin for your recklessness." Nagini said with a bad face. Malfoy was a little unconvinced, but he didn't say anything, just snorted softly. "Thank you, Professor Nagini." Harry thanked Nagini, who shook his head and said it was okay. The whole body restraint spell can be dispelled by using the universal cracking spell stopping the spell, or you can use armor protection for defense, of course. You can also choose a simpler way, using buildings or other solid obstacles to avoid. 99. Now everyone is free to practice. I repeat, it is not allowed to use this spell to attack your classmates. Nagini glared at Malfoy, and every class would have some troublemakers deliberately making things happen, some just to get more attention, some just plain bad. Boom! Just thinking about it, Nagini suddenly heard a huge explosion in his ear. She came back to her senses and saw Seamus Finnegan sitting on Ron's right side looking at his wand with a bewildered expression. His face was black, his hair was upside down, and he was smoking. As for the table, it was even more messy. The mice used for the experiment had already ascended to the sky, leaving a large scorch mark on the table. Nagini sighed. This kid is quite famous. It is said that he can turn the effect of any spell into a blasting spell. Professor Flitwick once complained that he could even cast a levitating spell to cause an explosion. And Professor McGonagall said that another time she asked Seamus to turn a slug into a ring, and the other party blew the slug to shreds and made the slime Neville all. Nagini checked Seamus and found that he was not injured, which relieved him a lot. Clean up. Nagini dealt with Seamus and let him go to rest. The other little wizards continued to practice. In order to add points, Ardal took the initiative to take on the role of assistant teacher and helped many little wizards in Slytherin. Nagini was very happy and finally gave him 10 points. Soon, a class ended in the lively practice of the little wizards. Everyone left the classroom. Hermione ran to the library to read. Ardal went to the room of requirement, rested for 5 days. Ardal's mental strength and magic power were completely restored. The matter of the powerful orc potion cannot be left behind. Now that he has enough werewolf descendants, every bottle of potion that is refined will make Ardal's men stronger. Today, the discussion of Saruman and Gandalf in the wizarding world has reached an unprecedented level. This week, the International Federation of Wizards received nearly 100 reports about Saruman, of course. All of them were proven false. In addition, the Ministry of Magic in London received letters from 9 wizards who claimed to be descendants of Gandalf, demanding that Dumbledore return the copyright of the area of light magic, and proposed to charge the major wizarding hospitals for the use of the magic. After the International Confederation of Wizards and the Ministry of Magic of various countries, the Holy White Council organization suffered heavy losses, and the black wizards who were in chaos in many areas were even wiped out. Of course, there are also many surviving elites who have joined forces and are hiding in the dark, waiting for Saruman to appear again. Dumbledore is nothing else. He's been sorting through the information the Order of the Phoenix has collected from all over the world lately. The conclusion that came out disappointed everyone, and Dumbledore even wondered if this was a fictional character. Because the Order of the Phoenix has collected for so long, there is no direct evidence that Gandalf ever existed. Basically, the evidence that can be found so far is forged by wizards with ulterior motives, and the only one that can directly prove the existence of Gandalf is Saruman. As for Maya, the Holy White Council represented by Saruman and the secluded valley, these are not the slightest clues. At first, Dumbledore thought it was because the search scope was too small. After all, the scope of the Order of the Phoenix was in England, but it was later expanded to Europe, and then later expanded to North America by taking advantage of the New York incident. Still nothing. Not only that, they could not even find the magical races mentioned in the diary such as hobbits, elves, and dwarves. But that golem was indeed a hobbit. I'm afraid it really is, as Saruman said, we wizards. For Maya, it is just another muggle, and there is another world that we are not familiar with. Dumbledore sighed helplessly. This feeling is really uncomfortable. He walked to the window and looked out at the forbidden forest. How about go and talk to Shelob? After finding the 3rd piece of parchment from Quirrell's office, Dumbledore already knew the origin of Shelob, who was a descendant of evil spirits and an immortal being. Or 4, one allows to learn some truth from its mouth. Dumbledore is really helpless. He has not gained anything recently, and Saruman has been without news, which makes Dumbledore feel like the tranquility before the storm. You must take the initiative to attack, even if you only know about Sauron. At least, you must know what he has done and what weaknesses he has. With this in mind, Dumbledore left the office, and he was going to chat with Shelob. On the other hand, Ardal also returned to the bedroom after eating, and took out the Lord of the Rings and took it with him. Because the wizarding world has been discussing Saruman recently, and many people even publicly denounced him. But Saruman did not show up. So now, there are rumors in the wizarding world that Saruman was as badly wounded as the headmaster of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry when he attacked New York, and some believe that Saruman may have died. So Ardle needs to show his face and let those who have illusions know what despair is. Dumbledore did not disturb the two aurors guarding the entrance to the Forbidden Forest. He passed through the magical barrier he set up and went directly to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. After Shelob was healed by Ardle, although he did not move out of the underground lair, he allowed his subordinates to expand the territory recklessly. Now, almost the entire Forbidden Forest has become Shelob's sphere of influence. There are cobwebs connected together everywhere, and the descendants of the eight-eyed spider and Shelob can be seen everywhere. As for the magical creatures that originally lived in the Forbidden Forest, they were almost eaten by Shelob. Fortunately, Dumbledore's magical barrier did not prohibit ordinary beasts from entering the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, the hungry Shelob would may collide with the barrier and try to get out of here. The Forbidden Forest is actually quite good, the scenery is pleasant, and the underground lair extends in all directions and is very secret. The only thing that makes Shelob unsatisfied is that there is no one here, and she has wanted to eat human flesh for a long time. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Shelob, who was dozing in his lair, opened his eyes. A spider silk under her feet trembled gently, and this unusual pattern made Shelob understand that a human being had entered her territory. Delicious human. Shelob's saliva flowed out of her mouth. She stretched out her 8 spider legs, moved quickly, and left the ground. Following the vibrating spider silk, Shelob found the man who had broken into the Forbidden Forest. The excitement in her eyes disappeared and turned into deep vigilance. "It's you, powerful wizard, what are you doing?" Shelob was a little uneasy. She sensed the spider silk nearby, and found that only Dumbledore came alone, which made her feel a lot at ease. After the old man left last time, a lot of humans also came. Shelob thought he could have a full meal, but he was almost killed by that group of wizards. Shelob, evil spirit of Eternal 26, descendant of Ungoliant the Weaver of Darkness, I need to talk to you. Shelob looked at Dumbledore. Her terrifying 8 giant eyes revealed humanized greed, and the gloomy and hoarse voice immediately reached Dumbledore's ears. "What do you want to talk to me about? I hope you can tell me about Sauron." Dumbledore answered truthfully. The big spider in front of him gave him a very evil feeling, different from the 8-eyed giant spider, and even more different from ordinary magical animals. It was a kind of evil from the power attribute. And this kind of power is still very advanced, which makes Dumbledore feel shocked. "Sauron, quack quack." There was a sour laughter in Shelob's mouth, and her sharp claws rubbed quickly. After a while, Shelob looked at Dumbledore and said, "That guy Sauron. He is my good neighbor. I know it very well and even know a lot of things that other people don't. But why should I tell you?" 39 Dumbledore tried to use legilimency, but Shelob's body was surrounded by a powerful evil idea that blocked Dumbledore's spiritual power. However, Dumbledore still saw the greed in Shelob's heart, so he asked, "What do you want?" "I want to eat people. Elves, dwarves, hobbits." Shelob shook her 2 forelimbs excitedly. She hadn't eaten these delicacies for a long time. "This is impossible." Dumbledore's face became heavy. This big spider still wants to eat people. If he is sure, he will surely take down this evil creature. But Shelob's words also made Dumbledore feel a little excited, because Shelob must know something. At least she said elves, dwarves, hobbits, these races that Dumbledore was not familiar with. Then we have nothing to talk about. Seeing that Dumbledore was so disrespectful, Shelob lost his interest in talking about it and turned around to leave. "Wait a minute. We can talk a little more. How about I give you some animals, pork, beef, or turkey?" 35 There are a lot of pork and beef in the warehouse at Hogwarts. After all, there are countless pork chops and steaks and grilled chickens eaten in the castle every day. Shelob stopped. She looked at Dumbledore again, thought about it, and chose to agree. The main reason is that the food in the Forbidden Forest is not enough recently. It can only make her full, but she can't enjoy it. If someone is willing to provide her with a large amount of food, Shelob doesn't mind cooperating with the other party. Tell me, what do you want to know? Everything about Sauron I want to know, Dumbledore said slowly. He was still a little excited after all. After searching for so long, he finally found a clue. I should have come for it long ago. 55 Dumbledore thought this and felt a little depressed. In that case, he and the Order of the Phoenix would not have wasted so much useless effort. It's just that so many things happened recently that Dumbledore didn't remember it for a while. Sauron. He was the most powerful and trusted Maya under Morgoth. Ismelkar and my mother Ungoliant used to be loyal to him, just like Sauron. Shelob seems to have fallen into memory. He has lived for thousands of years, and many things have long been buried in the depths of his memory. After Morgoth failed in the Battle of Wrath, he was chained and thrown into the void, prophesied that he would return at a certain moment and set off the final doomsday battle. Dumbledore frowned deeply. The news of Sauron has not yet been detected, and another Morgoth fellow has appeared. And still the master of Sauron, seemingly seeing Dumbledore's worry, Shelob chuckled twice and said, "You don't have to worry. The lives of Maya and Vala are immortal and Morgoth's return. It should be hundreds of millions of years later when you were already rotten." Dumbledore was dumbfounded, then nodded, signaling Shelob to continue. After the Battle of Wrath, Sauron fled to Middle-earth. He hid for nearly 1,000 years, and he did not reappear until no one mentioned him. He changed a handsome appearance for himself, changed his name and surname, and became with many elf craftsmen, made friends and helped them, making 16 rings of power. After that, Sauron left the elf, and he forged another ring in his secret base. The Lord of the Rings, this ring was devoted to Sauron's hard work. It has an incomparably powerful power and can control other forces. Ring. After that, the elves made 3 other rings by themselves. The 3 rings that Sauron couldn't touch. Force, Sauron wants them. Shelob saw that Dumbledore seemed to be absorbed in it, and he stopped speaking, saliva drooling from his mouth. "I'm hungry." 35 Shelob's words made Dumbledore startled. He took a deep breath and left the forbidden forest. After about 5 minutes, Dumbledore came back. He took out a bag, tapped it with his wand, and hundreds of kilograms of fresh beef flew out of it. Quack, quack. Shelob let out a harsh, shrill laugh, rushed to the side of the beef, and ate it. The other spiders were also greedy, but because of Shelob's power, they only dared to watch from a distance. Hundreds of kilograms of beef were eaten by Shelob in 5 minutes. Not enough to eat. Shelob looked at Dumbledore and said in a daze, "Tell me about Sauron and I'll give you more." The corner of Dumbledore's eyes twitched. This big spider's appetite is really good. It seems that Hogwarts expenses will be a lot more in the future. I don't know if there will be any opinions on the board of directors. Shelob stared at Dumbledore, feeling that he didn't look like some capricious villain, thinking that he shouldn't lie to himself. "Remember what you said." Shelob warned Dumbledore before continuing. In order to seize the 3 rings of elves and the 16 rings of power, Sauron launched a war. He formed a large number of troops, orcs, trolls, and some humans who were bewitched and enslaved by him. I don't know the specific circumstances, but Sauron successfully took away the rings of power except the 3 rings of the elf. He gave 9 of them to humans, corrupting them and turning them into terrifying ringwraiths. 7 more were given to the dwarves, but Sauron failed to confuse them. The shadow of Sauron loomed over Middle-earth. During that time known as the Dark Ages, Sauron used violence and terror to rule most of Middle-earth. Until later, the surviving humans formed a final alliance with the elves. The Battle of the Alliance outbreak. Sauron was defeated. The Lord of the Rings was taken away by humans. Sauron lost his power and returned to Mordor and fell into a deep sleep. Shelob seemed to have thought of something interesting, and with a shrill laugh she said, "The human who took away the Lord of the Rings was finally killed, and the Lord of the Rings disappeared for thousands of years. No one knows where the ring is. But one of my servants, a hobbit named Gollum, I know the Lord of the Rings is with him. He inadvertently broke into my domain. I was going to eat him, but he promised to help me find food." So I let him go, but unfortunately I haven't seen him for a long time. Shelob sighed with emotion. Dumbledore pondered. He was sorting Shelob's information. The hobbit Gollum got the Lord of the Rings, he knew that, and he also knew that Gollum had the Lord of the Rings for 500 years before being stolen. And that guy came out to find the Lord of the Rings and somehow sneaked into Azkaban. Will Sauron return again? Dumbledore asked. Shelob didn't hesitate and replied, Sauron will eventually return. As long as he gets the Supreme Lord of the Rings, he can restore all his power and let his shadow cover the world again, and no one can stop him. Sauron has been secretly gathering his army in Mordor, right next to the Kiris Ungo where I live. There are countless orcs and ghouls, as well as mammoths, trolls, vicious beasts. Its servants, the Nine Ring spirits, have been tirelessly searching for the Supreme Lord of the Rings, preparing for the return of Sauron, some time ago. Just before I came here, the giant eye of Mordor became extremely hot. I think Sauron has discovered the trail of the Supreme Lord of the Rings. Shelob's words made Dumbledore's heart completely heavy. He thought about it and asked, Where is Mordor? Gandalf. Do you know this man? Where can I find him? I don't know the location of Mordor. I don't even know where it is. As for Gandalf, he is a famous Maya, and I have heard his name many times in the mouths of travelers passing by Chili's Ungal. Gandalf the Grey is said to be a very kind mayor. I don't know much about him, but one of the hobbits I once ate said that Gandalf was a friend of the hobbits, and maybe you could go to the Shire, where the hobbits lived. Shelob didn't want to say so much, but Dumbledore brought her so much fresh beef, which made her feel very good. Moreover, Shelob can only communicate with his descendants on weekdays, and it is not interesting, so far there has been no impatience. Dumbledore struck while the iron was hot and continued to ask, Charles, where is this place? I don't know. Sauron's previous war with the elves left Middle-earth torn apart, the sea rolled, the earth collapsed, and many places I was familiar with disappeared. Dumbledore fell silent, a little unwilling. Again, although I got clues, it didn't help much. Where's Saruman? You know him well, he visited you last time. 5. Ho 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 ho. Speaking of Saruman, Shelob made a completely different laugh. He healed my pain. I won't say much about him. I can only tell you that he is a mayor, and besides Sauron, he is the strongest mayor who has come to Central Province. Even Gandalf is far less powerful than Saruman. Of course, I can tell you all about Saruman if you're willing to provide me with a few humans. I think you'll be very interested, maybe even taken aback. Shelob looked at Dumbledore with some anticipation in his eyes. Dumbledore shook his head. Even if he really wanted to know Saruman's information, he couldn't use a human to exchange it with Shelob. And Dumbledore had already vaguely guessed. Judging from Saruman's behavior, the other party is not a kind person. One last question for you, Shelob. Do you know the Holy White Council? Saint White Council, White Tao Society. I've heard of the elves or humans that I ate. Shelob recalled carefully. The establishment of the White Taoist Society was something she hid after Chili's Wugu, and all the events during that period were obtained from the mouth of the food. It should be an organization formed by elves and humans to fight against Sauron Tilda. Shelob replied with some uncertainty. Dumbledore had a guess in his heart. He only needed to know whether the organization was good or bad. Now it seems that the person who betrayed Gandalf mentioned is most likely Saruman. Saruman, is he related to Sauron? Dumbledore asked suddenly. Shelob's 8 legs trembled uncomfortably. She did not answer but stared at Dumbledore and said, If you want to know anything else in the future, remember to prepare food. I'm going to rest. Don't disturb me for the past few days. Dumbledore didn't stop him. He had already got a lot of information tonight, as well as the information he wanted to know. After Shelob returned to the ground, Dumbledore also left the Forbidden Forest and returned to his office. After thinking for a long time, Dumbledore with a sad face stood in front of the pensive again. Saruman and Sauron should be a cooperative relationship, or Saruman took refuge in Sauron, or Shelob would not have reacted in that way. Shelob and Sauron were neighbors before, and she knew many secrets. In this case, Saruman is still anxiously looking for Gandalf. Either his relationship with Sauron has changed, and Saruman wants to use Gandalf against Sauron, or he wants to find Gandalf and kill him. Dumbledore was not surprised to come to such a conclusion, because he didn't think Saruman was a good person from the beginning, especially after the other party made the act of destroying the magical Congress of the beautiful country. Shelob said that Saruman is the strongest Maya in Middle-earth, stronger than Gandalf, so it's possible, but Gandalf has been missing for thousands of years and Saruman can't find him. Dumbledore pulled out a few more thoughts. Tonight's harvest was great, and of course he paid a lot. Hundreds of pounds of fresh beef, enough steak at Hogwarts for days. And if Shelob Lion opens his mouth in the future, there is no need to count on the school board. It seems that it can only use the old man's money to buy candy. Dumbledore pushed a fudge and put it in his mouth with a happy expression on his face. Although some inner doubts have been resolved, it is actually not helpful to the current situation. Join Saruman, these Maya really live in a world that our wizards can't understand. Then Saruman appears in the wizarding world. It proves that he suspects that Gandalf is hiding in the wizarding world. Dumbledore is not just guessing. After all, there are such examples in the wizarding world. After many wizards have offended people, they will go to the Muggle world incognito to live. Generally, wizards who hide in this way, if not for special reasons, will definitely not be found. If Gandalf had changed his name since he joined the wizarding world 1,000 years ago, if that's the case, there would be too much to find out. And if he hid in the Muggle world incognito, Dumbledore shuddered, and if that was the case, it would be almost impossible for them to find Gandalf. I am afraid that only after Sauron is resurrected, pray that the other party will appear. Meanwhile, Diagon Alley, the Daily Prophet's main office, also welcomes an unexpected guest. In addition to the normal daily newspapers, the Daily Prophet also publishes the Evening Prophet and the Sunday Prophet as needed. Therefore, even at night, there will be editors, reporters, and camera assistants in the main office of the Daily Prophet. If there are more articles by the special writers in the current period, in order to publish the newspaper normally during the day, there may even be more staff here than during the day. Anything about Saruman yet? I wonder if Saruman has been seriously injured, maybe even dead, as in the legend. It's hard to say. So many people have died in the Magic Congress, and there are also great wizards like Agilbert. Even if Saruman is not dead, he is not seriously injured. No, AI Gilbert is still in a coma. There is news from the Magic Hospital that he may fall into a permanent coma, and the possibility of waking up is almost zero. Then do we want to put this article up? This guy Dempster seems to be convinced that Saruman has had an accident. This is the 5th article he has written, and every article is scolding Saruman. The staff discussed, but they did not notice that there was already one more person at the door of the office. Miss, may I ask this Dempster? Who is he? There was a peaceful inquiry in my ear, and Tina, the assistant cameraman who was working on the typesetting, raised her head subconsciously and said, "He's in the legal advice column." Ah! A harsh scream resounded through the office, and all the employees who were working looked over. Opposite of Lai Nuo's Tina, Saruman in a white robe stood there like a serious but kind old man. Saruman, what did he come for? 35, we didn't offend him. It's the newspaper's responsibility to publish the article. The article was written by the author and the reporter. The editor-in-chief asked it, don't look for us. 35, there was chaos in the office. Ardell raised his scepter and paused heavily on the ground. A transparent light wave spread, and all the people in the room closed their mouths involuntarily. Seal the throat. This spell is sometimes useful. Everyone looked at Saruman in horror. They did not dare to raise their wands because that would kill them faster. Ardell showed a smile that he thought was kind, looked at Tina, unlocked the magic of her tongue and throat, and asked with a smile, "Miss, may I ask Mr. Dempster, who is he?" He's our newspaper's legal advice columnist, from the Ministry of Magic. Woo-woo, please, Mr. Saruman. Woo-woo, I don't want to die. I'm not married yet. Bureau G looking at the little girl who was scared to cry by herself, Ardell felt a little guilty. Knowing that Saruman has become the representative of the evil dark wizard, Ardell deliberately did not show a very serious look just now, but also took the initiative to show a smile. But even so, such a kind old man, he still frightened a cute little girl to cry. She must not have graduated from Gryffindor. Ardell thought so, and the scepter waved lightly, releasing a mental magic. Tina, who was crying, twitched, and suddenly felt that she was not so afraid. Not only that, but she even had an urge to defeat Saruman and contribute to the magic world. Am I a hidden griffin? Tina blinked twice. She looked at Saruman boldly and said, I've told you what you want to know, Mr. Saruman. I don't think you won't. Relax, boy, I'm not a bad person. After Ardell finished speaking, he saw other people looking at him strangely, obviously not agreeing with what he said. People don't understand me too deeply. Maybe when you have time, you can give me an interview. Let me think about it. It's settled. I will come to you next time when I have time. Ardell thought about it and asked the Daily Prophet to do an exclusive interview with himself, and it seemed that it would be good to promote the 590. He reached out and picked up the article that Dempster had contributed. Saruman, a sinful person who will eventually be judged by the light. The bane of the wizarding world almost exposed the existence of the wizarding world. The first sentence of the opening sentence made Ardell frown. He looked at it and saw the address above. That's his address, right? Ardell asked Tina. Tina bit her lip and didn't speak, but a wizard near her nodded in a panic. Because of the power of the spell, he pursed his lips tightly, looking a bit funny. You're a good boy. Ardell patted the wizard on the shoulder, breaking the spell on him. I hope you can do me a favor. Tomorrow's Daily Prophet, front page, I want to see my picture. Tell everyone for me that I am alive and well, not injured, not dead. If the International Federation of Wizards wants to arrest me, let them come. But they better pay the bounty in advance to buy themselves a better cemetery. Besides, those rats in the name of the White Council, if they use the name of the White Council to do something wrong, I will send them to hell myself. A piercing chill flashed across Ardell's face, and Tina and the wizard only felt a terrifying aura swept over, almost incontinent. About Sauron, I still say the same thing. I disdain to deceive you. If you don't prepare in advance when Sauron returns, death may be the best relief, because at that time you can't live, you can't die. Ardell's voice rang in everyone's ears, and they seemed to sink into the boundless darkness, struggling in hell. I don't know how long it took. Everyone came back to their senses, and Saruman's figure had already disappeared. Tina looked at the time. An hour had passed. Originally, she was thinking of writing a letter to Dempster secretly, but now it seems that there is no need for it. The editor in charge in the office glanced at the time and obviously noticed this. He thought for a while, then said with a wry smile, Maybe we're looking for a new columnist for the law column. The next day, the new Daily Prophet was issued. The front page article is that man, come back with a photo of Saruman. He stood in the office of the Daily Prophet and smiled kindly. Behind him, the staff of the Daily Prophet looked bitter and frightened. Subsequently, the Ministry of Magic also issued an announcement that Dempster Wigsword, a staff member of the Ministry of Magic's legal division, was found dead in his home. Nothing happened to his wife and daughter, and they didn't even know what happened. After Dempster's wife woke up, she found that her husband had an accident. In his study, he wrote the name of the great wise man, Saruman in the white robe, and died peacefully in his sleep. This bizarre method made wizards and wizards terrified, and several newspapers and magazines that had been reporting the negative news of Saruman closed their doors one after another, preparing to leave Europe to hide outside. Of course, Sauron, which Saruman has been emphasizing, has once again aroused the discussion among the wizards, and Dumbledore chose to accept an exclusive interview with the Daily Prophet at this time, and spread some of the news he knew during this interview, including a lot about Sauron. This exclusive interview has a great influence on the wizarding world. At least now when people in the wizarding world mention Sauron, they all know some stories about him more or less. Sauron is a terrible devil, and he will not know when he will reopen, come back and rule the world, but it is unknown how many people believe it. Anyway, Ardal hadn't received any news that Sauron's world had reached the standard of acceptance. On Friday night, Ardal dined in the Great Hall. Hermione's roommate, Sister Petal, celebrated their birthday today. Hermione accompanies them to eat cake in the dormitory. Originally, Sister Petal wanted to invite Ardal, but he refused. However, Ardal still thoughtfully sent instructions for the two. As for gifts, Ardal took out the many Swiss candies stored in the system space, and the two sisters seemed to like it. While eating, Pan's suit walked over to Ardal as if passing by casually. "Why are you eating alone? Where's Hermione? Did you quarrel?" Pansy's tone was a little gloating, and there was a hint of anticipation. "Really, Gryffindor people are reckless, unlike me. Unlike our snake house, who never quarrel with good friends." Ardal's expression was a little strange. "Are you sure you're talking about the snake house? Don't fight with friends because you don't have friends. Also, why does this sound so Pansy muttered for a long time here, and finally found that Ardal just looked at him and ignored her, stomped angrily, turned around and left, and a voice came into Ardal's ears before leaving. "I really don't know what's so good about her. I can do so much better than her." Ron and Harry looked at each other, lowered their heads quietly, and continued to cook. "Don't take part in this kind of thing, don't stand in line, or you will definitely offend people." After eating, Ardal returned to the dormitory and took out Saruman's experiment note Roman II and looked at it. After Malfoy and the others were almost asleep, Ardal took out the Issel spar and the screen flashed, revealing Nagini's lounge. "Cough, cough." Ardal coughed and blinked. "What's wrong? Isn't it only March? Is it so hot?" Ardal calmed down, closed his eyes, and started calling out to Nagini from the depths of his soul. In the lounge, Nagini, who was wearing cool pajamas, suddenly opened his eyes. "Owner." Nagini glanced at the lounge suspiciously, lowered his voice, and shouted cautiously. She just heard Saruman's voice, but there was no one else in the lounge except her. "Am I too nervous?" Nagini murmured, stretched his body, his long legs pierced through the black tulle, and there was a faint charm of a different kind. "Nagini." Saruman's voice sounded again. Nagini was shocked and sat up from the bed. She glanced at the room again, and then came to a realization, closed her eyes, and felt the throbbing from the depths of her soul. "Owner," Nagini called softly, and sure enough, from the depths of her soul came Saruman's old voice. "Very well, Nagini, you are doing well. I didn't expect you to be a professor at Hogwarts. It's my luck. Professor Dumbledore originally asked me to be a school doctor, but Professor Quirrell, who was in charge of teaching students in defense against the dark arts, escaped from Hogwarts, so I—" Nagini explained it to Ardal. Because Dumbledore was the professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts when she met Dumbledore, she still called Dumbledore the same as before. "Dumbledore, did you want to join the Order of the Phoenix meeting again?" Ardal asked Nagini that he needed to know Dumbledore's plans to see what he had in mind. "Yes, we had a secret meeting some time ago. Dumbledore suspects that Gandalf may have changed his name and lived in the wizarding world as an ordinary wizard. It is even possible that the other party lives in the Muggle world, just like ordinary people. Other members of the Order of the Phoenix are a little discouraged because they haven't been able to find any valid leads." Nagini briefly reported on Dumbledore's recent developments. "I see, you did a great job." Ardal praised Nagini, the latter's soul throbbed happily, and then Nagini asked cautiously, "Master, Hogwarts has a little wizard named Ardal, do you know him?" "Ardal? That's a very gifted kid. He got my lab notes left in the Hogwarts library. It's no big deal, it's just something I fiddled with." Ardal thought about it and decided to arrange it this way. After all, Ardal knows a lot of magic that doesn't exist in this world, and he also taught Hermione the Thorn Coil and the Light Shield spell. When Ardal was teaching Hermione, she told her that it was created by a wizard named Saruman. Later, Hermione went to the library to check relevant information, but could not find any information about Saruman. After Ardal attacked the British Ministry of Magic as Saruman, Hermione regarded Saruman as the evil dark wizard, and she never mentioned it again, and never revealed it to anyone else. To magic. However, these things will be exposed sooner or later, and Ardal's arrangement is more reasonable. Even if Dumbledore knew about it, He could at most blame him for not handing in the things in time and keeping the dangerous wizard's notes privately. So it is. Nagini pondered. No wonder she was very fond of the boy. It turned out to be because he practiced the same magic as Sauron. Master, what do you want me to do when you are looking for me this time? Nagini came back to his senses and asked carefully. She knew Sauron would not contact her for no reason. Yes, there is a basilisk hidden in Hogwarts. It is a very powerful and evil magical creature. Anyone who looks directly into the eyes of the basilisk will die immediately due to the power of the curse. Even if you see its eyes indirectly, it will be petrified due to the power of the curse, and it cannot be lifted by the curse, and can only be restored by using the Mandela herbal medicine. Nagini was shocked. She knows what kind of basilisk. It is a very scary creature. It is said that it has long been extinct in the wizarding world. Before, a wizard tried to breed a basilisk and was arrested by the Ministry of Magic on the charge of breeding dangerous creatures. Such a terrible thing is hidden in Hogwarts. How can that be? Master, this sounds incredible. There are so many students at Hogwarts and Professor Dumbledore is there. If there is a basilisk, how can no one find it? Nagini asked suspiciously. If someone else told her about this, Nagini must think that the other party is crazy. But what his master said, Nagini was still willing to believe it. That's what Slytherin stayed at Hogwarts. It has its own mission, and Slytherin's descendants will release it from the Chamber of Secrets and let it hunt down those Muggle-born wizards. Usually it hides in a secret room and sleeps. Once someone wakes it up, it will walk in the pipe, Ardal said, and smiled disdainfully. Slytherin's successor is Parseltongue. The last person who opened the secret room and released the basilisk was Voldemort. At that time, a little witch died, and it was Myrtle, who lived in the girls' bathroom on the second floor. Ghost. 99 Nagini suddenly realized. She had also heard of the famous ghost on the second floor and the weeping Myrtle. The little wizards didn't like her, and no one wanted to go to that bathroom. Taking a deep breath, Angeline's eyes showed a firm look and asked, "Then what do you want me to do?" "The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in that bathroom. There is a tap with the Slytherin Academy logo engraved on it, and the key to open the Chamber of Secrets is Parseltongue. Use Parseltongue to open the Chamber of Secrets and control the basilisk. Ask for flowers." I don't know if Nagini was Parseltongue Ardal before, but after she turned into a snake, she became Voldemort's Horcrux again, and she became a human again so she could communicate with snakes in snake language. "You want me to control the basilisk?" "Yes, let it out, but don't let it attack others. Just let it walk around the pipe every day. Don't let people find it. If it's a ghost, it's fine." Ardal admonished Nagini. He intends to take this opportunity to earn a plot point. Solving the basilisk branch system will reward plot points. Find the basilisk and kill it. Hogwarts will give him a house point. Ardal's main quest is still in progress. At the end of the semester, 1 house point can be exchanged for 10 plot points point. If he kills the basilisk, Dumbledore should not be stingy with house points. If the main task of the next semester is gone, then he will lose a lot of plot points. He can also collect some venom, blood, etc. in the process of solving the basilisk and study it to see if he can improve the strong orc potion. It just so happened that he got Gramdrin, and if he worked it out, he might be able to disguise this sword as the sword of Gryffindor. In that case, Ardal becomes a Slytherin who can draw the sword of Gryffindor. Anyway, just brushing the good feelings. Now that Dumbledore and the other wizards are almost all looking at Saruman and Sauron, everything is going according to plan, and it's time for Ardal to stand up. If Ardal's goal for himself before was goo, after obtaining the Ring of Kai, Ardal can be a little more aggressive. After all, he has that power. There is always some benefit to brushing up your reputation among the little wizards at Hogwarts first. I understand. Nagini didn't know what Ardal was doing, but Nagini breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Ardal telling her not to let the basilisk attack the little wizard, because she really likes these little wizards. "Be careful, don't be discovered. I will contact you again." Saruman's advice came out of his mind, and then Nagini felt the throbbing in his soul disappear. She lay back on the bed, turned sideways, and looked at the starry sky outside the wall and window, wondering what she was thinking. The task Ardal gave her was quite simple for her. Logically speaking, after the blood curse is cured, Nagini can no longer become a snake, but in fact it is not the case. After the blood curse is cured, Nagini's ability to become a snake becomes her talent. It can also be said that she inadvertently became a F***ck Gus, and her F***ck Gus is a snake. This is something that Dumbledore didn't even know. At 3 in the morning, Nagini, who was lying in bed, suddenly moved. Her legs were curled together, her arms were wrapped around her, her body twisted, and she silently turned into a black-brown viper. Nagini crawled from the bed to the ground, looked up, and climbed out through the window gap in the wall on the other side of the corridor. Hogwarts was quiet late at night. The ghosts and murals all fell into a deep sleep, and Nagini was crawling against the edge of the wall, and along the way did not encounter the legendary Gryffindor lion who would swim every night, which made her relax a lot. Following the stairs, Nagini came to the second floor. Myrtle had rested, and she liked to hide in the broken toilet. Nagini climbed silently up the sink and found the Slytherin snake sign behind a faucet. What the master said is true. How on earth did he know these 593? Although Nagini had been prepared, when she actually found the snake-shaped mark behind the faucet, Nagini couldn't help being horrified. Not even Dumbledore knew about it. He knew about it from Voldemort. Nagini secretly guessed that apart from this reason, Nagini could not think of any other possibility. But will Voldemort tell Sauron about this? This is a basilisk left behind by Slytherin. If Nagini didn't understand, she simply stopped thinking about it. She straightened up slightly and spoke in the direction of the faucet in Parseltongue. Open, open. A strange sound rang in the bathroom. Nagini looked back. There was no sound in the toilet. Myrtle was not affected. She was still sleeping. There was a sound of the mechanism turning from the sink, and then the pillar in the center of the sink rose up under the action of the mechanism, revealing the passage into the secret room below. Nagini recovered and cast a shielding spell at the entrance before jumping in. She knew that if she saw the eyes of the basilisk, she would die directly, so after jumping into the passage, Nagini turned into a snake again. She closed her eyes and relied on the smell to distinguish. Nagini soon came to the depths of the secret room. She opened the second door in the depths of the secret room and climbed in. Here, Nagini discovers a giant snake slough. This basilisk just shed its skin soon. The snake slough has not dried yet. That is, in the last month or two, Nagini is more and more careful because the basilisk molting means that he has not hibernated and slept. Living in such a place will inevitably become violent due to hunger. Soon, Nagini came to the deepest part of the secret room, where the smell of the basilisk was very strong, but she could perceive that the basilisk was not here. Nagini returned to human form and opened his eyes. She saw the huge stone statue of Slytherin, and she could feel that the basilisk was in the depths of the stone statue. Nagini took a deep breath and said to the stone statue in Parseltongue, "Come out, Slytherin's basilisk. I need your help." She didn't know the name of the basilisk because Ardal didn't tell her, and of course it was because Ardal didn't remember either. However, this doesn't affect anything. There was a thin crawling sound behind the stone statue. Nagini was very familiar with this sound. She quickly closed her eyes and held her wand in one hand, in case the basilisk wanted to eat her, not without the ability to resist. "Who are you?" Nagini soon heard the basilisk's voice, which sounded puzzled and excited. It was the excitement of a long-starved beast when he saw food. "I am a descendant of Salazar Slytherin." Nagini followed the information Ardal had told her, and before she had finished speaking, the basilisk interrupted her, and it growled, "You're lying." The basilisk crawled to Nagini's side, and it stared at her, showing sharp fangs. "You don't have the blood of Salazar in you. I can feel it." Nagini was a little flustered. Originally, she had Voldemort's soul aura on her body, but after Ardal was cured, the aura about Voldemort completely disappeared. "I'm not finished yet." Thinking of the master's command, Nagini was bold. "I'm a friend of the descendant of Salazar Slytherin, and he asked me to come here to wake you up." He was here 50 years ago and his name was Tom Riddle. Nagini said quickly. The basilisk's grown mouth closed again, its tail fluttered, making a snapping sound in the empty secret room, and then said somewhat unwillingly, I remember that guy. Yes, he's Salazar's descendant. For your Parseltonian's sake, tell me, what did he ask me to do? Is it to open the secret room and kill all those who don't deserve to be here? Wizard. Nagini breathed a sigh of relief, closed her eyes, and shook her head. It's not like that. Tom wants you to get out of the back room and crawl through the pipes. You're not allowed to attack students, but you can attack ghosts. Ghost. The basilisk crawled around, and the sound of its tail hitting the ground grew louder. Why attack ghosts? They can't be eaten. Nagini felt the emotion of the basilisk, soothed it, and said, I'll prepare some food for you. You should be able to eat beef, right? I'm sorry for you, but Tom did say so. Now the situation at Hogwarts is very bad. Tom can't come back. Hogwarts is the headmaster of Gryffindor. Gryffindor again. Salazar hates Gryffindor the most. He's always against Salazar. The basilisk snorted twice. It looked at Nagini greedily, and the saliva at the corner of its mouth could not help dripping down. But thinking of Nagini saying that he would prepare beef for it, it held back again. This woman is so big, not enough to jam the teeth. What's more, the Tom Riddle in her mouth. The basilisk has an impression. He released himself 50 years ago, but unfortunately that little guy was still too weak at that time. Although he was very smart, he finally had to lock himself up again. At that time, the Soup 4-1M said that one day it will be released again to complete the great cause of Salazar. Well, remember what you said. I'm really starving. I'll go out and have a look tomorrow. I won't take the initiative to attack anyone. But if someone accidentally sees me, hiss. The basilisk swam back into the statue, and Nagini breathed a sigh of relief. She opened her eyes, glanced at the secret room, and then turned and left. After rearranging the entrance to the secret room, Nagini returned to his lounge. Thinking of what just happened, Nagini couldn't help but applaud his wit. Fortunately, she temporarily changed her rhetoric and said that she was a friend of Voldemort, and it was also fortunate that she knew Voldemort's real name from Dumbledore. Tomorrow the basilisk will act. Well, I have to remind Ardal that he must be careful. The next day, Nagini woke up early. Originally, today was a rest day on Saturday. Nagini could sleep in late, but she couldn't sleep when she thought about the basilisk, so she came to the auditorium early. Ardal, as usual, was having dinner with Hermione in the Great Hall. Good morning, Ardal, Hermione. Nagini came over and greeted them with a smile. Good morning, Professor Nagini. Hermione greeted with a smile, with a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. Nagini has never come over to say hello during dinner before. What is it today? Good morning, Professor. Ardal put down his knife and fork and looked at Nagini with a hint of questioning in his eyes. Nagini sat down opposite Ardal. She gently stroked the broken hair on her forehead and showed an embarrassed smile. It's like this. Through these several classes, I found that the little wizards, with the help of Ardal classmates, can master the spells that need to be learned faster and better, so I think you should also be very talented in teaching. So I want you, Ardal, to be my teaching assistant. In this case, it may help everyone learn magic spells faster and better. 26 After Nagini finished speaking, he looked at Ardal nervously. Ardal was a little strange, he thought about it, looked at Hermione again and found that she seemed to be confused, so he nodded and said, No problem. If there are bonus points for every class, I'd love to help you. There are bonus points. 35. Nagini hurriedly said that Hogwarts professors have the right to give bonus points to good-performing little wizards in every class, and if Ardal becomes an assistant teacher, it is normal for her to give Ardal extra points. Of course, what is not normal is that there is no first-grade wizard to become a teaching assistant. But judging from Ardal's comprehension of spells and his usual performance, it's not impossible for him to be a teaching assistant. Then we're done. Nagini clapped his hands happily and said, After dinner, come to my office, Ardal. Let's discuss what spells we should learn in the next class and how to better let the little wizards remember. Hearing Nagini say that, Ardal finally understood. What teaching assistants and discussions are all in vain. Nagini must have been afraid of being attacked by a basilisk, so he thought of a way to get him to the office to guard him. After all, Ardle is also a Muggle-born wizard, even if he entered the Slytherin Academy. But in Slytherin's opinion, Ardle is not qualified to become a wizard. He's also in the category of people who get cleaned up by basilisks. But didn't she ask her to tell the basilisk not to do anything to the little wizard? If the basilisk really kills the little wizard, then Hogwarts is bound to panic. In order to keep Hogwarts from closing, Dumbledore must investigate Hogwarts thoroughly if he finds the basilisk. It must have been killed by a few spells thrown, and Ardle would have nothing to do with it by then. I'll be fine for a while. Ardle was originally going to refine the potion of powerful orcs, and it's okay to delay a day. However, he promised Hermione yesterday, and today he will take her to Hogsmeade to play. He looked at Hermione, and sure enough, Hermione was pouting and piercing the poor boiled potato on the plate with a fork, looking unhappy. But Hermione couldn't tell Nagini that she had an appointment with Ardle because they didn't have a third grade, and it was against school rules to sneak into Hogsmeade. Ardle doesn't worry about it. He can't go this week, and it's okay to go next week. What he was worried about was the basilisk, and if the basilisk were really messing around, Hermione was in danger too because she was also a little Muggle wizard. What's more, in the original play, Hermione was attacked by a basilisk. Because Hermione was clever, she guessed the identity of the basilisk and looked at the basilisk with a mirror. There was no major incident, but she was petrified. Why don't you let Hermione come too? Hermione is also very good at understanding spells, and she has mastered all the spells in standard spells. Ardle looked at Nagini, who was startled for a moment, suddenly remembering that Hermione was also a little Muggle wizard, so he nodded and said, "Of course, Hermione, would you like to come?" Hermione was happy now, and without any hesitation, nodded in agreement immediately. She doesn't worry that Ardle and Nagini are alone, although Nagini is much older than Ardle. But Hermione could always hear other little wizards discussing Nagini in the Gryffindor lounge, which made her realize that some things are not a matter of age. Then we agreed. After dinner, you will come to my office. Nagini smiled, and in her office, she wouldn't have to worry about Ardle being overseen by a basilisk. After dinner, Ardle and Hermione came to Nagini's office as promised. Nagini prepared some juices and teas for them, as well as a lot of desserts. It seems that they are planning to fight a protracted war. At the same time, Harry and Ron also finished their breakfast, and they were going to go back to the bedroom to play wizard chess. The two had just reached the 5th floor when Harry suddenly stopped his steps, frowned, and looked around. "Did you hear that?" "What?" Ron didn't know why he looked around except for a little wizard passing by. There was no special person and there was no special voice. "Someone is talking." Harry frowned and he ran a few steps along the corridor, then stopped suddenly. "Listen, someone is talking. Don't scare me." Ron grabbed Harry's sleeve and looked around. No one was talking. He shuddered, feeling an inexplicable chill. "Can't you hear?" Harry looked at Ron strangely. He was a little surprised, rubbed his ears, then turned his ears to listen again and said, "You really can't hear that loud sound." Ron was even more frightened. He widened his eyes, held Harry tightly, shook his head frantically, and asked in a low voice, swallowing his saliva, "What did you hear? Screaming or crying?" "It's a man talking." 35, Harry said in a deep voice. His expression became strange, and he repeated what he heard in his mouth. He said he was hungry, wanted to eat, and said, "The killing started." Harry's face became more and more strange. He looked sharply at the wall of the corridor, then shook his head and said, 597 now he's gone. Could it be Peeves' prank? Could it be that Hogwarts is haunted? Ron thought about it. He really didn't hear anything, and Harry heard something too strange. "I don't know, but I have a very bad feeling." Harry's expression was a little painful. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little flustered, and his whole body was cold. He had never felt this way before, which made him feel very bad. Maybe Snape. He might be doing something bad again. Harry grunted. Ron rolled his eyes, sighed, and said, "Harry, what happened to Professor Snape was a misunderstanding. Principal Dumbledore said in the newspaper that the Philosopher's Stone was not lost. And they all said that it was Professor Quirrell who wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone in the first place." Harry pursed his lips and said nothing. He knew Ron was right, but he just felt something was wrong with Snape. The way he looked at himself was obviously disgusting, but sometimes it was strange. Anyway, something must be happening, and I was definitely not hallucinating just now. 99, Harry said firmly to Ron. This time he had a strong hunch, absolutely right, that something else was going to happen at Hogwarts. Ron couldn't hear the voice, but he could hear. Does this mean? Is it still up to him to resolve this matter? Thinking of this, the unease in Harry's heart disappeared and turned into inexplicable excitement. This time will never be like the Philosopher's Stone. Absolutely not. 35 because I'm Harry Potter, the boy from the legend. After returning to the dormitory, the preoccupied Harry was no longer in the mood to play wizard chess. Ron was a little unhappy. He wanted to persuade Harry, but he didn't know how to speak. In the end, he could only go to Neville to play chess. Harry lay on the bed, covering his head with the quilt, remembering the sound he had just heard. Hearing a strange sound at Hogwarts, Harry didn't think it was Peeves' prank. He had a strong premonition in his heart that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with him. Looking at Ron, who was playing chess with Neville, Harry pursed his lips, quietly climbed off the bed, and left the dormitory. Harry went back to the 5th floor where he first heard the sound, and he went down the wall of the corridor, and when he reached the 2nd floor, Harry heard the sound again. I'm very hungry. Come here I am. Harry looked around, desperately trying to find what was making such a terrible noise. Blood. I smell blood. Tear you apart. Let me kill you. The sound came from the wall, and Harry pressed against the wall, following the direction of the sound, all the way to the 4th floor. Then Harry suddenly heard a sharp scream. It was a cat's meow. Harry knew that the only one on the 4th floor at this time was Mr. Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris. Harry hurried over and opened his mouth in shock when he turned around the stairs and saw what was going on. There was a pool of blood on the ground, and a ghost with a stiff face floated in the air. Harry knew this ghost. It was Barrow the Blood. The ghost of Slytherin, Peeves, and Nick the Headless were all afraid of him, and he liked to talk to himself in the astronomy tower, staring at others with empty eyes, so everyone is afraid of him. But now his eyes are even more empty. Harry found that Barrow was floating in the air, motionless, without the peculiar transparency of ghosts, but looked more like gray-white. Harry Potter, what are you doing? Filch, who also heard the screams, ran over, and he recognized Harry at a glance. Because Harry always used an invisibility cloak to travel at night, Filch had a lot of conflicts with him. Very inconsistency between. I didn't do anything, Mr. Filch Tilda. Harry explained that he also rushed over after hearing Mrs. Norris screams, but when he arrived, there was only a pool of blood and Barrow, the bloody man who didn't know what happened. You lie. More Filch roared. He ran over, saw the blood on the ground, his eyes darkened, and he almost fell to the ground. What did you do to Mrs. Norris? Filch rushed in front of Harry with red eyes, grabbed Harry's arm tightly, and asked loudly, What have you done to my Mrs. Norris? Let me go, Filch, let me go. Harry broke free. He felt Filch was about to break his arm. Filch let go of Harry. Snape's voice came from the entrance of the stairs. He came over, first glanced at Harry, saw that he was not injured, then looked at Filch. As a school employee, you shouldn't treat a student like this. He killed my cat. He killed Mrs. Norris. Filch usually would not dare to be so tough with Snape, but today was an exception. Mrs. Norris was gone, and there was only a pool of blood on the ground. Anyone would guess that something happened to Mrs. Norris. Filch is a squib, can't use magic. He poured all his feelings into Mrs. Norris, and now that Mrs. Norris has an accident, Filch doesn't care about Snape or Dumbledore. I want the school to expel him. Harry Potter, he murdered my cat. Filch pointed at Harry with a stubborn expression on his face. I didn't do it. I just came here. I heard the cat scream. You lied. You just murdered my cat because you were afraid she would find out about your night tour. Mrs. Norris has a very sensitive sense of smell. Even if Harry wears an invisibility cloak, he has been chased by Mrs. Norris several times, so Filch is very suspicious of Harry. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. 35. The fierce quarrel attracted the attention of many people, and some little wizards came over one after another. And when they saw the blood on the ground and the floating blood man barrow, they cried out in surprise and fear. What happened? Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore came over, as did Ardell and Hermione and Nagini. They were in Nagini's office discussing the spell to learn in the next class when they heard a loud noise from outside. Nagini had something on his mind and was afraid of an accident, so he stopped a student and asked carefully, only to know that there was an accident on the 4th floor, so he called Ardell and Hermione to come and have a look. Dumbledore glanced at the bloody barrow with a serious face and sighed softly. Harry didn't do this. He doesn't have the magic power to turn a ghost into this. Professor McGonagall nodded and said to Filch, "That's right, petrify a ghost. Even I can't do it. Even if he didn't do it, it must have something to do with him." Filch was waiting for Harry, otherwise it would be a coincidence that no one else was there, only Harry was here. He pointed to Harry and asked, "Why are you on the 4th floor? What are you doing here? What about your friends? What about that little Weasley guy?" Harry was at a loss for words, and he replied with some lack of confidence. He was resting in the dormitory. "I was a little bored, so I went out for a walk." "Come out for a walk? What's there to do on the 4th floor? This place is abandoned. I think you came out to do bad things, and Mrs. Norris saw it, so you killed it." 99 Filch exclaimed, looking at Dumbledore. "I demand that he be expelled. He traveled every day and night some time ago and seriously violated the school rules, and now he is doing this again." Dumbledore frowned deeply, looked around for a week, then looked at Harry and asked, "Harry, tell me, have you seen this before?" I was just hanging out on the 3rd floor, and then I heard Mrs. Norris scream, and when I came, it was already here." Dumbledore pondered. He looked at Snape. Snape nodded. He walked to the bloodstain, squatted down, got a little blood on his hand, and sniffed it under his nose. "It's cat blood, fresh. It should be Mrs. Norris." Filch was completely unable to stand and fell back, leaning against the wall. Snape drew out his wand and drew a strange arc in the air, chanting a spell. Lai Nuajao mark appeared. A string of footprints appeared on the ground, among which the footprints of Mrs. Norris' cat stopped abruptly beside the bloodstain and disappeared suddenly. The other footprints on the ground belonged to these little wizards and professors who came to watch the fun. Besides, they belonged to Harry and Filch. "What else do you want to say? No one is here except you." Filch exclaimed. Harry was a little overwhelmed. He shook his head and said, "I did not lie. Harry Potter, get your wand out." 99 Snape said suddenly, and Harry froze for a moment, then took out his wand. Snape used a flashback charm and found that Harry didn't cast any special spell, so he nodded to Dumbledore. "Clearly it wasn't Harry who did this, Filch. We'll find out." Young Dumbledore comforted Filch, looked at the others and said, "Let's all go back. In the next period of time, I hope you don't wander around, don't travel at night, and be careful." Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Snape left. Harry was distracted when he saw some little wizards whispering to him, and he didn't want to stay any longer. He turned to Gryffindor Tower. "Go." Filch stared blankly at the blood on the ground. The ugly old man suddenly squatted on the ground, covering his cheeks with his hands and crying. "Woo-woo." Filch's cry made Nagini feel a little unbearable. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end she only sighed. "Let's go too, Ardell, Hermione." There was nothing Nagini could do. The basilisk would not listen to her in the first place, and she did everything she could to persuade the basilisk to prevent it from attacking the little wizard. As for the basilisk eating a cat when it attacked the ghost, there was nothing she could do about it. The other little wizards also left, and in the corridor on the 4th floor, only Filch's cry could be heard. Poor Filch. He used to only have the cat, now he's got nothing. Hermione heard the faint cry behind her and said with some emotion she felt that her heart was sour and she couldn't tell what it was like. F's temper is a little weird. In fact, if he is usually kinder and has a better attitude towards the little wizards, no one will like him. Ardell touched Hermione's head. He didn't want the good little witch to be upset by this. And Mrs. Lois might not be dead. I can't think of anyone in the castle attacking a cat. Although Ardell said so, but he also knew that Mrs. Norris was basically certain to die. The hungry basilisk won't let this little treat go. He secretly observed Nagini and found that she was a little worried, presumably because of Filch's cry. But Nagini quickly adjusted. She took a deep breath, and the smile returned to her face. The three returned to Nagini's office and continued to study the standard spell. Ardell and Hermione's task is to pick out which spells are suitable for teaching little wizards, and then categorize them according to their perceived difficulty level. And of course, consider the problems that may arise from learning such spells. There are also difficulties and confusions when learning magic spells. At noon, the three went to the auditorium together. The atmosphere in the school became a little depressing, and most of the little wizards were discussing what happened today. They don't know what kind of power can make a ghost petrify. This is almost impossible, but it really happened. Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape also came to the Great Hall, but Dumbledore didn't show up, and he didn't know what he was doing. Harry and Ron and Neville were also eating, and seeing Ardell and Hermione, Neville greeted them. "Do you know what happened this morning?" "Well, Hermione and I went to see it. Did Mrs. Norris find it?" Ardell answered Neville's question, and he and Hermione sat down and each asked for a lunch. "No, I can't find it. Filch is very sad. Dumbledore gave him a holiday, and if something happened to my Ralph, I would be very sad too." Neville sighed, and Ron on the opposite side nodded and said, "If Scabbers were lost, I might have been like Filch too." Spotty. Ardell glanced up at Ron. On a whim, he told Dumbledore in Saruman's image that there was a mouse in Hogwarts, but Dumbledore didn't take it seriously. Before, Ron would bring Scabbers every time he went to Transfiguration class. Later, after Malfoy pranked Scabbers into a jewelry box, Ron never wore Scabbers again. Over time, Ardell forgot about it. "It's not that simple anyway." Ron continued. He glanced at Harry and saw that he did not speak or express anything, but decided to hide for him the special sound Harry heard in the morning. He took a sip of juice and continued. "I think we have to be careful. This time it's the Bloody Barrow and Filch's cat. Maybe it's us next time. I heard Percy say that if I can't find who did this, the school might have a holiday." The atmosphere at the dining table was a little silent, no longer full of laughter as usual. Hermione seemed a little uncomfortable. She leaned towards Ardell and asked, "Ardell, do you think this did it? Anyway, it's not the little wizards who did it. No Seejeb little wizard has the ability, and the 7th grade little wizard can't do it." Ardell ate the pork chops unhurriedly. He glanced at Harry and continued, "I thought maybe someone got into the castle or some kind of terrifying magical creature. The second possibility is a bit more likely, because if it's a wizard with ulterior motives, he doesn't have to attack a cat at all. That's the case. We'll beat grass to startle snakes. Unless his purpose was to attack Filch's cat." Ardell's words made the little wizards around laugh, and no dark wizard would risk infiltrating Hogwarts just to attack a squib cat. "So, you think it's some kind of magical creature?" Hermione leaned her chin and looked at Ardell with wide eyes. She thought Ardell was right. 80% of the possibility. Ardell didn't talk too much because he was afraid of arousing suspicion, but he still planned to reveal a little bit of information. "Hermione, have you noticed anything special today?" "Special circumstances." Hermione was startled for a moment. She frowned and thought about it. "Except for what happened on the 4th floor today, there was nothing special." "I don't know." "Oops, don't sell your shit." Hermione grabbed Ardell's sleeve and shook it, and Ron, who was opposite, looked at it, and for some reason, he felt a little appetizing, and he didn't even have the appetite to eat. Ron doesn't like Hermione now, but he thinks that Hermione and Ardell have a good relationship, and he is a little envious. He also hopes to have a beautiful and lovely girl around him all the time. "If you pay attention, you will find that the spiders in the castle are crawling out. I found it when we went to the 4th floor today." Ardell explained to Hermione, and of course the little wizards all around who were watching. The classroom on the 4th floor has been abandoned for a long time, and it is very dark there, so many spiders live, but today, those spiders are crawling, and they want to escape from the 4th floor. Even from the castle. So I thought, maybe some kind of powerful magical creature came and divided some parts of the castle into its territory, and those spiders ran away because of fear. Hermione nodded thoughtfully, and when she heard Ardell say this, She vaguely seemed to remember something. I seem to have seen it in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Some creatures are the natural enemies of spiders. Maybe you're right. That terrifying magical creature ate Mrs. Norris, but could the spiders be moving? Neville scratched his head embarrassedly, with a trace of fear on his face, and said, "There is a terrifying giant spider in the Forbidden Forest. They may be looking for it." "If that's the case, they've moved out long ago, so why wait until today?" Ardal said, stretched out his hand to hold the frame of his glasses that did not exist, and said solemnly, "To sum up, I think that a terrifying magical creature has appeared in the school, considering its ability to petrify ghosts, and then refer to the secret room legend recorded in Hogwarts, a school history. I have every reason to suspect that the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets has been opened." Hogwarts, a school history. This is a book in the Hogwarts library, and it is also the most borrowed book. The book chronicles the history of Hogwarts since its founding and includes many anecdotes about the four founders and, of course, some gossip. But neither Harry nor Ron had read the book. The Legend of the Secret Room. The two looked at each other suspiciously. Obviously, neither of them had heard of this legend. Although Hermione has read the whole book, she can't remember some of the content, because the book about the secret room only mentioned a little, and it's still in the way of rumors. So Hermione didn't care at all at the time, so even when she heard Ardal mention it, Hermione still didn't think of any useful information. She plans to go to the library later and borrow the book to have a good look. Legend has it that Slytherin built a secret chamber in the school and left a terrifying thing in it, which some have speculated to be a terrifying monster. According to the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find It, Slytherin once bred a basilisk. Ardal glanced at the little wizards around and said firmly, "So, the one who attacked Mrs. Norris was probably a basilisk." An interesting inference, but Ardal, the secret room thing is a legend. Hogwarts doesn't have such a secret room, and the basilisk is huge. If it were at Hogwarts, it would have been discovered by us. Professor McGonagall's voice came from behind. Ardal turned around and found Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape standing behind him. Obviously, what he just said caught the attention of Professor McGonagall. "I'm sorry, Professor, but I'm just speculating." Ardal didn't argue with Professor McGonagall, who obviously didn't want to panic the school, because once the Chamber of Secrets was confirmed, the situation at Hogwarts would be very dangerous, and maybe even because of it. Listen to a class. It doesn't matter, you are also trying to find the truth. Professor McGonagall looked at Ardal with a soft smile on his face. "I still have some things to do. Let's eat quickly, don't run around after dinner, and go back to the lounge together." Professor McGonagall finished speaking and left the Great Hall with Snape. "I'm going to meet Dumbledore." After leaving the auditorium, Professor McGonagall glanced at Snape, whispered something, and left in a hurry. Snape's face was also a little heavy. He followed behind Mag without a word, and the two came to the principal's office one after the other. "Minerva, Severus, come to me in such a hurry. Is there another attack?" Dumbledore saw that the faces of the two were not very good, and his heart jumped, and he hurriedly asked, "No, Dumbledore, not yet. But just now, in the Great Hall." Professor McGonagall told Dumbledore what happened in the auditorium. Dumbledore listened to Professor McGonagall's remarks with a look of admiration on his face. After a long time, he sighed. "Ardal is a really smart kid. I think he's right, and I'm also vaguely guessing. I think the Chamber of Secrets may indeed be opened again, the heir of Slytherin back to school." Dumbledore didn't doubt Ardal, although he told the truth easily, because Ardal was a Muggle-born wizard and definitely couldn't be the heir of Slytherin, so he couldn't open the Chamber of Secrets. With worry on Professor McGonagall's face, she whispered, "If Ardal's speculation is true, the monster in the back room is a basilisk. Hogwarts is very dangerous now. For the safety of the little wizard, I think we should temporarily suspend classes, and then thoroughly investigate every corner of the castle. Needless to say, the danger of basilisks is almost extinct in the magical world. The Ministry of Magic has always had zero tolerance for dark wizards who attempt to cultivate basilisks, and will be severely punished once discovered. Now if it is known that there is a basilisk in Hogwarts, let alone the Ministry of Magic, the parents of these little wizards will not let them go. Maybe it's not that far. Dumbledore comforted McGonagall, but now only a cat is missing, and a ghost has been petrified. Not to the extent that the class has to be suspended. Wait and see. If I listen to the class now, the impact on Hogwarts will be too great. Hogwarts is well known in the wizarding world, and Dumbledore cannot allow the school's reputation to deteriorate under his rule. But for the safety of the little wizards, we also need to do something about it. After dinner, Dumbledore appeared in the Great Hall. He informed all the little wizards of the latest school rules. All students must return to the common room before 6 p.m. and be called by the prefect. Any student must be accompanied by a teacher in class. No one can leave the castle without permission, asking for flowers. No one is allowed to travel at night, and once found, they will be expelled. 39. After saying this, Dumbledore showed a kind smile to the little wizards. He opened his mouth slowly and said, "Of course, you don't have to worry too much. The school will find out the truth in the shortest possible time and let the school return to normal order." Despite Dumbledore's words, the students were still a little worried. They hurriedly ate dinner and went back to their respective places under the leadership of the prefect. In the Gryffindor lounge, Hermione took the borrowed Hogwarts, a history of the school, and read to everyone in the lounge. Salazar Slytherin and the other 3 founders disagree on certain points of view about students. He believed that magical education should be limited to magical families, that is, pure-blood wizards. The other little wizards who didn't know the legend listened with great interest, and those who knew the legend were discussing something in a low voice. Because of this incident, Slytherin fell out with the other founders, and he decided to leave Hogwarts. It is said that before leaving, he built a secret chamber in the castle and sealed it. Until one day, the true heir of Slytherin will return to Hogwarts. The heir will open the Chamber of Secrets, release the horrors in it, and purify the school. Neville glanced at the little wizards who exclaimed and asked stupidly, "Purge the school. What does it mean?" Hermione looked at him helplessly and said, "It means to eliminate those who, in Slytherin's opinion, are not worthy of learning magic. That is, half-blood wizards." "What?" Neville was startled, but after thinking about it, he seemed to be pure blood, so he wasn't so scared. "Then you and Ardell aren't dangerous." The next second, Neville reacted again. "Ardell and Hermione are both Muggle-born little wizards. Aren't they also the targets of elimination? It looks like this now." Hermione put down the book, and as if comforting herself, she said, "However, it is said that the staff of the school have searched countless times over the past dynasties, but they have not been able to find this so-called secret room. Professor McGonagall also said today that the so-called secret room is just a legend." 99. Hearing Hermione's words, her roommate Lavender suddenly said, "Tut, but your little boyfriend, Ardell from Slytherin, says there's a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. You mean Ardell is lying?" Shan.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.